Bruh. Interpret. Oh, where the hell did the graph go? What the heck? I lost the graph. No, 1 second.
Rip to the graph.
Center to screen. 1 second.
Rip to the
Center
graph.
to screen. There we go. Can you interpret the data of investment in American manufacturing before and after COVID for me? Can you show me how this relatively low level of investment in American manufacturing in 2019 and 2020 bounced back and multiplied by like a factor of fucking 5? Are you saying that little drop right there in 2020, okay, was the drop by the pandemic, and then the massive gains in the next like 4 years, that was just all bounce back? What?
Of course it is, and a lot of that's manipulated numbers.
Yeah, that's bounce back, even though the gains are more than anything that was ever lost. You know what I mean? That's definitely bounce back, Dean.
And you just said that as manipulated numbers, so that's a conspiracy theory. I thought that you said you wanted to talk about facts. That's not a fact, sir.
Well, of course it's facts. I mean, if you don't 100 days in office, you really can't let it give it some time. He can't do something.
I'm talking about your claim that those manipulated numbers for investment in manufacturing under Biden and Harris. Facts have evidence to support them. What's the evidence to support the claim that the numbers of investment in American manufacturing under Biden and Harris on your screen right now were manipulated?
Well, that's the same thing that my fellow Democrats will sit here and tell me that the election wasn't stolen, or where's the right? The same thing, right?
So I am asking you for evidence that is true.
Well, okay. So every swing state that, by the way, Trump won.
We're not talking about the election. We're talking about how you think investment into American manufacturing under Biden and Harris was fictitious. Okay, so what's the evidence to justify that claim?
Well, I said it's bounce back. I definitely think it's bounce back. I mean, you're talking about,
but it gained more than what was ever lost.
Well, of course, it's very minute.
And then what does bounce back mean? Bounce back to where you were? If it's more than that, then you can't just attribute it all to bounce back.
And it was like significantly more than, like, look at the graph. Like, okay, do you see like that gray area? Mm-hmm. That was what was lost by the pandemic.
Yes.
Okay. That is a fraction. Like, seriously, like maybe like 1/100th of the gains that were made under their administration.
Dean, people are saying look at his repost, but I can't click on it.
The reposts are going to be liberal reposts, right? That, like, chat. Just put a yes in the chat if like the reposts are liberal, correct?
No, not liberal, but they're not.
Oh, okay.
No.
Right.
So what I'm trying to say to you, you can't tell me that during the Biden era that gas was cheaper food.
I mean, I know that this is his daughter's account.
Yes.
Oh,
yeah,
okay.
Guys, this is his daughter's account.
Okay. Why are you using your daughter's account, bro? Why don't you just make your own account?
The daughter got him on the live. The first voice I heard was the daughter's voice.
Wow, dude. I'm so sorry, Tiffany. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, like, chat. I just want to clarify.
Dude, okay, I just want to clarify to him real quick. Like, when you say bounce back, it just doesn't make any sense to say that you don't to say that, like, if it were to come back even more than what it was originally, that you'd attribute it only to like just the quote unquote bounce back.
A majority of the bounce back, yes.
Is he reposting Putin? What? Come out, dude. This person is not real. I don't want to believe that. I'm sorry. I'm only laughing because it's like I just can't even believe that's a fucking real person. Like, I'm sorry, dude.
Wait.
How could you like?
Tiffany,
how could you like
Tiffany,
just do that? How could
Tiffany,
you like?
Let's just ask her. Why did you repost his Putin edit?
Because I like Putin. I thought him and Trump were friends.
Okay.
I don't even live in Russia, so who cares?
Wait, I'm curious. Do you actually like Putin?
Tiffany might be.
That's a crazy.
Tiffany, how old are you?
Crazy thing to joke about, by the way.
How old are you?
It's not a joke.
How old are you?
Why the fuck do you believe that?
Wait, Tiffany, how old are you?
14.
Yeah. I assume that she was very young because she gave the phone to her dad. We're just gonna move on.
What is going on, Dean? I just hopped on.
I'm sorry.
The first guest is like pro Putin.
I'm sorry. That is just like totally her dad's fault. I'm sorry. That is like just totally her dad's fault. Like, I'm not gonna lie. I think that is 110% her father's fault. I completely 110% put the culpability for that on her father. Tiffany, if you're still listening, like your dad's wrong, bro. Your dad's wrong. Your dad's wrong.
That is diabolical.
We're gonna go to move on to the next guest. But like, guys, don't go attack Tiffany's page. Just remember, that's a 14-year-old girl. Like, just don't go attack her pages. Obviously, she has like very bigoted beliefs. I just think that they're completely from her father.
Oh, I look
Dude,
like slap.
That's
What's up, Cross?
diabolical.
How old are you?
Wait, Addison just sent me an audio message.
Oh no.
That was just
We
like
gotta-
that's like they're living in a different reality, bro. Like
Yeah, that's nuts, bro. That's nuts. Nuts, dude. I was thinking that like maybe like the reposts were liberal. It was like liberal daughter, conservative father. I wanted to get him up here to have a conversation. Christine, thank you for the $5 over on Venmo, and then Kennedy, thank you for the $5 as well. Thank you, Christine and Kennedy. Then also Martin, thank you so much for the $10 over on PayPal. Show some love to Martin, and Beatrice, thank you for the $5 on PayPal as well. Just gonna get that next guest, Gabby Patty, up in the box, y'all. We got him loading in right now. And then also possibly here in around 30 minutes, I may be making a guest appearance on a live stream with a couple congressmen, and I'm gonna might spend 20 minutes just shitting on Trump. Very quite possibly. I've had a lot of back and forth considering if I want to hop on. I think like my main contention was I had two main contentions. The first main contention I had was like a lack of diversity within the people like on the live stream, but I brought that up to the organizers, and then they're like, yeah, that's like our main concern. And then like the very next day they had fixed that issue. So I actually really appreciated that. They got a significantly more diverse like roster of individuals for the live stream, which was cool. And I think another issue I saw was another couple people on the roster that I don't associate with, but for like my slot on the broadcast, I wouldn't be on with them at all. What's up, Luke? How old are you?
I'm 18.
18. What's up? How old? Oh, you're 18. What year were you born in?
2006,
2006. What month?
August.
August. Okay. So why do you support Trump? What was the point of that? I don't know, but what do you guys think about that?
have your oh, are you talking to the chat?
Yeah, talking to chat, talking to you. What do you guys think about me going on this stream? So basically, my slot is for 30 minutes. I'm going to be on with Congressman Maxwell Frost, Adam Mockler, and then Hank Green, if you know who that is. Really inspirational guy, Hank Green, for 30 minutes. And the point of the slot is to literally like shit on Trump.
That sounds
Yeah.
cool.
Yeah. And like I guess what the concerns that I wanted to raise to y'all was like, I mean, I don't know, like first and foremost, there wasn't too much diversity within the people on it. Brought that up to them, they seemed to take a step in the right direction. And then just another couple people involved with the stream that I don't personally associate with. But I want to be on with them personally.
But
so how do you guys feel about that? Let me know in the chat if it's a good or bad idea. Let me know if it's a
because
W
they're
or a
putting it
idea.
on as like a statement credit. So it's like
Patty-
they're giving you
Patty
$1,000, basically like a gift card that you can only use to pay your bill.
What happened with Interstellar
Oh,
750 gift that it got
Patty
itself?
Cake, hello?
Was it taxed?
I think they're
Okay,
talking to someone else.
Yeah, honestly, it happens every so often when we'll actually bring somebody up that's like in the middle of a debate with like somebody with them. I feel like that starts just by watching our streams, and then like different political beliefs comes out in like families or whatnot. Thank you so much for the galaxy. I appreciate that. All right, we're gonna move on to the next guest, y'all. At this point, everyone just kind of give us a minute to get that next guest up in here. We got that next guest loading in right now. Yeah, let me know in the chat how you feel. Let me know in the Discord how you feel. I'm gonna be looking at the Discord specifically within like the live section, the live chat. Let me know in the Discord how you feel. All right, everybody. We're looking for that next guest, everyone. Do it for Hank Green. Yeah, I was doing it. I think I kind of want to do it for Hank Green and Congressman Maxwell Frost. Let's go to get that next guest up in here, you guys. Everybody, go to let me know in that chat if you're MAGA. We will happily get you up onto the stream, y'all. We will happily get you up onto the stream right now if you are MAGA. We are literally looking for anybody to debate because there's nobody here for us to debate right now. It's literally so fucking bad, y'all. The Trump supporters are scared. The Trump supporters are running. We can't even get a Trump supporter just up in here to have a debate with us. It's going to get that next guest up in the box right now. Bruh. What's going on, Naya? Are you MAGA? They're too scared to? Yeah, bro, look at this. Yo, Parker, can you help me like try to incentivize people to get up here if they're MAGA?
Yes, I got you. If you're in the chat and you're MAGA, type MAGA in the comment section, and we'll be looking to get you up. I actually don't have the ability to bring anyone up right now. I don't have
I
mod.
know. I know, bro. I know.
But everyone, yeah, do make sure to send a guest request. Only if you did vote for Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates.
Literally, there's like nobody spamming MAGA in the chat, and like the people that are, I'm inviting them, and they're just not joining. What's up, Devin? Are you MAGA?
Yep.
All right, yo, Parker, I'm gonna leave you, Devin, real quick while I go use the restroom. I'll be right
Gotcha.
back.
Yo, what's
All
up?
right.
So did you did vote for Donald Trump?
I did.
Why so?
And the reason why it was because of his economic plan. His economic plan, he promised people to cut what you may call it, taxes on overtime. Hey, that's it. Not Lila. Yeah.
Okay.
My bad.
So economic plans. So like, can you give me a policy that Donald Trump influenced to get passed that you like? Or actually, wait, how old are you?
I am 22, about to be 23 in July.
For sure. Yeah. So what economic policy?
I can't really name the policy. I just know that he was talking about taking away taxes on overtime.
Taking
And,
away taxes on overtime. Okay.
Yeah.
How is he? Okay. So what particular plan? So you're saying all of his plans overall you don't care about, just the no tax on overtime?
Yeah. I have a question for you, Parker.
Is that in the bill?
Whatever he did was like whatever he proposed. I'm assuming it was going to be in the bill.
Is it in the bill? Can you tell me where it is in the bill?
Well, I don't know.
Has he talked about it recently?
I don't think so. I haven't really kept up. I've been working.
Okay. So then, is that the only economic policy you like of his? Because if you're saying that like you like him because of his economic policy, do you like any of his previous economic policies? Do you know any of them?
Not that I could think of, to be honest with you.
Nothing.
Parker, I have a question for you.
Okay.
If you don't mind answering. So, in Mr. Abrego Garcia, was he an MS-13 gang member, or was that debunked by the same exact?
That there was no evidence to support that. That was debunked.
But they do have court documents saying in 2019
Hands washed.
that he was part of associated with MS-13.
So that's actually not true. It's actually not true at all. So that was for the withholding order. That was actually in 2019, and all that said is that he could potentially face persecution from gangs in El Salvador. Okay. However, this doesn't indicate that he himself is a member of a gang. And then also the standard of evidence to uphold said hearing and said ruling is incredibly low. I mean, it was just a hearing in front of a judge. There was no jury, and it wasn't like a civil or a criminal trial. Okay. In the even like SCOTUS, the Supreme Court recognizes it as a mere allegation, not as like a fact, not as a definitive proven claim. They reference it as an allegation.
Okay, so that means that they were just saying there was an accusation of he was somewhat part of it because of the gang association.
Yeah. And if you want to believe that accusation, let me ask you, do you believe that Donald Trump is a 26 count rapist because he's been accused of rape by 26 women?
Yes, because that's been proven by a judge and he's been convicted.
You think that Donald Trump is a serial rapist, a 26 count rapist, and you voted for him?
Yeah.
Why would you vote for a serial rapist? What?
I don't know.
What? No, literally justify that to me. Justify making a serial 26 count rapist the president of this country.
That was before he even got elected. That's
Yeah. Oh my God. Imagine if he fucking murdered a child and then bathed in their blood before he was elected. Oh, it was before he was elected. He wasn't president. When he murdered a family of 5 and strung them up on the wall and drank their blood. Like, dude, really? You believe that he's a 26 count serial rapist and you don't care because it was before his term started.
Ask yourself, think of the $5. Think
That
so much.
was
Exactly,
before,
like nothing
because
like what he was saying.
You apply no value to women, right? You think that women are like subhuman. You think that women just don't matter at all. You don't even think that women are deserving of the title women, right?
I think they do deserve the title women because they are females. We're different races.
Do you think that women are seriously subhuman?
No.
Then how can you just say that you don't give a shit about a serial 26 count rapist? Do you understand how bad that is?
You understand?
I think that 26 count rapists deserve to go down, death. Do you agree?
I do agree. I'm going to tell you this right now.
So you think that he should have been put down?
Dude, I'm not part of the law enforcement anymore. I was a correction officer. I dealt with people that had murder charges, everything. So I understand where you're coming from. So yes.
So justify making why don't you hold a red line against a 26 count rapist?
Yeah, that's
Because-
pretty important thing to do.
So my uncle and technically my whole family wanted me to vote Republican. And I didn't think Kamala Harris had
Colin.
enough time to.
So you
really
think that the
convince me.
26 count rapist was better than Kamala Harris?
Yeah, like what was so bad about Kamala Harris that makes her worse than how bad Donald Trump is?
Like being a 26 count rapist, that's seriously. You understand that not even Jeffrey Dahmer was a 26 count rapist.
He was a cannibal.
That's worse than Jeffrey Dahmer.
Yeah. Tell me about it.
So why don't you hold a red line against voting for somebody that is self-admittedly worse than Jeffrey Dahmer?
I don't hold red lines. I just do. Like, I wasn't even really publicly informed by myself. Like, I just went with whatever was right for myself.
Okay, Canberra. I'm sorry. He could have I can't believe that. I can't believe that. I really can't believe that. He said, and I quote, "I do believe that a 26 count rapist, that Donald Trump is a 26 count rapist." I can't believe it. What's up, Jackson? How old are you?
18.
18. What year were you born in?
2008.
We're gonna move on to the next guest, everyone. Yo, Hitman, thank you so much for the 100 pounds down below on the YouTube super chats. One saying, do European leftist stream, and then the other says, MAGA's so boring. I'm sorry, they can get a little bit boring, but MAGA, thank you, Hitman, thank you so very much for the 100 pounds over on YouTube super chat. Let's get 1,000 fucking Hitman W's. Thank you so much. That is seriously nuts. Thank you so much for the love, Hitman. You've been showing so much love recently. Huge shout out, Hitman. What is going on, dogs in New York? Do you support Trump?
I do. Did you say Dahmer was worse than Trump? You're cutting out a little bit for me.
No, I'm saying that the last guy believed that Trump was a 26 count rapist. Right? That's worse than Dahmer.
Yeah. That is worse than Dahmer, really? You genuinely believe that?
How many victims did Dahmer have?
I don't know the exact number, but he ate them. I think that's probably worse.
Okay, how about this? I will repeal a claim of comparing grave travesties. It's just as bad as.
I mean, I don't agree with that. I think that's still absurd, but that's a side point.
Can you fathom how bad raping 26 people is?
Yeah, it's pretty bad.
That's really bad. That's I don't know if you and other people really can see how terrible it would be to be a 26 count rapist. That is nuts.
He was convicted 26 times of rape?
No. So the last guy said that an accusation of a bad action is sufficient evidence for him to believe that it occurred. The counter argument was, well, there's been 26 accusations against Donald Trump, which would imply that he would believe those accusations. And then he affirmed that he does believe all 26 accusations.
I see. Well, yeah, that's not why I support Trump, but
So why do you support Trump?
because I think that America is best when supporting Christian values.
Okay, so America is like the worst under Trump. He doesn't support Christian values, dude.
Well, are we talking about what he did in the past or like what policies he's going to implement? Because
Past, present, and now, bro.
I'm saying the policies under Donald Trump, the general cultural direction under Donald Trump is significantly more pro-Christian than that.
No way. No way.
Oh.
The Institute on Taxation and Economics
Really?
indicates that he literally wants to redistribute wealth from the poor to the rich. Psalms 32. It talks about how if you give glory to those that make less than you will be given great glory in the kingdom of heaven. Jesus literally made Matthew quit his job and stop taxing the poor in order to be an apostle of his own. It is fundamentally a Christian value to provide to those that are more needy and support social safety nets to help out those
I
that
agree.
are more needy than yourself. Donald Trump's economic policy literally takes money from those that are needy, takes money from those that are worse off, and gives it to those that are rich. Literally demonstrates
How does it do that? And I totally agree
teachings
that-
of the New Testament.
I totally agree that the Bible teaches to give to the poor, but that's more the church, not the government. What does Donald Trump do that takes from the poor and gives to the wealthy? I didn't know he said he supports that.
Are we lagging on TikTok right now?
Dean,
Is this? I think.
that's the same glitch that's been happening to me. It keeps doing this and it fucking throttles the streams, and it's not lagging for us at all, but it is lagging for the chat. Like YouTube, it's not lagging for them at all, but it's lagging for the chat, and it just throttles the stream.
Chat, can you guys? It looks like it
It goes in and out all the time.
It goes in and out. Yeah.
You
It's
see, it just like
TikTok.
randomly did that. It didn't lag at all for us.
Yeah, and it also didn't like lag on YouTube at all.
Mm-hmm.
So, anyways, what's that, dogs?
So I totally agree that the Bible says that the church should give to the poor, Christians should give to the poor, not the government. But anyways,
What?
how does
Wait.
Trump want to take?
Wait.
Wait,
So you
no,
think
but how
it's
does Donald
separation
Trump
of church and
influence-
state then?
Well, yeah, in a way, that doesn't mean that.
Okay, if you
Christian
believe in
direction-
separation of church and state, then why are you saying that like whoever candidate you're going to vote for is predicated off of whatever one conforms more with your Christian ideology?
I didn't really say I believe in church state. I'm saying, or separation of church and state. I'm saying that the Bible is not referring to Julius Caesar, like telling Julius Caesar to give more money to the poor. It's telling.
It just tells people. It tells people to do that. which
Right,
would
and
include
how
the
is Donald
Christian
Trump- I'm
people.
Which
asking
includes leaders.
Yeah,
how is
and
Donald
also like
Trump
I just want to say
taking-
like I don't think that we should have a Christian nation. I think we should have a nation where you're free to be Christian, and I think that our nation should uphold good ideals. Now, if those good ideals happen to intertwine and intersect and align with the teachings of the Christian Bible, that's cool. If they don't, that's also fine. But at the end of the day, I don't think that fundamentally saying that we should have a Bible, we should have a country in which upholds Christian ideals is a smart idea at all.
We live
Basically,
in
I
a
just think
secular
we should-
society and we want to.
Yeah, we should just
Because
be doing
you're
good
not a-
things. We should just be
because you're
doing
not a
good things.
Christian.
And I think that Kamala Harris ran on a better campaign and did more good than Donald Trump.
Okay, so how is, back to the question I asked 4 times, how is Donald Trump taking away from the poor and giving to the rich?
Yeah, by introducing regressive forms of taxation such as tariffs, and then his progressive tax policy serves to the better interests of the top 1%. Over 80% of that
What
is-
did the tariffs do to the stock market?
Okay, why are you pivoting?
I'm not pivoting at all. Did you ask a question?
No, I was just responding to your question. So
You mentioned tariffs. How tariffs hurt the wealthy more than they hurt the poor? Absolutely.
So tariffs, I deny that. So the reason why I deny that is very clear. Tariffs serve as a regressive tax.
Yeah,
the
I
poorer
know.
you are,
I-
a higher
economics
proportion
101,
of
yeah.
your income you spend on the bare necessities to live. And I mean, this is all affirmed by the Institute on Taxation and Economics. So they did a study which indicates that everybody making under $395,000 per year will have less purchasing power because of his economic policy. Meanwhile, those making over that dollar amount will have more.
Yeah, I've taken a microeconomics class at a pretty good university. I understand basically how tariff works. Thank you for explaining that. But that's not the long-term goal. And that doesn't deny what I said, that it hurts the wealthy as well. So you said that he's trying to distribute wealth to the wealthy. You have not explained that. You're just saying how prices are going to rise.
So I've been
That's
able to
very
I actually did. Tariffs are aggressive. Then his tax policy disproportionately helps the ultra wealthy, and then all this is affirmed by a study done by the Institution on Taxation and Economics.
Yeah. So what that does
Okay.
is it shifts the burden from people who are higher income to people who are lower income, because people who are lower income spend a disproportionate amount of their overall income on consumer goods that they require to live.
Right. Okay. Yeah, that's definitely possible. But it's also possible that he's trying to rebuild, manufacturing in the United States, which I know you say probably isn't necessary or practical, but maybe he's not trying to help the wealthy as demonstrated by the stock
Okay, by the
market.
way,
He's really trying to.
I just want to say
build
that
up
this is
the
the
wealth.
last point. After you make this point and Parker responds, then I gotta go.
You're getting off?
Yeah, I got to. If I want to shit on Trump for 30 minutes in this live stream.
Okay, for sure. I'll be live.
I
I'm
mean,
gonna go
I
into
mean,
my
he
main account again.
He supports not unaliving children. That's huge for me. He doesn't support.
Okay. Well, now you're making new points. So I'm gonna kick you.
Yep. All right.
Okay. So everybody, I think I have determined that I am gonna go on this live stream for 30 minutes and shit on Trump with Hank Green and Congressman Maxwell Frost, Adam Mockler, than one other individual. I know that there's been some contention, some pushback against this. I held some of that same contention and pushback, like mainly with like the lack of diversity in the roster of the individuals on the stream. But I'm really happy that I brought that up to the organizers in the event in a call that I had with them over the weekend, and they're able to introduce more diversity to the roster. I was actually very happy to see that they're receptive to said criticism. I think that's a good thing. And then other pushback regarding like other individuals on the roster for the live stream. I also think that's valid, and I wish that they weren't there. I think I'm still going to end up going on it just because I won't personally be interacting with them. I'm going to be in a panel with a set group of people that does not include them, as well as because now I'll be involved. I'll be able to push for a resolution on that matter if this were to happen again in the future. As the organizers of the event have demonstrated some level of some level of an understanding to what I have to say. So I think that this live is going to be on YouTube and a bunch of other places, but here's actually what I'm just going to do. Just follow me to my YouTube stream. I'm going to stay live on YouTube while I'm doing this. So pull through to the YouTube, my YouTube. It's in the link in my bio. And yeah, come through to the YouTube. Also, somebody in the chat says, whatever makes you $1, Dean. So I'm actually not getting paid. I think it'd just be a really good opportunity to push for like better messaging as it relates to like being anti-Trump, especially with members of Congress.
Make all your beliefs known.
Yeah, like I don't know. The main value that I see in this opportunity is like basically like I don't think that people in the American Congress are pushing the best anti-Trump messaging that they could. I think that people like me and Parker probably have a really good idea of what is best because we spend our day engaging conversations with Trump supporters, so we know it's effective, we know it works. But yeah, I'd recommend just pulling through and watching me. So if you are in the live and you're interested in watching me, please go to the link tree in my bio, click on the YouTube account, and I'd highly recommend just watching it through my own platform compared to theirs. So come over to the YouTube stream, link in bio, and I will see you all over there very, very shortly. Once again, the link to my YouTube stream can be found in the link tree in my bio. You could also find me on YouTube by just going to YouTube and typing in Dean Withers. Right now we have 2.1
Text
thousand
me when it's
people
about
over
to
there.
happen, and I might react to it on stream.
Cool, sounds good, Parker. As well as I'll send you a massive raid as soon as I'm done.
All right, bro. Appreciate you, man.
All right, take care, Parker. Take care. Have a good one.
I'll see you, man.
I'm gonna go ahead and now in my.
Alrighty.
Have a good one.
I'm gonna go live on TikTok, and we'll get some debates in. And when Dean starts, hopefully we'll get some ability to react to it. That'd be great. All right, let's get some people up here. Let's get the YouTube going. Is my shit gonna work? Alrighty, is it not gonna let me change the effects? What the fuck is going on with my iPad? There we go. Sorry. What's up, everyone on YouTube? Do make sure to like the stream. It helps push it out to more people. We're gonna get some debates going here real quick. I'm trying to get it going, but my iPad, I'm clicking on live. It's just not going. So do give it a second. Oh, why is it not working? What is going on, chat? My TikTok. Yo, Trinity, here's my real question. Why are you so obsessed with me? If you're just gonna tell people to unlike the stream. Like, I don't get it. Oh, the stash is gone. It is, but I could always bring it back. I can always bring it back. If enough people, create a petition, I would bring it back. But I like the stream despite that person. Thank you. I appreciate it. Courtney, what's up? How you doing? Nice to see you as always. Nice to see you. Nice to see everyone joining in. How's everyone doing? What's up, Victoria? What's up, everyone joining in? Do give it a second for people to join in. It takes a minute for people to get up here. What's up, everyone? Yes, bring the stash, no mustache. A lot of people. I see. It's split. The chat is always split. You look tired today. The bag is under my eye. I feel like there's like a different type of bag under my eye, and I'm not tired to be totally honest. I got good sleep. At least I feel like. Dude, you know who's in my guest box chat? It's Liam, bro. Jesus, that is diabolical. There's a good boy in the box. Speaking of good boys, there's a dog in this person's picture. Yo, what's up,
Hello.
Javier?
I'm 18.
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
Nah, I just had to come on here and say that you're the GOAT and you helped me convert my mega parents. Thank you.
Hey,
And
I
your
appreciate
mustache
it.
was amazing.
Hey,
Your
thank you.
mustache was amazing. That dude talking shit last night was weird.
Thank you so
Later.
much. I appreciate you. That's so funny. Yo, what's up, audio?
2006.
Did you
18.
vote for Donald Trump?
Yes, sir.
What month?
January.
You wouldn't have been able to vote.
What?
You wouldn't have been able to vote. Starting off with a lie, it's diabolical. You could have just told me that you didn't vote. Yo, what's up, how old are you?
18.
What's your birth year?
2005.
2005. What month?
Yeah. March.
March? That doesn't make any sense.
What are you talking about?
What, dude? They would be 19. Yo, what's up, how old are you?
19.
Did you? Oh, he'd be 20. Sorry, 19. I'm crazy. Did you vote for Donald Trump? My brain.
Of course.
Okay, why so?
Why not?
Yeah, I've been doing this for so many years that the years are like morphing. Why not? Because he was held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman.
You don't have proof of that.
We do. He was held civilly liable unanimously amongst a jury of 9 people. He also, actually, we can go over that point if you'd like. We can also go over the fact that he undermined the integrity of our democracy. He lost the 2020 election, yet still denies the results.
Well, it's because he won the 2020 election.
Are you trolling?
No.
I don't believe you.
Why would you not believe me? What?
I get the tone. It's the tone of voice.
Fuck.
I knew it. I knew it. I fucking knew it, dude. I fucking knew it, dude. I knew it. Yo! Oh my gosh, Adam, you do not need to do this. Thank you so much for the Leon. Thank you so much. Give me some W's for Adam in the comment section right now. Thank you so much, Adam. I always appreciate you. Thank you so much. It's good to see you. It's good to see you. Get this next person up here real quick. Adam, thank you. All right, all right. Let's try to get this next person up here real quick, everyone. You what's up? How old are you? How old are you? They were probably a fetus. All right, we're gonna try to get some debates up here. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. Make sure to like the stream if you're on YouTube. It'll help get it out to more people. I would really appreciate that. I really appreciate that. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
So done, everyone.
Oh, based. Based. Let me say thank you to some people real quick. Kiona, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $15 on PayPal. Thank you so much. We have some W's for Kiona in the comment section right now. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. They said, just wanted to say, no tax on tips, no tax on OT. Wait, hold up. Let me read. I can't. It's got to load. Give it 1 second. Are for clean energy, so it still sucks. Oh no. I think there's like certain aspects of overtime and tips. It's not like no tax on overtime, no tax on tips. There are many conditions to that, and no tax. There's no tax on SSN. So there's a few issues. Appreciate the had mustache. Thank you. But let me say thank you to some other people as well. Laura, thank you so much for the $75 on PayPal. Thank you so much for keep up the good work. Can we get some W's for Laura in the comment section right now? Thank you so much, Laura. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Let's get some W's for Laura in the comment section right now. Thank you so much, Laura. I really appreciate it. As well as Brianna, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $50 for my favorite shows on Getting Elevated with Parker. Hope you are doing well. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. That's a W show. I tell you, that might be the new name of my podcast. I'm just kidding. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
27. Okay, can I ask one question, please? One question.
What's your birth year?
2000.
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yo, what's going on?
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
Yeah.
Why so?
So I kind of just wanted to mention you always talk about why you value sentience. So I think a lot of the times.
Wait, again, how old are you? Sorry.
Oh yeah, sorry, I'm 19.
You've come on my live before. I've talked to you many times. Your just voice sounds way too damn familiar. Okay. If I'm wrong, I'm sorry, but I'm probably not wrong. Yo, darling, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you. Oh no, I'm not gonna debate him. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Be 61 in July.
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
Yes, I did.
Why'd you do that?
Well, first of all, I have dual citizenship. I live part of the year in a small county in Great Britain, Shropshire, right on the border of Wales. But I live most of the time in the United States. And why did I? Glad you asked me that. Donald Trump he has built a public image as a successful businessman. And I feel that his leadership of the whole Trump organization.
Have I talked to you before?
You haven't. You haven't. My first time getting through. Actually, there's always hundreds of people waiting. But I think if I had to pick one thing, I would say it's his aura of decisiveness. And I enjoy the risk taking. I'm not going to lie. And he is what we like to call a results oriented manager. And I like that. I like the strength.
Okay. So, can you give me like a policy he passed that you like?
Where do I start? I think the policy of him draining the swamp and just overall standing up against the political elite.
Draining the swamp. Okay. I have a question. when he
Howard, go ahead.
did he drain the swamp his first time in office?
You know, I don't want to be rude. I really don't. But this degree of skepticism you have, you never take anyone's word at face value. You seem to always raise an eyebrow, and you're questioning the motives behind everyone's opinion. And it's kind of like you've got this perpetual doubt machine running in your head, and you're always churning out suspicions and presumptions. I told you why I think he's a good leader. He fights for a forgotten America. What's wrong with that? Why are you so anti-American?
Nice response to my question. I'm not anti-American. I believe in America, and because I believe in America and I love America, I want it to be better, and I don't want it to have such horrible leaders. And I think Orange Man is bad. Nev, thank you so much for the galaxy. I appreciate it. Thank you.
So you don't like a leader who resonates with certain deep-rooted psychological needs, especially in periods of uncertainty like we're facing right now. Is that what you're saying?
Restate that. I don't even. What the hell are you saying, bro? What do you mean poor for guy? Are you trolling? I'm getting
I'm not.
massive troll vibes.
What you should be getting is the ability to see how Donald Trump projects strength even when his actions are controversial. And you don't see that. You don't
Project strength? Really? Is that what? Really? So tell me, how is he projecting strength? Are you projecting strength in this conversation by not answering my question?
I'm not
about the
talking
draining of the
about me.
swamp?
I'm talking about Donald Trump. The strength, it becomes a surrogate for stability. And
yeah, he really projects strength when he fights with our allies and he pulls out of the World Health Organization. Right, dude, he's doing great.
See, the more people like you that attack him, the more his followers are just going to bond with him, my guy. And this is what we call
Because you're in a
reactance.
cult. Because you're in a cult. I'm sorry, I'm attacking him in legitimate concern, and you don't take any of the concern as actual legitimate criticism.
Of course, I
you
do.
just take it as, oh, they don't like my favorite guy. That's it. You don't actually listen to anything I'm legitimately saying. You don't actually consider it.
Let me tell you something. Okay, you're not entitled to knowledge. You earn it, my guy. And the only thing standing in your way is you. And look, the point I'm trying to make is, you need to
objectively, that's just not true. You
true.
stand in the way of me being able to create a better society along with plenty of other people, right? You understand that you are the one that is literally fighting for Donald Trump, who's actively harming the country, and everyone else trying to fight against that notion is in a worse off set of circumstances because you decide to continue to support him.
I think the question comes down to this. It's simple. It's simple as, when someone's smart, they get called an elitist. When someone is,
I don't know what you're talking about.
Well,
some people, so many people are called elitist. I don't know what you're trying to say.
What I'm trying to say, my friend, is that the loudest people in the room aren't always the smartest, okay? But they get the attention.
Is that why you're currently speaking right now in front of 3,000 people?
What I'm
currently
doing
loudest
right
in
now.
the room?
That's fine. There's only one of us yelling right here, and it's not me, my friend.
You think I'm yelling?
Do you ever
think
notice
this is yelling? Are you okay?
I'll tell you what you're not doing. You're not showing any strength. Yeah, you act like you're too tough for learning.
What do you mean I'm not showing any strength? How should I demonstrate strength to you? Is this how I demonstrate strength to you, buddy?
What I'm saying is, it seems like you're just scared someone's going to prove you wrong. So what you're doing is you're plugging your ears and you're...
Me? Is that not what you just did?
No,
I literally just gave you a legitimate critique, and you didn't take
I'm
into
not
account.
raising my voice. I'm not raising my voice, my guy. You're the one walking around here like a bulldozer.
You think I'm raising my voice? You think this is me raising my voice?
Guess what? What you're doing isn't wisdom. It's really just... What you're doing here today is just cowardice dressed up as confidence, my friend. You don't look strong when you refuse to learn, and that's the point I'm trying to get to you.
How did I refuse to learn?
Huh?
How did I refuse to learn?
I'm glad you asked me that. If you just actually opened a book and once in a while listen to someone smarter and considered someone else's viewpoint, then maybe you could admit that maybe your life didn't have to be this mess that it is, and then that maybe the problem wasn't everyone else. Maybe you're the problem. Do you ever think about that?
All the time, right? The fact is you've never considered that once. So take your fucking own advice for one time in your damn life in this scenario, because it's probably going to be very useful.
I'll tell you what's going to be useful is the way that Trump doesn't break rules. He just refines what rules matter.
What do you mean he doesn't break rules? Give me a rule. Give me a rule right now. I bet you Trump's broke it. Come on, go for it. Give me a rule. Give me a rule right now. It's wrong to lie.
I'll give you the
Go
rule
for it.
right now.
Try it. Give me one. Give me a rule.
I'll give you one. I'll give you one. That rule is called winning, my guy. Winning and loyalty. Loyalty to individuals and you know,
Loyalty?
bipartisanship and-
Wait, loyalty. He cheated on every single one of his wives. Are you trolling?
No, I'm not
Loyalty?
trolling, my friend. I'm not trolling.
Jesus.
See, now you have to go to his personal life, don't
Jesus.
you? See, you're
Wait,
just
I'm
showing
sorry.
fragility.
I'm sorry. Would you say a serial cheater is pretty loyal?
No. See, now you
Donald
got to
Trump,
go to
a
his
serial
personal life.
cheater, doesn't really come off as the super loyal type, right? So
Look
like
what you're doing right now.
that's what you
Look
just
what
said.
you're
You just
doing
said that like he is
Okay.
he's like got a lot of loyalty, bro. What?
All I'm saying.
To what,
all
himself?
I'm s- You know, what do you think American leadership would look like without a Donald Trump? Let me ask you that question.
Kamala Harris. Because that's just the reality of things. It was either Donald Trump or Kamala Harris.
There'd be a lot of giggling. There'd be a lot of giggling, my guy, and they wouldn't be getting anything done. And look, I
What?
like to
That's
laugh.
just like that's a ridiculous statement. You saying not a lot of getting it done? Okay, well, Donald Trump, did he get anything done with Ukraine and Russia? What happened to
Okay,
that? I thought he was
today?
going to do that the first day he gets in office.
Oh, really? I
Did he
guess you
get-
haven't
did he
been
get
following the
anything-
news today. Obviously, you haven't been looking at the news today. You didn't see what happened
Wait, actually,
today
I have a
with
question.
Russia?
I have a question. Can you name?
I'll allow it. Go ahead.
Wait, can you name 3 Kamala Harris policies?
Well, 3 Kamala Harris policies. Well, I really have to think hard for that. She did something. I know she was really into the whole getting sex changes in prisons. I wasn't really into that.
What are you talking about? No, what are you saying?
I thought she was into using
Are you
federal
trolling?
funds.
Are you trolling?
I'm not, but I thought that was a policy. I saw a commercial for that she wanted to.
You saw a commercial
grant-
for that. I'm sorry. Dude, please do research. Please, please, for one time in your life, go and do some research. Don't just
So that
believe
commercial
something you
wasn't
see
true.
on the damn commercial.
Oh, so you think you must have some evidence of that commercial was. And now remember, evidence is any type of
No,
verified
I'm telling you to
data
go verify.
that points
Go
to something
verify the
specific.
evidence.
I'm not going to do
Go
your
verify.
homework for you, little
Dude,
guy.
it's your own claim. It's
I'm
your own
not going to
homework.
do your homework for you, my guy.
It's your
You're gonna
own
have to do it
homework.
yourself. You want me to find you evidence. Evidence is any type of verifiable data that points to something else. If you want it, you go find it. I'm not going to do I'm not your mommy doing your homework for you. You got to find that yourself, my guy.
What a weirdo.
See that? What's weird is
you're a troll. Get off my live. You're such a weirdo. What is wrong with you? Why do you do this? Like, I'm real question. Like, why? What gets you to come up and troll on my live as opposed to all
I
the
see
other
what you're
lives?
saying. So because I don't agree with you, I'm trolling. Is that what
Mama
you're saying?
Dukes, thank you for the description. No, I've had multiple people indicate to me that you're a
Because,
troll. Like, for
because-
example, Gerard, thank you for the $20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
So someone
And
who
Louise,
doesn't
thank you so
believe
much for the
with you
$10.
is a troll. And then once you lose, once you
Altruist, thank
start
you so much
losing,
for the $5. Thank you.
So let me get
like,
this right.
You
Let me get this
specifically
right.
are a troll.
So let me get this right, Parker. Once you start losing in a debate like this, then the other person must be a troll, because that way you can say that you won.
Please tell me.
See-
Please tell as a troll. Please tell me what point I lost on, if you can
Well,
remember.
I do, you know, and I know a lot of the people here listen to you because they admire you and
Appreciate the description.
they
Thank you,
adore
Brandon.
you.
He's not
They're kind of
telling
like
me.
your.
He's not
But
telling
you know
me.
what? I'm telling you, I'm trying to get there. You keep interrupting me. It's like you're like that boss who the coworkers talk about behind the back, right? The family rolls their eyes when you speak, and your friends that checking their watches, waiting for you to keep quiet.
10
And you haven't.
years
You
later.
haven't. You, my friend, think you've mastered this sort of confidence, and you've just made yourself a parody, my guy, and people are laughing at you. Right
Dude, I don't
now,
think
and
I'm some like I don't think I'm some person that's like
Sounds like it.
excreting confidence, dude. I'm a pretty socially anxious guy. Like The fact that I'm on a live in front of thousands of people is out of my norm. I don't like being the center of attention typically, right? So I don't know what you're saying, bro. Engage with what I have to talk about here. You're not even talking about. You didn't even respond to what I just said. You just like, as a troll, just completely yapped about
Not
some
a troll,
random
my friend.
thing relating to like
Not a troll.
like interpersonal attacks.
I'm not. You're the one who talked about Donald Trump's not failed marriages. You're the one who started with the.
You
We
brought
were
it up.
talking politics. I brought up his.
You
failed
brought up
marriages.
loyalty. You brought up he's loyal.
I brought up his failed marriages. Please type 1 in the comments.
No, you brought up his loyalty, and I showed you how he's disloyal.
Sometimes you're yes, no, sometimes maybe. You got to make up your mind, my guy. You need to do
You
yourself
brought
a
up
favor.
loyalty.
What
just
you
stated
need to
that.
bring up is you need to do yourself a favor and check that oversized ego of yours at the door. Start being that kind of person people actually.
How is my ego oversized? Tell me.
Well, you got to look at yourself, right? You got to start being the kind of person people actually want to be around. Because trust me, Lisa, trust me, my guy, I'm a lot older than you. I could be your father.
Yeah, you should go reflect on like being a person that people like want to be around. You know what I'm saying? Like that's why so many people in my chat were telling me to kick you. You know. All right, let's get this next person up here. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates. We are just looking for some debates. If you're on YouTube, do make sure to like the stream, everyone. Samantha, thank you for the $3 Australian. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Yo, what's up? Did you vote for Donald Trump?
No. Hello.
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
Hell yeah.
How old are you?
I am a grown fucking man.
I just asked you what your age is. Is there also a way you couldn't get out of the airplane?
I'm not in an airplane. I'm driving a semi truck.
Oh, okay. Well, I just want to let you know you can't drive on TikTok. Let me get. Yo, Sid, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $50 on YouTube super chat. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much, Sid. Can we get some W's for Sid in the comment section right now? Thank you so much, as well as Chance with the $20. Thank you so much. And Tyler with the $10. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Anyone trying to say the personal life of someone doesn't matter is foolish. The way someone acts in their personal life is a direct reflection of their character. It's very true. It's very important for like presidential evaluation. I apologize. Oh my gosh. Do I even have I do have an apple cider. All right. Let's get this next person up here real quick. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Oh.
You're gay.
Are you like 12? Are you? What? Was that a 12-year-old dude? What a fetus. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates, y'all. We are just looking for some debates. All righty. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yo, I'm 21.
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
No, I just wanted to say I love you so much and I love your streams.
Hey,
Thank
I
you so
appreciate you. Thank you so much, Josh. I appreciate you. All right, let's get this next person up here real quick. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. Let's get someone up here. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yo, I'm 19.
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
Yeah.
Why so?
You're a faggot.
Okay, well, what is going on today? We got some insane people in the guest box. Let's try to get this next person up here. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates, y'all. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
19.
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
Oh, yeah.
What's that?
Because he's a boss.
Okay.
But he is sick as fuck.
Why so?
He's a good ass president. You already know why.
Can you tell me one thing he did that was good?
Deported those fucking Mexicans.
Okay.
Get them the fuck out of here.
Get off my lap, dude. What is wrong with people, dude? What is wrong with people? Darian, thank you so much. I appreciate the $2. Thank you. Yo, what's up? How old are you? I should have asked him if he's Christian. That's like the next question I'm gonna ask. I'm gonna be like, what did Jesus say? Like, I just know for a fact that they're gonna say that they're Christian. I'd be like, would Jesus say that? Like, No, that's like that quite literally contradicts like your very core fundamental beliefs. All right, let's get this next person up here. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates, y'all. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates. Jake, did you vote for Donald Trump? Hello? All right, let's get this next person up here. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Why the fuck are you asking me my age?
Why are you on my live? Real question. Why are you on my live? That's a real question. All right. Let's get the next person up here. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
23?
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
No, I just wanted to say fuck the maggots.
All right, let's get this next person up here. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates. If you're on YouTube, do make sure to like this stream, everyone. It should help get it out to more people. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
18.
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
Yes.
What's your birth year?
2008. Oh, fuck.
Nice math. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates. We are just looking for some debates.
It's you.
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
No, I'm a French guy actually, and I'm listening to you in France, and I'm seeing all of that's happening in your country, and that's so funny how you are like very ridiculous with this election. President Donald Trump is a bad person, I think, and it's like kind of crazy he gets reelected. And I kind of don't understand why people let that happen. And you expressed that clearly, but I think the battle is about communication, and they are really good at that. It's not about a point. It's about how you deliver a message and how you.
Yeah, I appreciate you so much. I appreciate you so much. Thank you. I am just looking for people who did vote for Donald Trump, but I appreciate hearing that real quick. Thank you. Thank you. Let's try to get this next person up here real quick. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. Thank you, though. That was yeah, I don't understand why. I just want to let you know as well. I'm still trying to figure that out, like why people are okay with that. And that's why I try to convince people otherwise all the time. Oftentimes I think it's because of the difference in a willingness to accept certain facts comparative to others, right? Like the process of how they come to their beliefs. I think that's kind of like the school of thought that I've been under. So I do these lives. Oftentimes I inform people of things they didn't know prior. All right, let's get this next person up here. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
18.
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
Yeah.
Okay. Why so?
Well, at the time, I was hearing a lot of stuff about like his immigration stuff and how the borders and everything were like a lot better under him. I'm not too sure if there was anything to like support that, but like it seemed like, and the unemployment too. I was pretty sure that unemployment was the lowest under him, like for like the last 50 years or something like that.
No, it was actually lower under the Biden-Harris administration, 2 separate months, 2 separate quarters under the Biden-Harris administration.
You can show that?
2 separate months, yeah. Under the Bureau of Labor Statistics.
I'll check that.
3.4%, which is the lowest in the last 50 years. Appreciate the handout. Thank you so much. Thank you. That's one thing. 2, as it relates to this, like what policy did he pass that caused things to be good? Like I'd love to hear that. You have to come back into the app for me to be able to hear you. If you're on YouTube, do make sure to like the stream, everyone.
I think it was still on. I think it was still lower under Trump. I'm gonna be honest with you.
You think what was lower?
The unemployment.
Nope, you're wrong. You want to bet?
Yeah, bet me.
Really? How much?
Let's do a band.
You wouldn't actually do that.
What do you mean?
I wouldn't want to take $1,000 from you. I'm serious. Like I genuinely I know for certain that I'm right.
Buddy.
I genuinely know for certain that
Don't
I'm
back
right.
out
Like
now, buddy. 1,000 bands already in $1,000. Do it right now.
Okay. All right. You know what? Yeah. Unemployment was lower under the Biden-Harris administration at certain points comparative to the Trump administration.
You ain't taking the bet. It's all good.
First time. Yeah. Let's bet. I'm serious.
okay.
You
I
owe me
understand
$1,000. Look at the Bureau of Labor Statistics.
That's cool. I understand you taking money from me. But can you show me that's the case? I can't find it. I was looking it up though.
You can look up Bureau of Labor Statistics. Ashley, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you so much. Look up Bureau of Labor Statistics unemployment rate, and you'll see a graph. I promise you. You can find it. I seriously promise you can find it. But you owe me $1,000. I can pull it up on my phone if you really can't find it, but I genuinely you can.
4.2 for
No.
Biden. I think it was like 3 point something for Trump.
No.
Yeah, got you on that one, buddy.
Dude, this guy is actually lost. He's gonna owe me, and it's gonna be so unfortunate. The lowest point under Trump, let me click it for you. Hold up. You see 3.5%. This is for Trump in February 2020. You see this? Twin, come back in.
What happened?
You see this? 3.5%. You see this from the
Right,
Bureau
that's
of
not-
Labor
that's not proof,
Statistics.
though. That's not proof. You're just showing a number.
Okay, now I'm gonna show you.
Like what?
Hold up, because I don't want any text I get to be seen. I'm gonna show you 3.4% under the Biden-Harris administration. Is that fair? Are you willing to accept that? Is that something you're willing to accept? Yes or no?
It was lower under Trump. It was like 6.4 for Biden or something like that.
Okay. All right. So you're not willing to accept it?
But do you have proof of it?
Yes, I just told you BLS unemployment. But you don't want to accept that. Do you want me to give it to you in a graph form, or do you want to accept it in a graph form? I'll give you in a number form. What's up?
Show me that it actually states that. Don't just show me a number. Like, what are you showing me a number of?
Yeah, 3.4% would be the 3.4% would be the number of unemployment. What do you want to see?
Yeah, if it, I have another like off topic question.
No, can you answer the question? What do you want to see?
Yeah, like search it up and like show me like an actual statistic. You don't just show me a number. Like what's that supposed to mean? Are you showing me how much you hit Dean's vape? How many times a week or something? What are we talking about? You hit it 4% of the time.
I had to double check. Laura, oh my gosh. Laura said, this guy isn't going to pay you, so I am. Laura sent $1,000 on PayPal. Holy shit. Laura with $1,000 on PayPal. Holy shit. Can we get some W's for Laura in the comment section right now for the $1,000 fucking dollars on PayPal? That is fucking crazy. Oh my God. Laura with $1,000. Oh my gosh. Jesus Christ, Twin, you also owe me $1,000 still, but Laura, can you get some W's, Laura, in the comment section right now for the $1,000? Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Laura just used all her retirement money.
Can we get some W's for Laura in the comment section right now? Thank you so much. Holy shit, that's actually fucking nuts. That is so nuts. W's for Laura in the comment section right now. Holy shit.
Hey, what do you think about the tax cuts that Trump threw out?
Hold up. I want you to admit this.
Right. So
I want you to admit that it was lower.
it says unemployment was lowest in the first time in like 50 something years under Trump. So you can't really show me anything that's just
April
like
2023, 3.4%. Do you want me to show you that?
Sure.
Dude, this is ridiculous. Look. April 2023, 3.4%. Look.
Who's that? Who's that?
That's from the Bureau of Labor Statistics. This right here is on St. Louis Federal Reserve.org.
Trump.
What's up?
That's Biden?
That's under Biden. But oh my gosh, can we get some fucking W's for Laura in the comment section right now? That is so nuts. Thank you so much, Laura. That's so wild. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh, Laura.
Yeah, so what good things has Kamala done that makes you vote for her? Because I haven't heard anything.
Wait,
she's
so
done.
Twin, you aren't gonna pay? You aren't gonna pay?
What do you mean? I never agreed to that, buddy.
Oh, okay. All right. But yo, W's for Laura in the comment section right now. Twin, that is
We just
ridiculous.
got a grand.
You actually did agree to that? But
No, that's not what happened.
Mm-hmm.
I was like, so you're not gonna.
I just want to let you know, Twin.
At first, you were like, oh no, I feel
Hey, Twin,
bad
I
taking
just want to inform you. I'm streaming this to YouTube right now, and I can play back the audio of you agreeing to it.
Well, no, that's cool, but you remember saying you literally said it yourself. Oh, I don't want to take money from you. I would feel bad, and so I was like, okay.
And then, and then you egged me on.
Like, okay,
I wasn't
you're not
gonna do
gonna
it.
accept it.
And then you were like, no, dude, come on, you're scared. And I was like, okay, I'll do it. Fuck it. And then we did it. And then you're like, oh, you won't be able to show it. Dude, that's so ridiculous. Why were you so confident then, and now you're not confident? What happened?
Well, I have a question. What do you think about the tax cuts, though? The Trump stuff.
Laura, thank you so much. Can you say thank you to Laura?
No, boo to Laura. Why did she do that?
Why? Why do you say that?
Horrible person, dude. She just sent $1,000 to this kid.
Wait, dude, she literally just paid your due, and you got mad
Right,
at her.
that's not a good thing. She just paid her due to this kid, dude. Why didn't she use it for a better cause?
Actually, wait, how dare you? Wait, well, hold up. You're the one who decided to bet that. Why didn't you decide to, instead of bet your money?
Well, that's different for me.
Do
because
it
I'll
for
give away
something better.
$1,000. She probably used like her retirement money on this kid.
Wait,
dude.
so you're saying that you would have never given the money? You were just
No, I would have, but I never agreed to it.
You did,
because you were scared to.
Do you want me to play back the audio of you agreeing to it? Tyrone, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much.
Yeah, I don't know, bro.
Really? How does it feel to be a liar? You're just like Donald Trump, a pathological liar.
Well, but what thing? I'll probably end up voting for Kamala next year if you give me a good stance on why you like her.
Okay, I got you. Because she has better policy comparative to Donald Trump, or any Democrat would have better policy comparative to Donald Trump because they advocate for healthcare policy, childcare policy, education policy, housing affordability policy, where Donald Trump wants to undermine, right, the facilities to pay for those types of things, like within his big, quote unquote, beautiful bill that gives massive tax breaks to millionaires and billionaires, right? That specific bill literally cuts Medicaid.
But
you're okay with that? You're okay with cutting healthcare for people who are low income?
No, I don't think it's okay.
Okay, so then why do you support Donald Trump even though his big, quote unquote, beautiful bill cuts Medicaid?
Wasn't it cheaper to get a house under him, and carbon emissions were lower under him?
You're saying under 2020 when everyone was staying at home because of the pandemic, not related to anything Donald Trump did. Donald Trump actually specifically pulled us out of the Paris Climate Accords, right, and didn't do any types of investments in renewable energies, whereas Biden had the largest investment in renewable energy ever through the Inflation Reduction Act, right, and put us back in the Paris Climate Accords, which Donald Trump again has pulled us out of again.
Okay. Yeah, I'll probably. Biden doesn't plan on running again, does he?
No, he has cancer.
Right. So, okay. So yeah, I might end up voting for her next time around. But
if she's the candidate, but any Democrat would be better than.
Oh, what's up, Dean?
Oh my gosh, Chance with the $100 on YouTube super chat for W Laura, huge W Laura. Thank you so much. I appreciate it, Chance.
God.
Can we get some W's for Chance in the comment section right now? Twin, can you say?
You guys gotta be kidding me, man.
Can you say W to Chance in the comments?
Chance, what are you doing, you loser?
Can you say W to Chance? What do you mean?
Dude.
Wait. Why are you?
I can't.
Wait, I have a question. Why is Chance a quote unquote loser?
Well, because I mean, he's just. Why is he paying you? Like, I mean, is there a good reason?
You should be. You owe me money.
No, I
You
don't.
literally owe me $1,000. I'm not
What are you
trolling. You
talking
literally
about?
owe me $1,000.
Bro, you are desperate.
What? I'm not.
Someone just gave you $1,000.
I'm just acknowledging the reality. You are twin right now. You are minus $1,000. What are you talking about?
Oh no, it's like I don't the fact that $100. Okay, that's whatever. But $1,000 for what? I'm like, what? Someone really took money out of their pockets and said that to you?
You
That's crazy, bro.
decided to make that bet and you lost, and now you can't pay up.
Sheesh.
Are you?
But,
Wait, I have a question, twin. Are you a man of your word?
Yeah.
Yeah, really?
But like,
really? So when you made that agreement with me that you would pay 1,000, right? If
no one made an agreement with you. Like,
you did,
that's what I'm trying to tell you.
Wait, okay. Do you want me to play it?
Do you not remember when you literally like scared to accept it, and then once you
Twin, do you want me to play the audio of you accepting it?
Bro, I'm trying to tell you the what's it called? Kamala. And I'm asking you why she's good and stuff. Or ask why is she good? And so you told me that. So I want you to tell me what you like about pro-choice. Like what so are you pro-choice all 9 months?
Chad, I would, but he's not going to change his mind. So twin, I am pro sentience.
Right, but are you pro-choice all 9 months?
Essentially, that my view is that like I think that you should. It's morally wrong after the point of sentience for lethal elective abortions, but lethal elective abortions aren't really happening. So,
right, so
practically any abortion that happens after the point of sentience would be
it's
out of medical necessity.
Right. So if it was out of medical necessity, you think that's okay?
Yeah, absolutely.
But what if
do you think it's okay?
Couldn't she just have a C-section?
Can you answer my question? Do you think it's okay?
Well, I'm not too sure if it's morally okay because I don't think that's the only option.
If it's the only option.
I mean, yeah, sure. I mean, the mother's life would be before the kid, I would think.
So they should be able to get access to abortion, or it's murder?
No, I think it's okay.
Okay. So, okay. So then, what are you questioning with me?
Like, but isn't there other way to save both of them, like C-section?
So at the point of viability, right, there would be there would be an induction of labor, but not always would there be the ability to do that, right? Especially after the point of sentience. But
yeah, so you're okay.
Do you know when viability is?
Yeah, I think it's 22 to 24 weeks, I think.
Okay. Where does pregnancy occur in the human body?
On the uterine lining.
Okay. I mean, you can.
I mean, unless you're talking about conception, I don't know what.
I'll give you that. I was referencing pregnancy. That's like the big.
Right.
That'd be like the beginning. That'd be like where.
Well, I got you. Then
happens.
you didn't expect me to know that, huh?
Well, the pregnancy doesn't just occur on the uterine lining, but I'm giving it to you.
What are you talking about?
I'm giving it to you. You knew more than plenty of others.
I appreciate it.
At least you didn't say the stomach.
Huh?
At least you didn't say the stomach.
Oh yeah. That's literally impossible. I don't know how a baby could survive inside the stomach, but yeah.
Or the lining.
Or on the stomach. Because it gets all the nutrients from the uterus, everything, and oxygen.
Okay.
Yes, sir. But I appreciate you informing me. I'll probably end up voting for Kamala around next time. I don't really know why I voted for Trump. I think it was just more out of like because my a lot of my family members did.
Okay. All right. Good. You changed your mind, man.
Appreciate it.
Okay, let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates. If you're on YouTube, do make sure to like the stream. It will help get it out to more people. I would really appreciate that. Let's get this next person up here real quick. Please, everyone, only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates. Please only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
20.
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
I did.
Why so?
So I really just want to talk about your tour. When's that shit happening again, Parker? Come
I'm
on.
not affiliated with anyone.
You're not affiliated with anyone on the tour? Are you guys?
Well, Dean
you?
and
You
my
and
other
Dean.
friends like Santana.
Listen, I love you guys so much. You and Dean need to go out there more and talk to people. Please go outside and talk to people more. Please.
I actually am gonna go out and do in-person debates and talk to people. But did you vote for Donald Trump?
No,
Oh,
I
okay.
fucking hate that guy.
Okay. I am just to keep people updated. I am gonna be, going out and talking to people in person. The issue right now is I gotta find people in person to talk to, and that relies on like events or things happening where I can find people. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello,
How old are you?
I'm 20.
Did you vote for Donald? Wait, what's your birth year?
What?
What's your birth year?
2005,
What month?
January.
Okay. I for some reason I don't believe you. I don't know if it's just I think that person was a fetus. Am I tripping? Yo, what's up? How old are you?
What's up, bro?
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
I'm from Europe.
Okay. All right, let's get this next person up here. Where's the mustache? I shaved it off. But I guess I could always bring it back. A lot of it's split in my comment section. Half the people are like mustache yes, half the people are like mustache no. All right, let's get this next person up here. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. Do tap that screen. Everyone's get to 500,000 likes here on TikTok. If you're on YouTube, do make sure to like the stream. Let's get to 1,000 likes on YouTube. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 21.
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
Yes, I did.
Why'd you do that?
Well, a lot of people have said that he's hiding behind religion to, like, I don't know, policies or something. Do you think that's true?
How old are you again?
21. I just woke up.
Do you have a UK accent? A British
Yeah,
accent?
my mom's Australian. Don't mind me.
Oh, Australian. Okay. All right. What time is it?
It's currently 8:41 for me. I'm in Australia.
I guess I should have asked if they voted, but yo, what's up? How old are you?
Jesus, I don't know, 31, 32.
Did you vote for
now?
Donald Trump?
I did.
Like that.
Mostly because I'll be honest, I'm not so politically oriented. It's more that like my family and that my community is oriented that way. But I do, so that's sort of like, but I do have a question for you, if you don't mind. I'm curious like, what you think, because I've seen your stuff, so I do know sort of like what you think about Trump historically. But I'm curious, like, let's say the last couple of months, kind of like the major events, Trump going to the Middle East, and Trump meeting with Zelensky, and Trump meeting with Carney. I'm curious now that he's like in the presidency and in these negotiations, like you're a very smart guy, so I'm just curious what you have pulled from the most recent few months and the major events, because I'm seeing like positive stuff, and I'm sure you have a different perspective on it, but I'm curious what you've seen like recently. I don't want to talk about sort of the historical things, which I'm sort of well aware of, just more like what you've seen in the last couple of months with him meeting with some of the major world leaders, and what you're seeing, because a lot of people are saying like, he's a great negotiator. He's making hard deals. I'm just curious, like, if you kind of agree with that, or if you see a different perspective of that.
I don't think he's a great negotiator. I don't think he's getting a lot of great deals. I think it's harming our relations with a lot of our allies and diminishing our like power and being able to say hold Russia accountable, for example. Like I think it's not good for international relations. I don't think there's really much we're getting out of it other than Trump's trying to just, get countries to, acknowledge whether or not they support him, essentially. Like he's just trying to get them to bend their knee. Push the hand out.
You don't think that it's possible? Like, you don't think that there are some? Like, is your perspective that anything that he does is generally bad, or are you looking at it sort of like context dependent, and each of these scenarios are geopolitical contexts?
Most of the time, it's going to be bad. But like everything is context dependent. There can be some things he advocates for that, like I'm like that's okay, but most of the shit he does is horrible. To be totally honest.
And what about his trip in the Middle East? Was there anything terrible there?
Well,
like an example of something.
Yeah, like for example, like I mean, I definitely don't agree with like his relations specifically with like Saudi Arabia and like the UAE, right? I think that like the UAE is like culpable in like along with the United States and like the genocide of people in Sudan. Also, like we can point to like the fact that his relations with Saudi Arabia, right, in which they committed a genocide in Yemen, he actually supported that, and he continues relations with them as he claims that it's just there's so much money or something. I think
What about with Canada?
He's destroyed relations with Canada within the context of the Republican Party engaging with Canada because Canadians think it's obviously absurd for like Canada to be annexed by the United States.
Interesting. All right, I appreciate it.
Okay. Like, how do you feel about Donald Trump having a meme coin where countries around the world can essentially funnel him money, right? Or getting a jet from Qatar?
The meme coin definitely sounds sketchy. I'm not sure. There are probably like rules about receiving gifts, and I'm not up to date on what legalities exist in that sense. But yeah.
Okay. All right. Is there anything else you want to add or talk about?
No, I mean not unless there's anything recently that you think that he did.
All right. Appreciate you coming up. Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates. All right, let's get this next person up here. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. Yo, what's up? How old are you? How old are you? Let's get this next person up here. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. Yo, what's up? Gabby, how old are you? All right, let's get this next person up here. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates, y'all. If you're on YouTube, do make sure to like the stream. It'll help get it out to more people. I'd really appreciate that. We're going to start getting some people up here. I'm trying to get people. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
18.
I don't believe you. Bro is 12. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yo, can you hear me?
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
I did vote for Donald Trump.
You did? Are you driving?
No.
I can barely hear you. Is there a way you can fix your mic?
Yeah.
Make sure to like the stream, everyone, on YouTube. It'll help get it out to more people. Try to get to 1,000 likes, everyone.
You can't hear me?
Totally driving. I'm sorry, what? totally driving. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. What's up, Scott? How you doing? How you doing? All right, let's get this next person up here. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yeah, I'm 20 years old.
You're how old?
20.
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
Mm-hmm.
Why do I piss you off?
I'm just joking. It pissed me off.
Okay. All right, let's get this next person up here. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yo, I'm 23.
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
Yes, sir.
Why so?
He's just, a bunch of laws and stuff like that I really like about him and all that.
Like what?
He just gets shit done, like immigrants and stuff.
What about immigrants?
I just don't want a bunch of legal people, coming in here.
Okay. So why do you consider them illegal? Why should they not be allowed to come into the country?
Well, I like immigrants coming in, but I don't like illegal immigrants coming in. I didn't mean to.
Why should they be considered illegal? Why shouldn't they be allowed to come in legally quickly?
Because if you're not a U.S. citizen, I don't think you should be in here.
Okay. Well, there are plenty of people who travel to the United States. Should they be allowed to be in the country?
Yeah.
They're not citizens.
Yeah, but they're tourists.
James, thank you for the $6.66. Well, then why can't it be the case that they have a process of immigration that goes quickly so that they can become a citizen? Even I just don't understand. Can you give me a reason?
Yeah.
That is.
Huh?
And that is, what's your reason?
You got to get your green card and shit.
Yeah, but you understand that the process right now takes way too long and should go quicker.
Yeah, but the process for us going into because I was about to move into Australia, and that process it would have took me I think 2.5 years to be a citizen there.
Yeah. Do you think it should take multiple years?
No, but that's just how it is in every country.
Okay, but if you don't think it should take multiple years, then why is it the case that you're claiming it should take multiple years here?
I didn't claim that.
Is someone whispering to you?
No.
Okay. So in
Yeah.
terms,
Well,
what's up?
I was just saying what were you about to say?
Okay. So in terms of immigration, right? Why don't you support mass amnesty of anyone who's in the country who's currently not committed a violent crime or a bad crime?
Wait, can you say that again? You cut out a little bit. Sorry.
Yeah. Why do you think that people who haven't committed violent crimes or bad crimes should be kicked out of the country if they've been in the country already?
Yeah, I don't agree on that one.
You think people who you think people who are in the country undocumented should be allowed to stay?
No.
Okay. Yeah. I just asked you. Okay. Is there a way you can fix the echo?
1 minute. Let me. That help any?
Let me see. I think it's better.
Okay. All right. My bad about that.
You're good. You're good. So, so again, in terms of immigration, you're saying what's bad about immigration is the economic impacts, or what do you think's bad about immigration?
Well, I don't think so. I don't think immigration's bad because we're a free country and we're all about that. But
so then, why should undocumented immigrants that have not committed violent crimes be deported?
All right. Well, immigration can affect the economy in several ways. For example, it can increase the labor supply, which can potentially lower wages for some workers. Immigrants also consume goods and services.
Wait, so you say they lower wages? Can you give me any evidence that if they were considered legal immigrants, that they would lower wages?
You got to think. Illegal immigrants. They come work for our construction site.
If you give them legal status, then they wouldn't be doing that, right?
No. Just really.
So then give them legal
a bunch
status.
Of people. All right, legal status. All right, you come in here, you work for a construction site, and
mass amnesty.
If you got a,
we should do mass amnesty. Anyone who's in the country who has not committed a violent crime or bad crime should be given a pathway to citizenship. That's quick.
All right, can I finish reading this? All right.
Reading this? He left. Did he have like a script or something? All right. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates. If you're on YouTube, make sure to like the stream if you're on YouTube. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Oh, I'm 18.
No, you're not.
Oh,
James, thank you for the $6.66. Luca, thank you for the $1. Thank you. All right, let's get this next person up here. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hey, what's up, man? I'm 18. How you doing?
What's your birth year?
May of 2007.
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
I wasn't allowed to, but I'm 18 now.
Okay, do you support Donald Trump?
Yeah, I do.
Why?
Well, there's a multitude of reasons, but I mean, I can talk about abortion, but I think I'll talk about the topic that's on everybody's minds lately, which is immigration.
Okay. Like what about it?
Well, I mean, if you want to debate about that, we could. I want to say my stance is that I don't totally agree with Trump, but I did prefer his policies over Kamala. My stance
Why
on
so?
it is that if you, what?
Why so? Why do you prefer his policies?
Oh, let me just finish saying my thing. My stance is a little bit more different. I think if you came into the country illegally, and you are currently an illegal citizen and you haven't committed a violent crime, you should pay a fine and then be able to have a pathway to citizenship.
What should the
I
fine be?
prefer his policy. What?
What should the fine be?
I would say $1,000 per person that came into the country.
If they can't pay the $1,000, what should happen to them?
Well, then they should be deported. But I think it's a better. But I think it's a more reasonable stance of just saying.
Why $1,000? What does $1,000 do for you?
I think it's a fair amount, especially when you think about the amount of undocumented migrants that came into the country. That could produce a lot of money for our government.
But you understand that that's not like a mechanism you'd like to. By making them legal citizens, they'll pay more in taxes. What the hell? Why did this random person just join?
wait, you're on.
Hello?
Hello.
Yeah, did you vote for Donald Trump?
Oh,
No.
you guys just forgot I was here.
No, you didn't.
No, he's still there. Go ahead, finish. He's just trying to say they came in illegally. They should not be here and overstaying. And come in legally like everybody else in the rest of the world. Yeah, everything should follow the laws of the land and come in legally. I know it's a long process, but it's not fair for the rest. To not be able to come in as easy as the ones who are just the neighboring countries.
How old are you again?
Old enough. In my 20s, older than 20s. So, does it matter?
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was just making sure. So,
Okay.
In terms of undocumented immigrants who are in the country, do you think they should be deported, regardless of if it is regardless of the case of whether or not they are violent criminals or not?
Yes, of course. I mean, they should they overstayed and it should go back. Yeah, to which they came. So they are here illegally, and that's just plain and simple. It's a fact they're here illegally. So they overstayed. They're welcome. So I mean, do it all right and legally like the rest of the world. I mean, why should it be different for anybody else?
Okay. So you're saying you should do it legally, right? Okay, sure. Right?
Legally.
But you would agree
That's the
that
law.
that should be under a process where what's legal makes sense, right? If
Yes,
it is
sir.
the case that the law is unjustified, well then you wouldn't say you have to abide by the law, correct?
Law's unjustified.
Yeah, if you think
The law is the law.
Yeah, if you think it takes too long to get into the country
Right.
legally, then it would be ridiculous. Then you wouldn't say that you have to abide by that law, right?
No, that would be incorrect. I mean, however long the process is, everything's a process. However long you gotta wait.
So to clarify, the process took 90 years. You're saying it would be unjustified for someone to not follow that process.
Well, if the process was 90 years, that's a different story, and it's not 90 years. Maybe 15 years, possibly. So
on average, it's around 5 through 7. So the point that I would then acknowledge is that, right, that's way too long, right? And I was at least trying to establish, when I say 90 years, I'm trying to establish that at like some degree, right?
Right.
You would then be like,
a long wait.
okay, that's too much of a wait where like it doesn't make sense to abide by the law. Okay, so that's kind of like what I'm saying here when it's 5 to 7 years on average. It's too long. I don't think someone should have to wait, given that they meet my set of criteria, right? So like anyone who's already in the country who has not committed a violent crime or a bad crime, right? We should give them a pathway to citizenship, right? So that they can quickly become a U.S. citizen, so that they would feel incentivized to say if they saw a crime, come and be a witness, right? So that they can make more money, so that they're not being exploited, so that they can pay taxes, right? All of those things would happen, right? Given that they are given a pathway to citizenship, and I think that's an inevitably better outcome.
Right, because they're here already, is what you're saying. So therefore, give them a better pathway since they're here already. And they shouldn't have been here as long as they have. You'll give them a pathway to citizenship sooner. So would it be fair for everybody else in the world who's like at a greater distance, who couldn't make it like they did illegally, for them to wait and not have that same pathway, and just for them? So wouldn't everybody else go and do the same thing?
So why can't I simultaneously, while advocating for that, also be like, we need to make the normal legal process faster?
Yes, I agree.
Why can't I say both?
Why so long?
Why can't I say both?
Like I say both, like what you were saying earlier, that, they should, because they're here already illegally, they shouldn't just get deported right away because they're law-abiding citizens, they're no criminals, so it's okay. Make a quicker pathway for them to gain access to citizenship.
Yeah, and make the citizenship process a lot quicker for immigration and typical. Why can't we do both?
Well, yeah, why not? I mean, I can concur. I can concur and agree with you on that. I mean, they're here already. I mean, they shouldn't have been, and they did break the law. But I mean, they are here and they've been paying taxes and they've been here long enough, being a good citizen and not causing any problems or harm, to the American country.
Yeah, like the only reason we want an immigration process is to like restrict, say, people who are violent criminals from coming to the country, or people who have committed bad crimes. Other than that, I don't really see like a reason outside of like maybe you could say vaccination. Like,
for those who are willing to take it and who believe and agree with vaccinations, yeah. I mean, it's an epidemic going on, and yeah, I mean, to each his own. It's up to them, and their knowledge on health and what they feel is right and agrees with their body and their chemistry.
Their body, their choice, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. So, like, are you pro-life?
Yeah, pro-life. Yeah, I don't believe in abortion and nothing like that. Yeah.
Yeah. So their body, their choice, just not when it comes to women.
Oh, well, now we're going to get into that. Well,
sure.
That's not what I called for, but yeah, that's how I joined.
I kind of got cut off.
Yeah, women, their choice, their life. You agree to disagree. If they want to go and do that, who is the judge?
Is there a way you can get out of the tornado?
Oh no, I just had to go outside. And my kids came back from the store and they're being kind of loud. There's no tornado, but here, let me try and block the wind here. There you go. Let me see. Does that sound better?
Is there like a wall you could stand behind, maybe?
Yeah, I'm standing by a wall right now. Is it still pretty windy? I'm sorry.
A bit, yeah.
Where's bro at?
Yeah, bro's in the middle of a tornado. That's what it is. But yeah, Red, go for it.
Yeah. So I mean, do you want to just continue where we left off?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. So the reason why I believe in a fine would be more reasonable is because I think we can both agree that undocumented immigration is a bad thing, right? And I think that if the government can show that it has taken action on this, then I think that would be a great thing. It's a much more reasonable thing than deportations or mass amnesty, I believe. I think it's a good in between that would benefit our country. They would be able to become tax-paying citizens, and it could show that the government took action. That's why I personally believe, in my opinion.
Okay, so but what does making them pay $1,000 do for them, or do for anyone in the country?
It shows that the government took action on immigration.
The government can take action without requiring them to pay the fine.
Okay, like what?
Again, you just give them a pathway to citizenship without requiring them to pay a fine, because we will acknowledge that it was an unjustified law. Why would we make someone pay a penalty for an unjustified law? Why would you make people pay penalties for an unjustifiable law?
Well, no, hang on. I mean, you could say an unjustifiable law is obviously. Hang on.
Okay, all right. Tickle, come back
I'm
in.
a type 1 diabetic. My Omnipod just expired.
You're
Hold
you're
on.
you're totally fine. Don't worry. You're totally fine. Don't worry. Tickle, you can come back if you're not in the middle of a tornado currently. Kim, thank you for the $5. Thank you, Desi. I really appreciate the $5 twice. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. I will actually ask them that. Elena, thank you so much. I appreciate the $5. Thank you so much. I am.
Yeah, I'm no tornado. I'm here. Yeah, he was first. Excuse me. I don't mean to butt in, but yeah, I finished with him, and yeah, I'm in no tornado. God forbid, people suffer from tornadoes. It's a scary thing. It's just a little windy. That's all.
Oh yeah, no, I grew up in Iowa and we had tornadoes.
Oh, I'm sorry. Thank God you're alive. He kept you safe.
Yeah,
you
yeah,
and your
yeah.
friends.
I was just
Live long
making
and prosper.
making a joke because it's windy.
Right. It's funny. It's funny. I love the humor. Respect. Nothing but respect here.
Yeah. All right, so then you want to go back to what you were saying?
Oh yeah, sure. Like women, men, whatever you want, be labeled as. I mean, each his own. Like nobody should judge anybody. It's their body, their life. So if they have whatever their reason, I mean, who are we to judge? We may not like it. Same with their sexuality. As long as they don't pose it and press it on me and force it upon me. I mean, live as you may. You're not hurting nobody, not hurting the world. So live life to the fullest. That's all. If you want to.
I have a
Do what
question.
you want to
Do
do.
you think
Yeah.
the LGBTQ plus community is pushing their sexuality on children?
Oh, well, yeah. Well, I hear transgender coming into schools, little children, talking about like sexual things, explicit things, like, and yeah, I mean, having them confused about their sexuality.
Where did this happen?
Talk about books. Yeah, reading these weird books. Yeah.
Where
yeah,
did this happen?
Yeah, I don't know all the where exactly where it happened, but yeah, in several other states, not where I'm. So
You
not where I'm at.
not where you're from. Where'd you hear this from?
Yeah. So why are we going into that now? So I was just basically just wanted to.
I'm just
asking. That's all
is it? Are you able to answer the question? Where did you hear this from?
Social media, the news, all platforms, all the news, platforms, yeah.
What news? What news?
Testosterone.
What news?
The Testosterone, the book you were reading.
Oh, what?
The book he was just reading. The Testosterone.
Testosterone. I don't know those books. I don't know that.
The book he was just reading.
Yeah, it's like
What?
it has an encyclopedia of every fact ever written.
So you ask because what you're all for LBGT, that's fine. So yeah, I'm not here to, I'm not talking about like them. I don't agree with that and the lifestyle, and that's
you
me.
said it's being you said it's being pushed on it. I don't think that being gay is
Oh
a
yeah,
life. I just want to let you know being gay is not a lifestyle, right? It's a sexuality.
It depends. I don't know what you're
It
born with.
depends.
I don't know.
I'm
You could
confused.
be-
Did you choose your sexuality?
I was born a male, so yeah, that's
not a sexuality.
So
I'm asking, did you choose your sexuality?
So you were talking about Trump immigrants, and now you're going into that. So
Yeah,
you can go back to the other guys.
I'm asking you. I'm asking. Did you choose your sexuality?
Did I choose? God chose my sexuality. I was born. Yeah, with no.
God chose your sexuality.
Yeah. Yeah, I was born.
Okay, so to clarify,
male.
God chose people. God chose people to be gay. Then, right?
People feel what they feel. So I mean, if they feel gay, if they want to love the same sex, that's them. That's so. Like I said, who's there to judge? Don't leave God and religion out of it. So if they want to,
then you think it's not a choice, right?
It's not a choice. Yeah, for a lot of people, it's not. Some it is. Some people depends on what they experience and what they went through in life that changed their.
Who is it a choice for?
I don't know. Whoever else that those people may be. So I can't say. I can't speak for them, and you know that. So what are you trying to do? What you trying to do here?
I'm just clarifying that like we don't choose sexuality. Sexuality is something that is like ingrained into people, right? They don't choose it. It's just a desire that they have.
Sure.
So then like I'm confused.
There's hermaphrodites. There's people, you know. There's all.
You're
there's
referencing
different-
people who are intersex. I prefer to use the terminology intersex.
Intersex. sorry,
But that's not
intersex.
relating to sexuality.
Okay, but yeah, it is what it is. So whatever they may be, like I said, they're not hurting nobody, and there's loving, and we need more love, and that's fine. I mean, I'm not here to judge. So
okay.
yeah.
Okay. All right. Well, then here'd be my question, right? Given that you think it's being quote unquote pushed down onto children, right?
Here be my question. This is kind of crazy.
Here would be my question.
Sorry. I'm sorry. Okay.
Yeah. Well, what's wrong with that?
Nothing. It just gave off like unk vibes. Not gonna lie.
You got some more to say? You want to add to it? Go ahead, buddy.
I'm sorry. My bad.
No, it's okay. Don't be sorry. Everyone has, you know, their opinions.
Okay. All right. The tornado made a good point. Can either of you give me like an economic policy that Donald Trump influenced to get passed that you like?
No, I honestly, I disagreed with the tariffs.
So you can't give me a single policy of Trump's that you like?
No, I'm not too. I'm honestly, I'm going to be honest with you. I'm not too that educated on economic policy. I'm kind of new to politics.
Okay. All right. Well, would you vote for a candidate that was held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman?
No.
Donald Trump.
I didn't vote for anybody in this election, by the way.
Donald Trump was held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman, so you clearly wouldn't support him, right?
Well, I mean, he wouldn't have been my nominee.
So you wouldn't support him anymore?
I mean, he's not my nominee. He wouldn't have been my guy if I could have voted.
So you don't support him anymore?
I mean, I would have to look more into that. I don't think it's as simple as that. You've seen people like Matt Arezia, Sean Oakman, who have been accused, and you know, it's. I bet you if I look more into it, maybe I could get more educated on it. But it's tough for me to just say, "Oh, I heard this about him, so I'm just gonna," you know.
He was held civilly liable. He was held civilly liable unanimously amongst a jury of 9 people. If a jury makes a decision unanimously that someone sexually abused another person, you would believe it typically, right?
Well, I mean, what about criminally?
What?
What? I mean, was he criminally convicted?
The only reason it wasn't criminal is because of statute of limitations.
Okay. I mean, also O.J. Simpson was convicted, not guilty. That doesn't mean I don't believe him. You know, sometimes in these big cases, jury's allowed to be wrong. I'm just saying, listen, I'm not saying whether he's guilty or not. I just don't know enough about this situation to make an accurate assessment.
Yeah, but the jury's not typically wrong, especially amongst a unanimous decision.
I mean, it's just hard for me to just go out and say automatically, "Oh, that guy's guilty of doing something." It's just I feel like I need.
Well,
to,
I'll ask you this question.
I promise you, I'll look into it.
Can I ask you a question then? Someone who's held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman, would you let them legally immigrate into the country?
Would I let them legally immigrate into the country?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, they're held civilly liable. What is honestly? I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't know what civilly liable. I'm not fully educated on civilly liable, the definition of it.
Yeah. So do you know what a civil court is?
Yes, I think it's. I'm pretty sure it's like about money, right? Not like criminally, really.
Yeah. In some circumstances, for civil cases in New York, because the statute of limitations on criminal cases has run out, they will try like sexual abuse cases in a civil court rather than a criminal court. So it's just a different type of court process. It's still a court process with a jury.
I mean, Parker, I really got to be honest with you here. I don't know the exact. Listen, I'm not, you know.
I'm asking, like, would you let them legally immigrate into the country if they were held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman?
Well, I mean, if you go through the immigration process and the immigration officer would say, "No, hang on, you were held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman," and if I were the immigration officer, I would say no.
So you wouldn't let them legally immigrate into the country? So if it's enough reason to not let someone legally immigrate here, well, then shouldn't it be enough reason to not let someone be president?
Honestly, I mean, I gotta tell you, I don't know the full. I mean, I would have wanted Trump to be in office anyway. he wasn't my. I don't think he would have been my proper Republican candidate. You know, he's not like a typical Republican where he's like. I think you can even agree on this, where he'll go back at other Republicans. He went back at Marco Rubio, DeSantis. You know, it's just that's Ted Cruz. Like, I don't know if I could like, and I wouldn't have supported him anyway.
So you don't support him anymore?
I mean, as the Republican nominee, yes. As a no, hang on, wait. Let me rephrase. As a Republican nominee, no. And the presidential nominee, yes, because I think he was the best candidate
over Kamala Harris.
But do you want to go back to our debate about immigration?
Why was he better than Kamala Harris?
I think he was. I didn't like Kamala Harris's pro-choice stand. What?
You have something wrong with her pro-choice stance?
Yeah, and I also I didn't really like her immigration policy. I know that she was in charge of running the border, and I didn't like how she handled it. I think if she were to run the country that way, I don't think it would go too well.
Did you know her pro-choice stance that you're referencing? Right? Are you a Christian?
Yeah, I am a Christian.
Do you think that church and state should be separated?
Yes.
Then how is it incompatible with your view?
Well, no, hang on, because I believe in a scientific reason for not aborting a fetus.
You believe in a scientific reason for not aborting a what?
A fetus.
What's the scientific reason?
Because I believe human development starts at a certain period. Even if you look at somebody who's like 15 or 16 or who's still in the process of human development, I think no matter what stage you are in, once you've started human development, your life is worthy of protection.
When does human development under your view start?
Conception.
Okay. So do you think women who have IUDs are murderers?
No, I do not think women who have IUDs are murderers.
But not only can an IUD prevent fertilization, but it can also prevent implantation, preventing a fertilized egg at conception from implanting into the uterine wall. Given that that's
yes,
the case,
I'm aware of this. It is
wouldn't
not the
women who have
intention.
IUDs be murderers?
No, yes, no, they would not, because it happens in very small percent chances. I think it's less than 1% chance. That's like saying, okay, you went driving and and with your son in the backseat of a car.
No, wait, where did you see that it was less than 1%?
I'm pretty sure I looked it up on Google, but I mean, I'm pretty sure it's that. But the intention of an IUD is not to murder a zygote. The intention of an IUD is to
Given
prevent
that you know it's
implantation.
an outcome, say there was a 5% likelihood, right? Say there was a 3% likelihood, right? Do you think that it would be the case that in that instance that it would be considered murder?
No, because it is not the intention of the mother to murder the zygote. It's to prevent the implantation.
Okay, so if I place a mine on a door at an elementary school, and that mine specifically was so that like kids would like think it's cool, right? That was the intention, but it had a 3% chance of blowing up and killing a kid if a kid came within a foot of it. Would you?
I think that's an incorrect hypothetical because the purpose of the mine is to kill.
No, it was so that they would think it would look cool.
Yes, but the purpose of the thing is to kill. And so let's just relate that. Let's relate your example of an IUD to a mine. Okay. Let's just say this: you place the IUD because you think it's cool in your hypothetical scenario. The purpose of the IUD is to prevent implantation. However, the purpose of the mine is to kill. I would think a better example.
Would you like me to use? Would you like me to?
Can I just? Do you mind if I just finish this real quick?
How about this? How about this? A gas tank.
But just please hang on.
I use a gas
Just
tank
can I
that has
finish?
a greater likelihood
Okay.
of blowing up. It has a 3% likelihood of blowing up, and I decide to use that gas tank. Should I in that circumstance be like held liable for murder?
So can you rephrase the question?
Should I be held liable for murder given that it is the case that the gas
No, I didn't
tank
hear the
that
full thing because you interrupted me midway through, but
I
it's fine.
understand. Matt, I thank you for the description because I'm clarifying based upon what you said. You said that it wasn't a good enough hypothetical. I'll give you a different hypothetical that meets the same criteria. Is that fine, or do you not want to hear it?
No, I just didn't hear the full thing because you cut me off earlier, but it's okay.
So you're okay with hearing it?
Yes. Yes. Go.
Okay, so if I'm using a gas tank, right, that has a higher likelihood of blowing up, right, in that circumstance, if if I use that gas tank, say as a 3% likelihood of blowing up, and it does blow up and kill someone, right? Should I be held liable?
What was your intention with the gas tank?
Use it for my car.
To use it for your car and it blows somebody else up.
Mm-hmm.
So in this hypothetical scenario, I guess somebody took your car, but
someone was just standing near my car.
No, I do not think you should be held liable.
Why not?
Because that wasn't your intention with it. Okay, IUDs there's a notice that there's a risk, which is here. I'll go back to my scenario, which I was trying to.
But I knew that I had a higher likelihood of killing someone.
Hang on, can I just mind if I just please speak?
I will. I just wanted to clarify that point.
Okay, I think that the perfect hypothetical is this: you buy a car, right, and the car salesman tells you, "Hey, there's a 3% chance you're driving on the road, that a car comes in and hits you. Just know that when you go driving." And they're like, "Oh, okay," and they die. I don't think it's anybody's fault in that situation. It's a terrible thing that happened, but it's more of it wasn't the intention of the driver or the person selling the car that that scenario. I think that's a perfect example of an IUD usage. If you want to head into other things, I mean, I'm down to go there. I'd like to continue talking about immigration because I've been learning more about that with the upcoming news.
No.
What are you shaking your head about?
No, so I don't think that was a good analogy at all. That was pretty nonsense. But here, let me.
Really?
Yeah, let me not for your perspective. When it comes to the IUD, I don't think what you're understanding with the IUD is that if we were to apply it to the circumstance with the gas tank, right, it would be able to be applicable, and we would consider that to hold someone liable because it has an extraordinarily likelihood, right, of doing this, and they know that it's a possible outcome of this, right? Given that they know that it's a possible outcome and that they know that it is extensively more likely to hurt someone, right? That's why we would say that there's some level of liability applied.
So you're giving me the legal reasoning to this, right?
I'm giving you the reasoning that you would apply in a typical moral set of circumstances. It doesn't have to even be applied legally. I'm saying that we give them responsibility, given that this is the case.
Okay, well, I mean, so you're saying that because in the law it says that in this hypothetical scenario that would be a crime if you know that there is a chance of death.
If you know that there's a extraordinarily high likelihood of death, given this.
Well, hang on.
That's a great hold up. Listen, given that you know that there's an extraordinarily high likelihood comparative to other sorts of things, right? It is the case that yes, you would be held liable in that type of circumstance.
Okay, well, define extraordinarily high.
I said comparative to other sort of gas tanks. So other gas tanks in this circumstance wouldn't likely cause that. Or for example, if I'm talking about for contraceptives, other contraceptives wouldn't necessarily cause this percentage chance of killing a zygote.
Well, the reason why
that's why I would think under your view it would still hold in terms of responsibility.
Well, I think the reason why it's legal right now for if you had an IUD and there was a chance that it would that they would kill a zygote, right? That legally, right, you would not be held responsible because abortion is legal in most states. But I think that in my worldview,
I'm talking about liability, responsibility from our moral perspective. So go for it.
Okay, well, I don't think that I think that if abortion was legal, I do not think that you could give the case of an IUD that it would be considered murder.
I'm not talking about under the context of it being legal. I'm talking about under your worldview.
Under my worldview, it is not because this is not their intention. Okay. Well, so you asked under my worldview.
So, for example, so let me clarify. If a woman gets an abortion, but her intention was just to terminate the pregnancy, and something that came about because of that was the lethality of it, but they didn't want the lethality to occur, would they be held liable for it?
So wait, they want to terminate the pregnancy.
They want to terminate the pregnancy, but when they terminate the pregnancy, it inevitably will yield that the embryo will die, but they didn't want that to happen.
Okay, well, no, that's a different thing. So what would ideally happen in that situation in your scenario is that a doctor would tell them, hey, this is the termination of the fetus. right? So that's a very weird scenario that I'm getting right now, that she would want to terminate the pregnancy and somehow think that would not terminate the zygote or the fetus. Are
Wait,
you
wait, wait,
talking
wait.
about
They're
cesarean
not. They're not
section?
claiming that they don't think that would happen. They're claiming that they didn't want that to happen. That wasn't their intent.
That wasn't their intent.
Their intent when they got the abortion was just to terminate the pregnancy, not to kill it.
So,
Do you see it? I'm using your own reasoning. Do you
No,
see
but
how
this
this is
is-
ridiculous?
No, I mean, no, I don't see how my stance is ridiculous. I see how the question is ridiculous. The question that you're telling me is that they did not know that in any that terminating the pregnancy wouldn't mean that killing the fetus, unless you're talking about a cesarean section. Where'd you go?
So you're saying
Chat,
because
you
it's
got-
more likely that it would happen that there would be lethality?
Excuse me, rephrase?
Are you saying because of a greater chance of lethality?
Well, okay, yes.
So you're saying, what point of lethality is it enough?
So in what context?
At what
In
point of
IUD
lethality is it
and-
enough in order for a liability to be there?
I would say at least over 25%.
Okay, so if there's 24% likelihood that someone is going to die, given that you engage in an action, you don't think you should be held liable for it?
What is the action?
It doesn't matter.
I mean, okay, is the person willingly going into it? Like, I'm not getting the question. Like, if I ask my friend to go motorcycle riding and he knows
If I shot a gun at a gun range, knowing that there was a 24% likelihood that it would go through the posted wall, right, and it would hit some random person on the street, would I be held liable for it if that happens?
Well, I mean, since it's a ridiculous question, I'm going to give you a ridiculous answer that it would be the fault of the owner of the gun range.
I'm asking you if I would be held liable, right? Let's say I'm the owner of the gun range.
Okay.
And I shoot it.
Okay.
Should I be held liable?
Should you be held liable? Yes. Because you knew that there was a really great chance that could happen. I do not see an IUD as a great chance.
So what chance?
of death.
What's the probabilistic level in which you would say then it applies?
I would say like 24, 25%.
Okay, how about 23%?
Well, there's a 23. So, okay, in your hypothetical scenario, a new coded IUD that's like has a 25%, that has like a 23% chance of killing a zygote, right?
I'm giving you a 23% chance. And in this scenario, do you think that's enough?
In what scenario?
Hell,
An
let's say
IUD?
it's 15. You shoot the gun. And it goes through the wall and it hits someone on the street. So there's a 15% chance.
I don't think.
Is that enough?
I mean, it's really the responsibility of the owner of the gun store to make sure that their walls are properly suited.
Okay, so then 23% is too much. 22%.
I mean, again, if you're going by this logic, it's the responsibility.
How about 5%? Let's say 5% likely.
Can I ask you where you're going with this already?
I'm trying to see where you draw this line, and I'm trying to demonstrate to you that you're typically in these circumstances, even with a few percentage points, going to say that you still hold the liability. So let's say 5%. Say that you shoot the gun, it goes through the wall at a 5% likelihood and hits someone on the street. Do you think that you should be held
The
liable?
gun owner should be held responsible for their walls being
Great.
walls being properly suited and owning a business.
Great. What about 2%?
But I'd still like to.
What about a
treat- but I
what
mean,
about a 2% likelihood?
that 2% likelihood?
Yeah.
Well, okay, in this hypothetical scenario, since you're giving me ridiculous scenarios, I believe that since they thought their walls were properly suited, then yes, that they would not be held liable for any damages.
So they knew that there was a 2% likelihood that if they shot this gun, it would kill someone. They decided to do it, and you don't hold any liability.
Yes, I do. I do not think that they would hold liability for their walls because it was not their intention in this scenario. It would be a terrible thing.
But
to
it was their
happen.
intention
But
at
if they-
5%.
I mean, like if you're going by like percents here, you know, at some point there's a cutoff. Like, okay, if he's using fucking cardboard boxes as his walls, then yeah, dude,
Wait,
you're gonna be
red.
held responsible.
I totally agree. At some point, there's a cutoff, but it's gonna be well below 1%. Well below.
Honestly,
1%.
I would say the cutoff would be.
And
honestly,
when I
like,
say it's going to be well below 1%, well, then it's still going to be within the context of where the IUD is.
I mean, I would say the cutoff would be like 10%. But why are we going to sit here and
Okay,
debate?
9%. So okay, well then you just.
But then hang on.
If it was
Can I
9%,
just say-
if
can I
you
just say
shot the
this one?
gun and there was a 9% likelihood it would murder someone, right? You would think that you have liability for it. Come on.
No, I mean, in what context? Am I just shooting into an open field here?
Harrison,
where there's like
what's your name on
pedestrians walking
TikTok,
around?
Harrison? Sorry, what's up?
Okay, hang on. The point of them trying to make is that an IUD has a specific set of chance. Well, I mean, while it can differ, but going in, you know that there's 99% of the time that there is a 3% chance that it will kill a zygote, right?
So
I
you
do not
think for
that-
every
I do not-
100 bullets that if one of them went through the wall, you'd be okay with that?
I don't understand the relevance of the question.
The
And how it
relevance of the
relates to this
question is to
scenario.
show that, like, even in that circumstance, you would be held liable because you could have done plenty of other things to reduce the likelihood of.
So is this how
Or
this
way less.
relates to the IUD? Is the woman just a fucking cum dump that like a
What
100
the fuck
shots
is
have
wrong
been-
with you? What the hell is wrong with you? I'm giving a comparison of liability in terms of the percentage likelihood of it murdering someone, right? To say that if it was literally like less than 1%, that we would still hold liability. The fact that you just referred to a woman that way is honestly fucking weird and gross as fuck. Are you okay?
I was not the one that referred to it. You're the one that said 100
Yes, you
shots.
did.
I assume that the way
Yes,
that
you
that
did.
relayed to this scenario. Hang on, I'm assuming that the one that relayed to the scenario was that a woman was engaging in intercourse with an IUD 100 times.
No, I'm giving you. Are you using your brain? I'm showing you a probability, right? If it's 3%, meaning 3 out of every 100. So if we're talking about a gun range, right? If you were to shoot 100 bullets, right, 3 going through the wall and killing people would be crazy, right? We would totally hold liability. Jeez, bro, like this guy is. Are you okay? Fucking weird.
But you're giving me like 30 different ridiculous scenarios. You just expect me to.
I'm just gonna kick him. It was really not a complicated question, but that was just so weird, bro. All right, let's get this next person up here. All right, let's get this next person up here. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello.
How old are you?
Can you hear me?
How old are you?
24?
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
Yes.
Why so?
Why so? Well, because I understand all the points that you make against him, which is they're all true. I just don't want my 2-year-old son learning all about the all that LGBTQ stuff.
What about that?
Well, let me just give you a quick scenario. The other day, my son was watching Coco Melon, and there was an episode where it was the two trans parents, or not trans parents, it was two fathers that were gay, right?
Okay. What's wrong with that?
Why?
Hey.
My question is no, I'm not really trying to debate. My question is, why do you support a 2-year-old watching that stuff?
I have no issue with that, and I actually think that's based because I think that it's totally fine if there's if a mom and a dad shown. So then
So
why
you
would
think
there be an
it's-
issue with a dad and a dad or a mom and a mom shown? Or why are you so like fragile that like it's wrong to show loving parents?
Well, no, I'm not. Well, this is the thing. The thing is, and it's not really coming from a religious background. I just believe that we should all be raised to love, the opposite gender and marry them and have kids with them and not try to
Why?
learn at a young age to
Wait, why do you think people should be with the opposite gender?
well, I procreation, pretty much. That's it.
Wait, but you can procreate without being in a relationship with the opposite gender, as you can also procreate even if your partner is not fertile because of IVF.
Okay, I hear you. No, that's a good point. That's a good point. But what about the fact that like a 2-year-old isn't really that, does babies don't form
Can I ask you a
consciousness.
question?
Hold on. Babies don't form conscious till they're like 4 years old. Why do they have to be? Why does this stuff have to be like this left wing propaganda have to be shoved down a 2-year-old's conscience?
Actually, it's not propaganda, right? It's literally just reality. You're trying to shove right-wing propaganda when you wanted to make it only straight
No.
parents.
I'm not shoving.
Listen.
anything.
Yeah, you are. You're trying to shove down the kids' mouths, right, and down the kids' eyes, right? Straight propaganda, right? To that there's only straight parents, right? And we're just trying to be like, yo, let's just show them that there's also gay parents, and there's nothing wrong with that. It's totally normal. It's totally okay. There's nothing wrong with showing gay parents. Well, you think the 2-year-old's gonna see gay parents and be like, dude, now I'm gay? Like,
Yeah, but no. My
dude,
question is,
what are
why
you
do
scared
you?
about, bro?
I hear you. I hear you. My question is, why though? Why are they trying to show 2-year-olds this type of material when they don't even understand it?
Because gay parents, gay loving parents, should be something that's considered normal in our society.
Okay, so you think that a 2-year-old should start learning that?
I think
As soon
that
as possible.
I think that's important within all aspects of society, including cartoons.
Okay.
Representation of gay parents is incredibly important to me, and acknowledging that, because that's going to be very important for like me teaching my children. Am I going to not talk about the fact that my sister has, right, a girlfriend, or at that point maybe a wife? Am I just going to ignore that reality? Am I not going to teach my children about that? No, I would love a society that teaches children about that and makes that more normalized, so that my sister, right, is not treated that way in society. I think that's an insane thing, right?
Right.
For
I hear you.
for you to say that, like, right, the relationship that my sister's in shouldn't be considered normal if she's to have children in that relationship. I think that should be considered normal. I don't think that should be stigmatized, and I think that should be represented within all aspects of society. There is absolutely nothing wrong with that. And the fact that you see something wrong with that, I think, is just a byproduct of religion, bigotry, and hate that's been passed down generation over generation over generation. And
No,
you have
I wouldn't consider it
no
hate.
real reason to hold to.
Okay, and then my last question is, like I said, I'm not really trying to debate. I'm just trying to understand. My last question is, are you okay with, let's say, a 12-year-old?
Maybe
12-year-old.
maybe you should take care of the baby.
No, we're just chilling right here eating, and I'm watching your live. Yeah, would you be okay with a 13-year-old undergoing a gender surgery?
Maybe you should
Like
go.
wanting to-
Would you be okay with neglecting children?
No, I mean, we
Bro,
don't have to
go-
be
go-
we don't have to be disrespectful.
I'm not being
I'm just-
disrespectful. I'm just saying, like, go take care of your kid, bro. It's totally fine. You can go help out.
We're chilling. We're chilling here. We're just
I'm
we're
giving you.
just
I just gave you the ability to go help your kid. All you have to do is go meet your mic, go help your kid. Once that's done, you can come back and finish the conversation with me. Is that very
Okay, I understand you're not trying to hear a baby cry. I understand that. All right, well
it's not just that I don't want to hear the baby cry. It's that I want you to, like, not neglect your responsibilities as a parent. I want you to address that and, like, help out real quick, and then you can come back, and it's totally fine. Like, I'm giving you the ability to go do that and still continue this conversation.
No, yeah, I understand. He's not crying anymore. We're, like I said, he's just a baby. He just wanted his toy. Take care of it. I just want to talk to you. I want to ask you about the gender surgery. Are you okay with a 13-year-old? Pretty much. I don't want to say it, but cutting off his balls.
No one's getting gender reassignment surgery at 13 years old.
Oh, so I'm being fed fake information?
Yes,
Is my algorithm?
Absolutely. Yeah, where'd you get that information from?
Well, I'm not afraid to admit my algorithm is pretty, like, very right wing. And sometimes the stuff I be reading about, like, left wings, is you guys you guys believe that it's okay that a 13-year-old should, behind their parents' back, undergo gender affirming surgery.
So no one said that. All right, minors are going to be engaging in gender reassignment surgery. That's
I said affirming. My bad.
That's not what we're referencing. Now, in
Alright.
terms of puberty blockers and in terms of like hormones and stuff that happens later on within development, those would be related to like through the context of like parents in typical, right? Like that's a process that you go through with parents in typical. So I don't really know what you're talking about in terms of
Okay,
that. But
okay, no,
if we're
because the
gonna-
whole time I was
if we're gonna-
told.
I'm just asking,
Yeah,
like,
the whole time.
where'd you get that information from?
Like I said, I read a bunch of stuff on the internet.
Like where? on
And
the
you know,
internet?
I always see people debating about this very exact topic. That
Who do you watch
why?
debate?
I'm sorry.
Who do you watch debate?
I watch. I watch a lot of like. You're probably gonna say like, "Oh, this guy," but I watch a lot of like Charlie Kirk. Myron Gaines, but I also watch a lot of Destiny.
Ooh, okay.
No, listen.
So
I watch. No. I watch Destiny. I watch Hassan. I even watched some of your videos. I saw the way you literally.
See, I just want to clarify though. Like Myron Gaines and Charlie Kirk are horrible people to watch, right? If you want to talk about both of the, oh my gosh, Charlie Kirk, one, right? Insane person, completely misrepresents things all the time. It doesn't really care about that. Myron Gaines oftentimes will just insult people, right? And won't even engage with anything productive and just is there to be like misogynistic and racist, right?
Well, like I said though, like I also watch like you, Destiny, Hassan. Jesus Christ.
You can go take care of them and then come back. Don't worry. Just
All right, I'll
unmute your
come
mic.
back. I'll come back.
Just unmute your mic whenever you're okay. Don't worry. We'll get someone else up in the meantime. All right, let's get this next person up here. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates. All right, let's get this next person up here. If you're on YouTube, to make sure to like the stream. It should help get out to more people. Try to get to 1,500 likes. I would really appreciate that, everyone. I'd really appreciate that. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates. They left, by the way. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 24.
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
I did vote for Donald Trump. Yeah.
Okay, why so?
So I'm just coming on here. I want to ask you a question about whatever, and then I want to bring up 2 points of 2 past conversations that I was listening in on. One of them being the illegal immigration thing about like the $1,000, whatever. I think his name was like Red that was talking about it. I didn't even think about that. So $1,000 fee is not only like what the hell, you broke the law, blah blah blah, but it could also be like a quote unquote expedited process, because unfortunately, like our system is long. It takes a long time to get a visa, get your papers to come into the States, and it's not fair to somebody from Canada, if we had an open border policy, Canada, to just walk in, right, and then just instantly just get expedited to get his papers and whatnot. So like that $1,000 fee, like didn't sound like a bad idea if coming from somebody it's over the Atlantic or whatever.
Why shouldn't they be given a fast pathway to citizenship?
Why shouldn't who?
Anyone.
Well, unfortunately, some people just can't. It should be fair to everybody. It should be fair to everybody.
Yeah, that's what I'm advocating for, right?
Well, unfortunately, our system's just not built like that. I think it needs a lot of
I'm
help.
advocating for us to change the system.
Oh, totally. I'm totally with you there. But unfortunately, until the system is changed, you can't just open the borders and let everybody roam in. You know what I mean? I'm down. Like, let's change this.
I'm not advocating to open the borders, let anyone in. What I'm saying is that we give a pathway to citizenship to people who have not committed violent crimes or bad crimes, and if they haven't done those things, they should be allowed to come into the country.
Yeah, no, I agree with you. But the unfortunate thing about that is if you show that it's okay to come to the United States without papers, and all we're gonna do is expedite your process, then it just tells the rest of the world, like, we're free, come on over. there'll be no consequences. And unfortunately, until our system is
there
built,
won't be any consequences if you're held. So I mean, if you haven't done anything that's like bad or a violent crime, that's great. We want to incentivize people to come to the country who are good people.
right? But we want people to come to the country, legally. We want them to, have no problem.
And the process should legally make sense.
I think I'm with you, Parker, man. Like, I'm with you that the process should be quicker. It shouldn't take years. I'm with you, but unfortunately, until the process is quicker, that we can't just be okay with all these people swarming in. You know what I mean? It's just it's not gonna work. You know what I mean?
Wait. What's too many people? Like, what percent of the population increase?
I think honestly, until the systems change, any percent is too much. You know what I mean? Unfortunately, if it's just not fair to the rest of the world that can't either financially come over right in that second, or it's not fair for people like in Canada just to walk over the border, opposed to people over the Atlantic.
But it is fair to like make them wait 5 to 7 years on average. How is it unfair?
Parker,
Wait. I'm sorry. We can't change geography. How the hell am I supposed to be able to change that? None of us can. Okay, so that's not fairness that we can change.
It doesn't take 7 years to get on a plane and come over here, Parker. It takes 7 years to get a visa and get paperwork. I'm with you. We should make that process quicker. But until then, we cannot open the borders and just let people come in, because that tells everybody else like it's free. Come on, and then we'll have a crash, man. Like, I'm with you, man.
What do you mean we'll have a crash? What does that even mean?
I don't know. Like,
do you have any evidence that high school immigration is bad? Like, can you give me anything?
So I'm just gonna give you an example, right?
No,
With
give me any evidence.
I'm gonna give you a firsthand example. So I used to work for a landscape company, right? And we had Guatemalan people that worked from. And keep in mind, like, I'm with you, like, this is like corrupt as shit. Well, maybe, I don't know, maybe it's not corrupt, but keep in mind, like, this is bad, right? And these Guatemalan people, man, they're the hardest workers. I understand, but they're paid so much less. You know what I mean? Because they, opposed to, a high school kid that's landscaping, they get paid so much less, but they work so much harder. And, it's not fair that way.
Give them a pathway to citizenship.
Agreed, man. But they got to get that pathway in their country, and then once they get it, they can come.
What are you arguing for? I'm so fucking confused.
I'm telling you, if everybody that wants a better life, they want to come to America, just comes instantly, it will not fucking work. We do not have the housing. We already have enough fucking homeless people in this world. We can't support it right now, Parker.
There we go. You're saying economically we can't support it. Can you give me any evidence? That we can't support higher scale immigration in this country, economically?
One of the biggest things of evidence is that there's fucking tons of fucking homeless people. Why are we?
That's
spending
not evidence. That's not evidence. That
is, man. We
is
should be
bad.
spending our money on the homeless people.
No, you want to know what that evidence? You want to know what that's evidence of? You want to know what that's evidence of? People, right? Not being good people. Right, and wanting to support everyone within our system, right, that needs housing. That's our fault here for not providing, right, those social programs for people, right, so that people can have, right, housing regardless of the matter, because housing is a fucking human right. Now that's the issue.
It's a human right, but
absolutely,
I totally, I agree, but well, anyways, I just wanted to bring that point up. Not trying to pivot or whatever, but. So what I wanted to actually ask you coming on here was, in my earlier, I'm early 20s anyways, but my earlier 20s, I did a lot of traveling. I went to, France, Canada, I went to Colombia, I went to Brazil, I went to, Cape Town. And all
before we move into that, there's a question I want to ask you. How do you feel about Donald Trump allowing for status quickly for white South Africans?
For what? Sorry?
For white South Africans.
White South Africans. I honestly don't know much about that, but I mean, if there's if he is implementing that and, it's just based off of, their race, I think that's wrong. You know what I mean? I just don't know much about that. But anyways, back to my question. I went to all these countries and over, breakfast or whatever, traveling, I asked them, hey, what do you think about my country? You know what I mean? I love your country. Your country's beautiful. Everybody gets along, blah, blah, blah. What do you think about my country? And one of the main topics that I've heard, in keep in mind that all this traveling is like, within a little bit of Trump's, I went to France in Trump's term, but these other places I went were during Biden's terms, and it seemed like the most trending topic that they brought up was, that they said that we looked, quote unquote, weak. You know what I mean? They said that, America's starting to look weak. They said that the, chief representee, you know what I mean, was not representing the country as, a strong operating. Maybe this is what it was because of the pandemic. I don't know, but Kamala, she when she was asked,
where did you see this?
Where did I see what?
Where did you see people saying that?
I mean, this is firsthand. This is in Cape Town. This is in Brazil. This is in Colombia. This is in, like I said, I went to France when in Trump's term.
You heard people talk about this?
I talked about it, yeah, like over breakfast and whatnot.
With a few people, or how many people?
Quite a bit. I mean, that was like the trending thing that most of them said. Like I didn't go there for one day and talk to one person. I was there for 2-3 weeks.
Do you know that Donald Trump has significantly lower approval ratings around the world?
Yeah, like I said, this was Joe Biden's, term that, I can't speak for, past when I was traveling, but, they said that our chief representative, you know what I mean? He wasn't representing America to be strong. And like I said, this could be, pandemic related and how everyone was kind of weak during it. But
you think Donald Trump is strong?
Yeah, I don't think other countries are,
Do you think Donald Trump projects strength?
I don't think the other countries are like, bound to fuck with America, under Trump as they were Biden. You know what I mean?
Really? Then
we're getting tossed around with the Ukraine.
Then why is it happening? And why has it happened?
You cut the funding to Ukraine. You know what I mean?
That's worse. That hurts our ability to like hold Russia accountable and to contain them from invading other countries.
Unfortunately, man, like, I see that point of view, but at the same time, like, we're dumping so much fucking money into this, and it, obviously something's not working. So we're not dumping.
You're dumping so much money into what?
Into sending equipment and whatnot to Ukraine, but
Ukraine. So
at the end of the day,
that overall, comparative to our entire budget, it's less than 1/30th of our military budget over the entirety of the Biden-Harris administration.
Okay, well, 1/30th is quite significant. I mean, do you know the cost of fucking F-15s and F-35s? I mean, 1/30th is very significant. I mean, that money should go to our military, not somebody else's, and especially showing off.
A lot of that was reallocating some of the equipment we weren't using to Ukraine, and then the others were them buying stuff from American businesses.
Yeah,
so
see, I didn't
U.S. economy
unused equipment, but
what'd you say?
I didn't know that they were sending our unused equipment. I thought it was like brand new tanks.
That was part of it, and then it was not
part of it.
No, the part of it was the stuff that we already had.
Yeah. Well, so think about it this way, man. Like, let's put an analogy of Google and Safari, right? Google's not just gonna go and give all their techniques and their their equipment and their tons and tons and tons of years of research and whatnot to Safari, right? That's just not how it works, and that's what we're doing. And I'm not big on it, but back to my question, right? Do you think that Biden? Did you think that he represented America as a strong country?
I would prefer Joe Biden with cancer over Donald Trump any day of the week.
You would?
Absolutely.
Okay. So you think that he was still, in 2024 election, he was, still good to run?
I mean, better than Trump. Yeah. Genuinely, I would prefer him being president right now.
Because the funny thing is, Dean actually said on live that he said it would be irresponsible for him to rerun for election.
And I don't
So
disagree with
funny how
that. I don't disagree with that.
irresponsible. And then he also confirmed, and you can ask
Wait,
him.
Russ, you're misunderstanding. When I say that he's better than Trump, that's not something that Dean disagrees with, right? In this context, Dean still agrees that Joe Biden's better than Donald Trump, right? But the point that we're making is that he's not a preferable candidate to run comparative to other Democrats.
Okay, so you think that somebody that's needs to be with his family, needs to get all these needs to go to the hospital and stuff for I don't know, is it chemo? But you think that
anything that Joe Biden has to go through, right, in the state he is right now, is better than Donald Trump being president of the United States. Yes.
So party over politics and stuff.
No,
right?
it's the
as long as they're blue, right, Parker? As long as they have blue in their name.
No, like for example, if Donald Trump was a Democrat and Joe Biden was a Republican, I would still support Joe Biden over Donald Trump. It's not party.
It's funny because
it's going to be policy. It's going to be character. Right? Those are going to be the relevant qualities.
Well, you were friends with what's his face? You know what I mean? And
Dean?
No, not Dean. Harry. You were friends with
used
him
to be?
and everything. Yeah, you used to be until it fucking went viral and everybody started finding out, and then you guys were like, "Oh, we're not affiliated with him." You know what I mean?
Yeah, because I didn't like the way that he responded.
You didn't like the way he responded. Okay. Well, I don't know, man. I don't know. That's just firsthand, that I've seen traveling around, and that's what they said under Joe Biden. They said it was weak. It's looked weak, and that's firsthand, man. That's from other countries, and who knows? That could be our immigration. That could be a lot of things. But
yeah. So immigration. Okay? So give me any immigration policy of Trump's that you like.
Close those fucking borders, man.
Okay.
Build a fucking wall. I love it.
What policy of Donald Trump's close the borders?
Well, he was trying to.
So he hasn't done it yet?
I don't know if the wall's fully built. I know he was building it.
Nope, not even close.
Do you know how much money in fucking metal?
Less than 23% was refurbished. 3.7% new wall built under Trump's first admin. The bipartisan border bill that Donald Trump called for people in Congress to undermine would have built more border wall than Donald Trump built under his entire administration.
And who paid for it?
Who paid for it?
Yeah, who paid for it?
The U.S.
Exactly. He was trying to get, I think it was Mexico to pay for it. And I think that's better.
And that didn't happen. It wasn't Mexico that paid for it.
Who was it?
The U.S. I
don't think it was. I don't think it was, Parker.
Really? Can you give me a source saying that Mexico paid for it?
Yeah, honestly, I can't give you a source right now, but that's just off the top of my head.
And
but
I promise you won't be able to provide a source.
Okay. Well, okay. Well, I'm with it, but I appreciate talking to you, Parker, and opposed to Dean. I've talked to Dean a little bit, and you're a lot more mature than Dean, and I appreciate that. I appreciate you can actually talk to you, and he just fucking cuts you off all the time, and he mocks Trump mid talk. So I appreciate you being mature, and actually able to talk to.
Did you consider any of the points I brought up?
Well, I'm actually gonna look into it because at the end of the day, I thought Mexico was the one paying for it, and if it was the U.S., then, and if that's all we built under Trump, like I said, I had to look into it. But if that's all we built and we ended up paying for it at the end of the day, then yeah, that does change it a little bit.
Okay. I want you to listen to what I say. I want you to question your beliefs, and I think it'll change over time. But you got to question them. You got to be consistent with questioning them, and you got to take into account the concerns I've brought up. It's very important.
Yeah. No, agree.
All right. Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Appreciate the hearts. All right, so this next person up here only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. We're just looking for some debates. Do tap that screen. Do share the live. It'll help get out to more people. If you're on YouTube, do make sure to like the stream. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hey, I'm 17.
You got to be 18 plus to join the live. TikTok rules. By the way, I was going to ask, is Dean still live on YouTube, everyone? Is he still live on YouTube? I was going to wait. I haven't seen the Dean Raiders yet. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yo, one day I'll debate you about Andrew Tate, and it's gonna be the debate that you get so cooked in. Sorry for wasting your time, but one day just debate about Andrew Tate, and I'll be here. I dare you, please.
What is
It'll be a
wrong
very
with you?
interesting day. Sorry for wasting your time. I just had to say that.
But there's something wrong with you. Like, why would you support?
Have a nice day.
What a
Say that again. What about Andrew Tate?
Why would you support Andrew Tate? That's so fucking weird.
Andrew Tate supports positive things with men. Why wouldn't I want to get rich? Why wouldn't I want to have a successful life? Tell me that. Can you answer me that? Why wouldn't I want all those things? But you're silent, aren't you?
Because the fact that you only think that's the only aspect of
So
Andrew
tell
Tate
me, what else
the
is there?
is the exact issue, right?
Please tell me, enlighten me
the,
on.
the way that he treats women, right? You don't think
How does he
that's
treat women
negative?
then?
You don't think that it's integral, right, in the very basis and nature of a man that they should treat women positively?
And does he not treat your women? Does he not treat women positively?
No. What
Tell
the
me.
fuck is here?
He tells
Don't
me
bait
that
me
he
in.
said
You're
women should
one.
be
I just want
cherished,
you to know.
loved, and respected.
And you really think he did that while literally doing an entire business where he would specifically use the lover boy method in order to get women to do corn content for his business?
Accused. He's been accused of all that stuff. Same with the human trafficking. Accused.
He admitted to it. He explained how he did it. What are you talking about? He admitted to it.
What about the lover
You're
boy
You're
methods?
totally rage baiting. You're
Just
totally rage baiting. I don't believe that person's real. I'm choosing to believe they're fake. Okay? That will make me happier as a person to choose to believe they're fake. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 29. How are you?
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
So I want to preface this by saying I don't really support Trump, nor did I vote for him. I didn't vote at all. But
Hey, Melissa, you said that I'm a paid shill. Would you like to join the live? I sent you an invite. Just accept the invite.
Yo, what's up?
Yeah, what's up? Did you vote for Donald Trump?
Yeah, I did.
Why so?
Well, I think the Democrats needed to be punished this cycle. There's just too much.
Wait, did you say I deserve to be punched?
No, punished. Punished.
Okay, why do I deserve to be punished?
Okay, not you personally. The Democrat, the Democrat establishment themselves need to be punished.
Okay, sure. I would prefer. Are you saying that when you say they need to be punished, are you saying that you'd prefer that we have different candidates as the leaders of the Democratic Party?
Yeah, well, okay, that it was a terrible thing that Biden even ran. It was a terrible thing that that was hidden. I think he was the worst candidate that I've ever had an experience to
Donald
have
Trump.
a chance to vote for. Donald Trump. Donald Trump is terrible, but
He's worse than Joe Biden and Kamala Harris.
Well, Kamala never was president, so that's
should have
something. She should have. Well, maybe she should have came out sooner and said something about Joe and his state, and she would have had a little bit longer of a rant and would have had a chance to.
No. Maybe if people inform themselves more instead of assuming things based upon literally what Fox News said. right? Or what you heard from
No,
Charlie Kirk.
I don't watch Fox News, but
You listen to Charlie Kirk?
No, fuck no, I don't listen to Charlie Kirk.
Who do you listen
Did
to?
Kamala say that?
What do you listen to?
I mean, I read New York Times. Chris Hayes, David Packman, Destiny, BTC. I mean,
Okay, so
Shapiro every now and then. Not no Houthi supporting fuck like Hassan. That's the kind of left that turned me off.
okay, why does Hassan turn you off?
Why? But I mean, it's the whole Palestine bullshit. It's fucking crazy that we're caping
What?
for.
Wait, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Like, do you think Palestinians don't deserve human rights?
They absolutely deserve human rights, but are we going to pretend like that Muslims and Christians are even near the same when you have
yes, they are the same, pretty much. Like,
okay,
practically,
tell me
like
how.
many respects, in terms of, especially historically, how their religion has been like used. Yeah, absolutely. Like, I don't know why I would treat Muslims and Christians any different than that. They're both Abrahamic religions.
Do Christians, is female genital mutilation really a problem? It is. Do people get killed for having the audacity to mock?
I'm saying
to
historic.
mock Allah, to mock
Hold
a
up, hold up.
Muslim.
But are you saying that, like, it is the case that you're not acknowledging the history of Christianity, right?
Christianity has a terrible history.
Exactly.
with
That's
the
what I'm
Crusades,
acknowledging.
but
So then you can't as a Christian be like, Christianity is so immune of all of these criticisms, but
I think
Islam.
I think Christianity's terrible as well. I'm not a Christian. I'm an atheist.
Okay, then I don't know what you're arguing. Also, you know that there are Palestinian Christians, right?
Yeah, of course, but that's not the majority, and you know that, and I know that.
Does that matter?
It matters when you have people. When you have protesters that are they're gay, and they're literally, you're out there holding a sign and cosplaying being a Muslim, and what would they do? What would they do to someone who's gay? What in the world would they do? What would happen.
Wait, so, like, again, what I'm not understanding is that you voted for Donald Trump.
I voted for Donald Trump, right?
You're on the side that is actively homophobic in this country.
Okay,
And you're like, dude, right? Muslims, right, do all of these laws that specifically are harmful towards the gay community, but you're not acknowledging all of the laws that are perpetuated by Christians that are harmful to the gay community, especially historically.
Historically, right? But we're talking 2024. There's a large difference between.
Here's my question: why can't you just condemn any religious view that does that?
Any religious view that does that, I condemn it.
Okay, well then, what's your point of making the specification?
But I'm saying that there's a difference in 2025. I say 2024. I can't. I'm still living in fucking 2024. There's a difference between historical Christianity and the barbarism that is going on in Islam today. Do you not agree with that?
Wait, what do you mean by barbarism?
If you even have the audacity to say that Allah is not a god, you're killed in so many Islamic countries. There's female genital mutilation.
Actually, in Islamic countries, if you insult Jesus, then yeah, it's a crime in some countries, right? But regardless, I don't think that a Palestinian, whether they're Jewish, Christian, Muslim, makes them any less important than human life, right? So,
No,
like, bringing
it doesn't.
religion when it comes to Palestine is extremely harmful rhetoric because
Right.
there are Palestinian Jewish people, because there are Palestinian Christian people. And when you make it about religion, you're also demonizing Judaism at the same time because you're assuming that this is about religion, that we are fighting because people are so-called anti-Semitic, right? Zionism is a political ideology. Judaism is an ethno-religion. And so the whole Palestine and Israel thing is against Zionism, not against Judaism. So when you make it about Muslims versus Christians or Jewish people and you bring religion into something when it involves human rights, it becomes harmful rhetoric.
Right. But they're literally fighting over a strip of land. And how many of the peace negotiations have the Palestinians walked away from?
Yeah, so it's not just a strip of land. When we're looking at this, we're thinking of colonialization, white supremacy. So
Okay.
that's a bigger issue at hand.
What do you mean by white supremacy?
So colonization is rooted within white supremacy.
Yeah, okay, of course. But I don't understand what you're saying. I mean, what you're getting.
I'm saying that it's,
I'm missing something.
when you say that it was just a strip of land, you're downplaying the true effects of what's going on and the purpose of it. And the thing is that this isn't something that just happened 2 years ago. It's been happening since 1948, where 750,000 plus Palestinian people were displaced from their homes, and there was a G-side then.
You say that, but is there not more? Has the population actually increased? Am I wrong there?
So birth population is different from what you're saying. If you look at the mortality rate, there's still more being unalived than those having births per year.
Oh, did you leave? In the meantime, everyone, do make sure to tap the screen. Let's try to get to 500,000 likes here on TikTok. If you're on YouTube, do make sure to like the stream. Let's try to get to 1.5 thousand likes. I'd really appreciate everyone. Lucy and Calvin, thank you so much. I appreciate the galaxy. Thank you. I think right now on YouTube, oh, we're not even to 1,000. Let's try to get to 1,000 likes then, everyone. Let's try to get to 1,000 likes.
Are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. I'm just listening.
Yeah, I just don't want you thinking it's about religion when it's more than that.
Okay, yes, it's more than that. And they've turned from everything that I've read, they've turned down every negotiation possible, and they're back to they're back to an even worse position.
So an example of a negotiation that they turned down is that there are about over 1,000 Palestinian people that they have imprisoned falsely in Israel. So the treaty that they wanted was, hey, give us some of our people in return for some of your people. So when Israel's like, no, we want to still carpet bomb while having our hostages, that's not a treaty that, Palestine is going to abide by, right?
No, they won't, and they probably shouldn't. But how many times have we kicked the can down the road, and it doesn't seem like that the Palestinians actually want there to, or Hezbollah for sure does not want there to be a peace treaty. I mean, do you agree with that or no?
Well, it's beyond more than just that, right? They want freedom from the occupation. They want Israel to remove themselves from the land completely because they're not free at all. And the thing is that with Trump, if you care about so-called Palestinian people and their lives, Trump has literally wanted to build hotels and resorts in Gaza right now. So you can't really say that you care about Palestinians, and they have just rejected so many of the truths when in reality, Trump is just making it worse for them.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's but yeah, Trump's deplorable. That's deplorable. But I think that he was actually doing something rather than nothing this time. When when it came to doing something with the war over there that's
All
going
right.
nowhere.
Insidious, is there anything else you'd like to talk about or add?
The last thing that I mean it turns lesbies off is the whole the trans issue. Like
We can't really talk about that on here because the TikTok guidelines, they're pretty strict about that.
I
So I'm
think.
going to talk about.
I appreciate you.
Oh,
Yeah.
As always, Sid.
I was just going to give another example, but yeah, I appreciate it. I appreciate your time.
All right. Let's go on to the next person. Everyone, only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. Alrighty. Is this Matt's new name?
I voted for Donald Trump.
Oh, who is this, dude?
I voted for Donald Trump.
Totally
Ask me questions.
not
You did
Rockin'
it, bro.
Librarian. This
No, I decided to change it
No.
at least for a little bit. Let's see what would. So I'm going Greek on everybody.
Nice.
So everybody get used to this name. If you see this name, it's me, okay? It's me. Get used to it at least for 30 days. Get used to it. Quite frankly.
Matt does know Greek, everyone. Matt learned Greek and Hebrew.
Yeah, ancient Greek. So that's one of the reasons why I decided to have my name in Greek. But
That's
quite
funny.
frankly.
That's funny. User 80, did you vote for Donald Trump?
Hello.
Keys, did you vote for
Can I be the next one? I'm just doing something.
No, you didn't? Okay. All right. Alrighty, let's try to get the next person up here. Do you think it would make sense to do a restart or
Possibly, yes. How long you been on?
about 2 hours, 20 minutes?
How long you gonna be on?
Another few hours at least.
Oh, then yeah, it makes sense if you want to.
All right, what do we think, chat? What do we think, chat? Do we hit a restart? Yes or no? Yay or nay? For the TikTok, YouTube will stay up.
Hello?
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Oh, I'm 18.
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
Yes, I did.
What's your birth year?
2005.
Nice math. All right. I would recommend everyone on the TikTok stream to go over to YouTube. Seriously would help YouTube a lot out. I'd really appreciate that. I would really appreciate that. I might hit a restart. We'll see.
Quite frankly.
We'll see. I don't know if it's the algorithm or if I just have to build it up again because I took a bit of time off.
Well, you haven't been on this account in like God knows how long.
I know it's been really. That's what I mean.
why.
That's what I mean.
Yeah.
All right, yeah, we'll try to hit a restart. All right, everyone who's here, I recommend to go over to the YouTube channel. Parker, get a job. Seriously, would really appreciate that. We have about 1,500 people there right now. If you'd go over there and you'd like my stream and you'd watch the stream on YouTube, I'd really appreciate that. I'll be right back here on TikTok. Give me 1 second to hit a restart real quick. I love y'all so much. I'll be right back, everyone. Alrighty. We're gonna hit a quick restart. I might go try to, what's it called? Oh damn, we didn't even have bad push. I feel like a push was decent. Alrighty, I feel like I should run the AC. Like here, let me run downstairs, get something to drink, and turn on the AC. All right, what's up, everyone? What up? What up? What up? How's everyone doing? Give it a second for people to join up. We're gonna get some debates coming. Give it a second. Your Joe Rogan's becoming more Christian. He should have me on his podcast so I can convince him to not be Christian. All right, everyone. If you're on YouTube, do make sure to like the stream. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. Give me a second. We'll get some debates up here. Alrighty. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. We'll give it a second for people to join up. Alrighty. Let's get to 1,000 likes, everyone. Drinking a light beer? No, it's apple cider. Sparkling apple cider. That's what it is. All right, give it a second for people to join up. To tap that screen, do share the live, everyone. We're going to get some debates up here. Hopefully we can get it going. Alrighty. We'll see if we can get some debates. I feel like the last live, we should have just stayed live. I'm kind of stupid for that. Don't know what I'm doing. Alrighty, everyone. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. Alrighty. Neil,
Hello. 18, hello.
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
Yeah, I did.
What's your birth year?
Of course. 2006.
Okay. What month?
August.
Okay. Why'd you vote for Donald Trump? Hex, thank you for the description. Thank you so much.
I just had faith in him. I had like a lot of faith in the guy.
Why?
I thought based on just his demeanor, his mannerisms, and the way he carried himself, I thought he was a person that could be treasurer of the country, of the U.S.
Why so?
Let's look what he did recently, man. He just helped us, saved us from nuclear war. I
Bro.
think that's a really good achievement.
How?
Well, you don't know? You haven't read up on the new thing he did.
What did he do?
The ceasefire with India and Pakistan, two nuclear weapon countries.
Did they indicate that he didn't do that?
Yeah, and they both also claim that they won the war, which is like,
So then he didn't do anything. What did
He-
he do?
he created the ceasefire. He helped the ceasefire. Yeah.
What evidence indicates that?
What do you mean? You haven't? Okay, have you actually studied this thing? Have you actually looked this up? Because he did help make the ceasefire. He threatened both the countries that they don't collaborate, and that they both
Can you
heavily
give me
rely on.
any? Can you give me any evidence that?
I'll look it up right now.
Yeah, go ahead. Actually, like laughable. Let's see the evidence here. All right, let me look for someone. Your bio is diabolical, Mad.
Yeah, I don't use TikTok much anymore.
How old are
It's-
you?
I'm 24.
Why in your bio do you have Trinity's husband?
Well, my fiance insists.
Wait, are you like? Are you? Is it? It must be a different Trinity.
No. It's my fiance. She just insists it's there.
Okay. Well, I mean, I was just saying.
I mean,
'cause, like,
respectfully, like if you have like a
if you were
fiance
relating
that's
to the Trinity that was in our comment section, I
Oh,
was
no,
just
no.
I was just gonna clarify.
That's the name of my fiance.
Okay. Are you a cheater?
No.
Okay.
If I was, I wouldn't have her everywhere. Same with my child on everything. So
Oh, okay. I was just saying. I was just like, I wasn't sure if it was the context, but the Trinity, like the Trinity thing, I only thought about that because the person in my chat, who stalks me, and I've banned like 1 million times. His name is
I watch
Trinity.
your lives all the time. I mean, I'm a Trump supporter, but I mean, I'm always in here just listening in. I don't know how to change my microphone. It won't let me. So if at any point you hear my air conditioner, just let me know and I'll turn it off.
Okay, so why do you support Donald Trump?
Some of the topics I know we can't talk about because TikTok doesn't like the topic. It just has to do with my daughter.
Wait, did you refer to Trinity as that chick?
That chick? No, I never said that.
Okay, I read that in the comment section. I was like, I didn't even pick up on
Your
that.
your comments say a lot of things. I wouldn't trust half the things they say. Not to be rude to your chat, but I've seen some of the comments, and
I'd probably trust the chat over you.
I mean maybe because I'm a Republican, but
Go for it.
But the the whole topic we can't talk about. Make it short and simple. I don't agree with men. I look at it as even if you transition, you're still a man. That's how I look at it. But I don't agree with the whole locker room thing. It's just a really big thing for me.
Okay, I have a question. Would you vote for someone who was a man and walked into the changing rooms of girls in Miss Teen USA because he quote unquote owns the place to inspect them without their consent?
Yes, because I did. Everything you're going to ask me, I did because I've been here a good bit, Parker. I've heard all your talking points. One of the things I don't understand is a lot of your
Do you have a
talking.
response to that one?
I mean, I don't agree. So this is how I'll put it. I support some of the things he wants to do. Maybe he hasn't done all of them, but I don't support everything Trump does or has done. I'm not like a full-on diehard Trump is amazing type of person.
Okay. I understand that you say that you're not some full-on Trump is amazing type of thing, but that doesn't change like my point there at all.
I don't agree with that. No, particularly. No, I don't agree.
But so why is it you still support him in despite of that?
Yes, because I support what he wanted over Kamala.
Like what?
I think immigration was getting a little out of hand. I know you guys say the bill that was trying to be passed through was denied by him, but I think he has no power. Yes, he has money.
How is immigration getting out of hand? Within what metric?
I just don't think we have enough issues in our own country that I don't think I think we need to handle what's here first before we worry about other people.
So immigrants are U.S. citizens.
Yeah, immigrants. I meant illegal immigrants. My bad.
Okay, so
I don't know
why
immigrants at all?
Why don't we want them to help us with our problems?
I mean, if they help with our problems, but like our problems,
They do. So what problems would they?
I know
have?
they do. I work
What,
blue
what
collar, right?
problems would undocumented immigrants becoming legal citizens hurt with?
So like one of the points I'll make, right? So you say, so how you put it, right? You say one person getting unalived because they couldn't get access to abortion is bad enough for majority, right? You would say that, right? One is bad enough to say all are bad. That it should be healthcare, correct?
Sure.
How do I put this? So you say when a person doesn't get healthcare,
Let me clarify. Like, I think that like it's indicative that you shouldn't be okay with like leaving it up to the states.
No.
Because that
all I'm
leads to
saying.
like harmful outcomes.
You would say because you don't agree with it being up to the states right now, right? So you're saying in one case, because you always bring up like someone went through something or this person got unalived because they couldn't get access to it. So you say one case or two cases is majority, so it makes it we should have.
I never said it was majority, but I just said that like it's indicative of the fact that like you shouldn't leave it up to the states.
Would you say one is bad enough?
I'm confused. What you mean by that? Bad enough for what?
That we would need it to be healthcare. Like if it's one bad case.
That it should be like legal for people
Okay,
prior
yeah.
to sentience. Yeah.
Yeah. So would you say that one bad case of an illegal immigrant unaliving someone is enough to say more needs to be checked before they come through?
It means that we need to have certain standards on like who's allowed to come to the country. So if they committed a violent crime,
See,
or bad
that's
crime,
what
that
I
we
do
would,
agree
we would
with.
deport them. But like, I don't know what your point is because it is the case that like there are people who are tourists, and some tourists have come to the country and have murdered people. Are we going to ban tourism because of that? No.
No, this is my point. I think there should be a better system. And what I was going to say is I work blue collar. I work So what I do is like I do like the road stuff, like people put out the cones, and I was getting a phone call. The people that put the cones out and the signs and everything and set work zones. I don't know where you live if they do all that, but a lot of the people I work for, like Verizon, Verizon, right? They've hired a lot of subcontractors, and throughout the last, I want to say, year to 2 years, a lot of them have been. I don't know exactly where they're from. I'll just say they're Hispanic, and they're really good workers. I'm not saying like I have a problem with all. I'm saying I think there needs to be a better system put in place to allow more people to come in. But as we do this, we also need to look at the problems in the states.
Is there an issue with the workers being Hispanic?
No, I just said that. I said they're really good workers.
Okay. So then what's the issue?
I think you can't just have it to where we need a better system for it, a better check.
Yeah, and that means that the system goes faster.
Like I said, if you say one is bad enough to say that abortion should be healthcare, one illegal immigrant.
I don't even know what the hell you're saying, dude. Right? Are you saying we should ban tourism?
No, that's not what I'm saying.
Well, there are some tourists that
Allowing
murdered
people
people.
I'm saying in your point of view.
That's not my point of view.
You just said okay. You just said if one person.
I never made a principled claim that if one person is negatively impacted. I don't know what you're saying. I actually genuinely am confused with what you have to say right here.
Maybe it wasn't. Maybe it was Dean. Maybe it was Dean. I won't put it on you. But one of y'all said like one is bad enough to be the example for others, or like something along those lines.
Like for example, right? One great victim being forced to go through a pregnancy is too much.
Yes. So then,
what does that implicate that I have to believe by saying?
Well, your hypotheticals that you always push. Then one illegal immigrant unaliving somebody is one more than enough to say that it's bad.
Yeah. How do you respond in that circumstance? Right? Let me say, how do you respond to that circumstance? In that circumstance, what you do is you create particular systems, right? That would make sure that people have an incentive to go through the legal processes, right? By making it faster for people to go through the legal processes. So that's how you respond to it. And the other scenario, the other scenario with the abortion argument, it's you don't vote for people like Donald Trump.
See, that's the thing. I don't think, like, this is my perspective. I don't think either one of them are going to do anything with it. I really don't think, even if Kamala wanted to go through.
Donald Trump put people in the Supreme Court with the explicit reason of overturning Roe versus Wade. He's the reason why we're in this issue in the first place.
But this is the point you guys don't get. Now that it's done, it's not going to go back.
It can, right? Because we can codify it into law. Yes,
but to be realistic, it's not going.
If we can, yes, it can. What do you mean? If we codify it into law, it can.
I don't think it would, though. Like, I don't see. I don't agree with
be able to codify it because you keep voting for right-wing candidates.
See, this is how I agree with the whole abortion thing. The 3 points: the health, the incest, or grape. That's like my 3 things, because I don't agree. Like, I live in Maryland, and you can look this up. I don't think people do it. I don't think percentages are high, but Maryland is a state where at any point there's no limit, and that I don't agree with states that have that. So, like, I don't agree with the whole thing. I think there needs to be a better system of saying, hey, well, these are the 3 points. You can't just, oh, oopsie, I did it with someone and now I don't want it. I don't think that should be okay.
Oh, let me give you an example. If my girlfriend gets pregnant, right, should it be illegal for her to get an abortion in the first trimester? And if I pay for it, should I go to prison?
You guys were having intercourse willingly. You knew the consequences that could happen.
Obviously.
Why would you do that?
Why would we engage in intercourse?
No, why would you get rid of a child?
Because we're not ready to have children yet.
Then don't engage in intercourse yet.
Okay. Are you engaging in intercourse?
Yes, and I have a child.
At what point did you begin engaging in intercourse? Like what age?
A young age.
Do you think you were ready to have children at that age?
Probably not, but I'm not.
Then obviously, the standard for when you engage in intercourse isn't that you're just going to have children.
Adoption.
But see, I see. This
I
is
don't
the thing
think that
I'll
my
say about
girlfriend
that.
should be forced to go through all of the health complications, right, of pregnancy, right, for adoption. Because it is the case that it would be better for her to get an abortion in the first trimester for her
Hold
own
up.
health.
Can I say one of your comments? That was funny. I was just looking at your comments and someone said pull out Parker. that was great.
Wrongs don't make it right, Parker. Just because you have to go through pregnancy doesn't mean you can unalive a baby.
Be realistic, Parker.
It's
Like
not
if
a
you're
baby
both,
in the first trimester.
but if you're both using terms of not having a child, like say as in birth control or using protection, if you both do that, what like realistically, what is the percentage that your girlfriend would actually get pregnant?
What is 5% for pregnancy is the typical
5% if you
but
both
like
have.
if you have given that like we engage in some contraception, it's significantly less than that. So it's like it'd be like close to 1%, if not less.
So like in what points
If
of
she,
like
if she got pregnant, I would pay for the abortion. You think I should go to prison for that, right?
see, I think a lot of I don't think abortion's right. I said my 3 points.
Do you think I should go to prison for that? I paid for murder.
In my point of view,
Yeah,
yes.
under your point of view, I should go to prison for paying for an abortion for my girlfriend in the first trimester.
See, when you have kids, you might look at this differently, but
I'm not going to.
See, and this is why a lot of people
What do you
voted.
say now, dude?
How can
Who
I say
knows?
that?
Like, I'm not gonna lie. A lot of the points you make, like I feel like there's been a lot of people on here said that you've pushed them to the right, and I'm one of them that really wanted to vote for Trump just because some of the points you make, like pushing. I've noticed this, like you push a lot of people's religion, like it's a bullshit thing, like oh you're stupid for being religious, and I think a lot of America.
That's a non-political point of view.
But see,
How does one of my non-political point of views sway your political point of view? What the hell is wrong with you?
Because when you talk like that or like downgrade someone's religion, I think that pushes a lot of people.
I say I disagree with your religion.
No,
I say that I think your religion is false.
I'm not saying
What do you mean by downgrade it?
Well, in the live, was it yesterday you were with Dean? Someone said something about religion and he like mocked it. I don't know if you agree with him doing that, but I'm saying
I don't have
like,
issues with mocking certain religions.
that's my thing. You can say
let me give you an example. Right? If someone holds a religious view that is incredibly fucked up, I think it's okay to mock that religious view. Am I saying it's okay to mock all religions? No.
But that's my point I'm trying to make. I'm saying it's okay to disagree. It's okay.
You know what I would mock? I would mock the willingness to believe something with no evidence. That's not me inherently mocking a religion, because there are some people within the context of religions that try to have the belief rooted in evidence. But I am mocking, right? Say, for example, the process of coming and forming to the belief, which, for example, there could be some people I'm sympathetic to that have done that perspective, right? Like I don't think my parents have incredibly justified perspectives, right, on their Christian views, right? I think they're incredibly unjustified. I think that they have a huge lack of evidence, right? And me mocking that doesn't mean I don't like them as a person, right? I obviously love my parents, right?
Do you like the people you mock on your live though? Be like realistic.
It depends. I mean, if I mock you on the live, I probably don't like you.
So then, like, you can't use that as a term of the people that you mock you don't like on live.
You making a principled statement with that is just wrong. I said I probably.
Parker, do you have the balls to mock Islam right now?
What? Why don't I? What did you just say?
Do you have the balls to mock Islam right now?
Mock what?
Islam.
Like I would mock like particular people that like the process in which they believe in it without any evidence, in the same way I would mock any other religion, right? Like, and like again, I'm mocking the process they use to believe in the religion. I said that wrong. I'm not mocking the religion in of itself.
Why not?
Does that make sense?
It makes sense. Why not?
Why not? What do you mean?
Yeah. Why not mocking a religion that believed if you leave it, you should be unalive and stoned to death?
I would mock those aspects of it the same way that I would mock like the aspects of people who believe in Christianity and think that it's okay to genocide the men, women, and children and infants of Amalek, right, in 1 Samuel 15:3.
So you just mock aspects of a
Yes.
certain ideology,
Yes. Not
but not the whole
because
thing.
think of it this way: there are plenty of people within the context of these religions that decide not to believe in those things. So, like, if they don't hold to it, I'm not gonna mock them for not holding to that. Like, I think that's an insane view. Unless I'd be like, okay, why aren't you holding to this religion? But in that sense, I don't think I'm mocking someone. I'm just asking questions about their view, and I'm thinking it's ridiculous if they say something. If you consider that mocking, go for it. What do you consider mocking?
So what's the difference? Like, I have a question on this. So, like, don't take this the complete wrong way. But when you mock someone's religion, or like you say you mock it, or like you say it's not right, or you don't like it,
Can we be clear? What is mocking?
Making fun of someone
Yeah.
or something.
Okay.
I think in a certain
You would.
point, it looks like mocking the religion. But see, this is my point. Now, don't take this like the complete wrong direction. So like, say like someone doesn't believe in the whole topic we can't talk about, right? And they mock it because it's something they don't believe in. Like they say, "Oh no, that's not true. That you can't do that." But then we're looked at like we're disrespectful, we're disgusting. We have to follow that. So why is it any different that if a religion can be mocked and you say you don't agree with it, you disagree, all this, but when we disagree with something, we're disgusting people.
I think if you hold any view rooted in religion that justifies terrible things, I think it's justifying terrible things, and it's bad.
I mean,
I don't treat Islam any differently than I treat Christianity.
I believe in God. I don't know what it's called. I don't follow any one religion, but I believe in God. If that makes sense. There's a name for it. I just don't know the name of it.
Okay, well then what's the issue that you're bringing up?
I'm saying I feel like a lot of people,
why do a lot of people on the left, oftentimes in the United States, mock Christianity more than other religions? Because Christianity is more prevalent in our country.
More tolerant, but yeah, whatever.
But that's what I feel like you doing that is you wonder why like
You think
Trump
I'm pushing
won?
people to the right because I hold an agnostic atheist position?
I mean, there's a lot of people that have said yes.
Yeah, there are people who don't like me, of course, right, and are going to say that because they don't like me. But if we talk in a true respect, do you actually think I pushed you to the right, or do you think that you were already to the right, and because you're to the right, you're sympathetic towards saying that like you don't
I was
like
to
me?
the right, but one of the reasons why I stay this way is because like there's certain things that I feel like are wrong. Like Biden, he could not run again. I don't think I feel like you knew for a long time, even if you want to say you didn't. I feel like if you guys would agree,
God, I before he dropped out, argued on live for him to drop out. I acknowledged his cognitive decline from the very beginning, but in acknowledging his cognitive decline, acknowledged that he's not as bad as Donald Trump.
See, like
Trump also has cognitive
I've
decline,
agreed
yet
with
you never
there's
acknowledge
things-
that.
There's things I agreed with you. I said there's things I don't like that Trump has done, but the whole time before the election, I like. There's been people that have asked you, and you can never you'd never say like yes. I feel like he's not all there. Like you wouldn't acknowledge.
You are just
it.
straight up fucking lying.
See, I don't think I am there.
Yeah,
Maybe
you
towards
absolutely
the end,
are. You absolutely are.
Maybe towards the end you
Not
did,
even
but,
towards
like,
the end. I did that the entire time for Standard. You did not watch my lives at all, bro. The entire
I've
time I
watched
did
them.
that, you are like straight up lying.
I don't know. I've watched your live for a very long time.
You know who's watched my lives for longer?
Me. Hey, no, so Mads, yeah. So I can verify because I was on the live when Parker actually said this, which was, I remember the date. Like, once we all saw before our eyes what was happening, we were the first ones to actually mention that there was an issue here. And the reason why is because everybody else was saying, no, it's not that bad. Everything. No, we were actually saying, no, this is bad. We need to do something. And we got pushback for actually saying that. Right? That was the issue, is that we got big pushback. But it turned out that we were actually correct. So we actually said from the very beginning that we thought Joe Biden was too old. It's just that we're like, well, it's either him or Donald Trump. We were going to take him over Donald Trump because an aged old Joe Biden beats a crazy authoritarian Donald Trump.
That's literally what we would say every single day on live. Like, I would literally make the point.
But
that,
at
like,
that point, like you don't know who's running everything. Like if you know he's not.
Wait, Donald Trump
able
didn't
to
know.
do it?
Wait, Donald Trump didn't know who he pardoned. We don't know who's running things right now, apparently.
Yeah, Donald Trump goes on TV or does an interview, right? He's asked about a policy that his current administration is implementing, and he says, "Oh, I know nothing about that," or "Oh, that's the first time that I'm hearing about it." Right? Well, apparently he's not in the loop either. So are his secretaries or his underlings doing things without his knowledge, or maybe he's lying about it? I don't know. But he says all the time that he has no idea about things. That this is the first time he's ever heard about it. That he's going to look into it. Right? These are the same things that Joe Biden could say, but you guys would say, "Well, that's because he's old and senile and he's not in control." Yet when Donald Trump says it, it's just like blown off. But like Donald Trump says it every single day.
I mean, there is something I forgot. Another big reason though, that pullout was a disaster.
Set up by Donald Trump.
Yes, and I understand it wasn't in the time frame, but what Joe Biden did, that was a disaster.
Joe Biden enacted it though, so he started it.
What did he do specifically?
Look, I come from military. Like he did not do that. Okay.
What did he do that was bad?
I mean, getting people unalived because he thought just pull out now.
Wait, no, they pulled out later, right?
Yes,
And
I
they got
know.
more
I just said
time.
it wasn't in the time frame. I know.
No, wait. When you say that it's because they wanted to pull out now, that's because of the agreement that Donald Trump set up. I don't know what you're trying to argue.
The agreement was good.
No. Well, then I don't understand what your critique is.
Do you at least say though, like there are some things like this is like really something I would ask. Do you say there are some things that Trump did had good perspective on, like that they were good?
Obviously, but like most things were bad.
In his first term, what was like the worst?
I don't know if I can say the worst, but one thing that he did that was incredibly bad is that he put people in the Supreme Court with the explicit reason of overturning Roe versus Wade. He undermined EPA regulations. Right, he specifically passed a tax cut that predominantly gave tax cuts to millionaires and billionaires at the expense of people in the lower and middle class. He added more to the debt, 4.8 trillion overall non-COVID related, 8.4 trillion overall debt related spending comparative to the Biden-Harris administration, 4.3 trillion overall, 2.2 trillion non-COVID related.
I mean, I would say that that's a good one, but I would say that by and far the stain that will forever be on his legacy in this country is the fact that he tried to subvert the 2020 election.
Okay. See, I have a lot of points. Like I said, I've been watching your live for a while, so like I'm trying to think of like all the points I've wanted to say. There was another one about like you say that the whole bump stock. I don't see that's not taking away gun rights. It's the same reason why you can't saw off a shotgun. I just want to make that clear that's it's two different things. There's gun rights and modifications.
Well, you're misunderstanding what the bump stock critique is. We're not critiquing that
bump stock takes a semi-automatic.
Hold on. No. I know what it is, but what I'm saying is you're not understanding why we are bringing that up. People bring it up because they claim that Donald Trump has never done a gun control measure or has never done anything to do with guns in a bad way. And we bring it up and say, no, he actually is one of the only presidents in modern times since Obama that actually implemented some kind of gun control legislation that was overturned by the Supreme Court. That's our point. It was
but see, I look at it as it was, like you can't modify certain things for reasons. Like I just said, like you can't saw off a shotgun.
Once again, we're not disagreeing with the policy. I think the bump stock ban was a good policy, personally. But we are bringing it up because people on the right and Trump supporters say that he's a big gun supporter and has never done anything against the Second Amendment. And we say, no, that's not true because he was one of the only presidents that had a actual gun control policy that was found.
Yeah, but see, can you buy an RPG?
No.
Okay, so do you understand there's a difference between the Second Amendment and modifications to a weapon?
Okay, look, I'm trying to explain this as best I can. And
I know you're trying, but what you're saying is a gun control. It's not. I don't look at it as a gun control. It's not a weapon. It's a modification. That's why I look at it differently.
The Supreme Court disagrees with you. That's my point. Is that you may not think of it. I don't know. I see it as gun control in a way, as a type of gun control, but they see it as an unconstitutional measure that infringed on the Second Amendment. That was their that was their ruling. Now you might not like that, but that was ruled. So we only bring it up to counteract the idea that Donald Trump has never done anything with gun control. That's the only reason why.
I understand that, but I guess in my perspective, like I don't agree with the Supreme Court either. Like I look at it like if you look at it like how it is, like I said, sawing off a shotgun, it's a modification and not like a gun control thing. It's the same perspective as that, but you know, they say if they say it, they say it.
Well, and again, I'm okay with those kind of like gun regulations, right? I'm okay with that. I think that was a good policy personally, right? It's just that the court disagreed, and so we only bring it up for that one specific example to say, well, actually, he did do this thing, and people might not like it. That's the whole reason.
Someone asked me if Supreme Court gives two fucks. See, I don't think the Supreme Court really knows like exactly what all they're talking about. I think our system's a little all messed up. That's my perspective on it.
Okay. All right. Is there anything else you'd like to talk about, Arad?
Fuck. There was another thing. Oh, because I need clarification on this. Kamala keeping people in jail for petty crimes.
Okay. Donald Trump wants to keep people in prison for those crimes by keeping it illegal federally.
No, I'm just okay. Do you agree with that?
Well, no, obviously not. But you're referencing that there was a particular like thing where they had to like limit the level of people within the prison because they didn't have enough space, quote unquote. And it is a case that they weren't able to, right, within the time slot necessary. Not that like she was like necessarily like trying to keep them forever, you know. Secondly, like again, for people who you're referencing, right, if you wouldn't like them to be in prison at all, then you would like for federal legislation to then like make it legal, right?
I mean, most states it is.
In most states, is it legal? I'm confused.
I don't know. I can't say that word, but like in my state, it's legal. I mean, I don't know if I said illegal. My bad, legal. But the pardons, when you talk about Trump pardoning people, what about the rioters?
What do you mean?
Did they not get pardoned?
The people that Donald Trump pardoned that were rioters?
No. The people that burnt down a city.
No, they didn't get any.
They didn't get a pardon by Joe Biden. What?
No.
So they're still in. They're still in there.
If they have federal or state charges, yes.
Are you okay?
Joe Biden only has purview over federal. He doesn't have any purview over state. That's how the presidency works.
Okay.
Well,
you got anything?
Oh, clarification on this. I need your perspective because there was someone else. They were talking about it. The whole. Did you see where they're doing like trying to go to the national forest and cut down trees?
Yes.
Do you agree with that?
I don't personally know.
On selective cutting.
I think you would have to do a longitudinal study to make sure that one you could repopulate it and that it would endanger any a species in that area, and it would take years to study that. And even then, I lean on the side of no because I'm an environmentalist, so I lean on the side of if we don't have to, then don't do it. And I don't think we have to. I think Donald Trump just wants to do it because he doesn't want to get the timber from Canada. When we can get it from Canada, I think we should do that because they have more wood and they have a better system to do it. So let's protect our great lands and our wonderful systems, mainly because we are the pride of the world in terms of our parks and in terms of everything that we have. And I don't want to cut anything down unless we absolutely have to. And right now, there's no reason to actually do that.
Great point.
All
right. Fort, you got anything else?
Yeah, I got the source you wanted for.
Where? What is it?
Look up Prime Minister of Pakistan. Thanks allies, and in that speech, he thanks Donald Trump.
What is it? Say it again.
Look up PM of Pakistan. Thanks global allies, and then there should be a video from someone named Abbas, something like along the lines of that. Click on my video.
Would you take
I watched
them?
it.
Would you take them saying that like Trump didn't have any affiliate or didn't cause this?
He said he thanked Donald Trump for averting war in South Asia.
Hold up.
Oh, this is about the ceasefire, right? In Pakistan
Yes,
and then
yes, that's what he's claiming.
didn't that fall apart like 3 hours after it like went into effect?
Here we go. India, this is from PBS News. India disputes Trump's claim that U.S. trade incentives led to ceasefire with Pakistan.
Dude, you didn't go into the video I asked you to, man. The Pakistan Prime Minister himself said he averted war in South Asia.
Okay, what's the title?
Oh, let me look at it again and say it verbatim.
All right, we'll wait to see.
Yeah, PM Shabazz Baziz thanks global allies for backing and
PM, what was the name again? Sorry. I don't see this at all.
in the chat. I wrote it in the chat.
I can't see in the chat. You think I'm gonna see that?
PM, all right, just write. Forget them. Just write PM. Thanks, global allies for
I just read
backing.
what he's talking about. So yes, Pakistan, Trump announced this so-called ceasefire without consulting with India. So Pakistan was very happy about it. India was not very happy. There are many news reports of India being very pissed at Donald Trump, and many people who have studied this conflict say that that this will just lead to more conflict because there's no actual brokerage between the two because India was left out.
I don't see even what he's saying though. Wait, here we go. Is this from on MSN?
I can't see
He
your
just said
screen, man.
thanks for mediating. That's it.
No, are you sure you're watching the same thing?
No. Hey, Ford, I will grant you that the Prime Minister of Pakistan did say that, right? But again, I have another source saying that it was one-sided. Donald Trump announced it without the input of India, pissing off one of the parties in this, and therefore this ceasefire is not going to hold.
So they said in a post, Sheriff thanked President Donald Trump for his leadership and role in facilitating the agreement. We thank President Trump for his leadership and proactive role for peace in the region. That's it. That's not like them saying that like he is the reason why this happened. That's just them thanking them
No,
for being
in the
a
YouTube
part
video, it
of...
says averting.
What's that?
Are you looking on YouTube?
Yes, Ford, you are going by what the Prime Minister of Pakistan says. But what I'm saying is that India disagrees with you because Trump did not consult with India. That's the problem here. Is of course the party that got the best deal is going to praise Trump because the other party is saying we got no notification of it.
Yeah. Also, like,
Got
yeah,
the
wouldn't you
best
think
deal
that
how? What are you talking about?
wouldn't you think that would increase the likelihood of there being conflicts, given that like they only involved one side?
I don't think so, because at least there was a ceasefire that happened there, right? And if it breaks, the person or the country that breaks it knows there's going to be major consequences from a world superpower like America.
Why? What are we going to do?
Well, we have a lot of power in the region. India, we're doing a lot of trade with them. We might tariff them.
Wait, hold on. So which
And I don't understand how did
which
Pakistan get a
ally
better deal. I
are
don't
we going
understand.
to
Said
lean
that.
on? See, now I'm confused because Pakistan typically is not our ally, whereas India is. So we're going to lean on our ally in this conflict. I mean, that would fit Trump, but I'm just saying that's what we would do is we would lean on India instead of Pakistan.
Well,
But
you
they
know,
act backwards.
India's a lot stronger than Pakistan, right?
That doesn't matter here because they both have nukes. So, like, it doesn't matter.
So I don't get you. Is there a question at the end of this? What were you asking me?
What?
No, I'm just trying to figure out what your point was about bringing up the whole Prime Minister of Pakistan, because yes, he said something, but it was totally conflicted by what India says, and then the ceasefire is so fragile that I bet you it's going to break any moment now. And once it breaks, then we're just back to the old status quo.
Yeah, India is butthurt because we stopped them from taking over Pakistan, which they would have if we didn't stop the war. India is way bigger and larger and has a way better military than Pakistan does. So of course they're gonna be butthurt about that, right?
I'm so confused what your point is.
Yeah, I don't know.
Wouldn't
stopped the war.
facilitating peace, when facilitating peace, right, you have to take into account both sides, like how they respond to it?
Well, we just see how biased India is, right? In the sense that they
What?
wanted that region in Pakistan.
Why are you biased for Pakistan and not for India, which is India is our ally here?
Because Pakistan is the weak side in this, right? So if they claim that Trump had no part in it, it would make them look a lot better and stronger. So why wouldn't they say, "Hey, Trump didn't help us with this all by himself"?
I'm confused what your point is. Well,
I don't understand that.
Like,
could I get a response?
Philip,
to
did
that,
you
Philip?
vote for Donald Trump?
I sure did twice.
Okay. Why so?
Because unlike many politicians, Donald Trump has fulfilled his promises, a majority of them, and he has tried to establish foreign peace deals and not push us into war like we've had.
Like, for example,
like the
specifically with Russia, Ukraine, like how the first day he was going to get a ceasefire done.
Well, yeah. Well, I think it was more, and he was going to act on day one, and he did. He acted very promptly and quickly, meeting with Vladimir Putin.
But that didn't get us anything.
I think he's actually taken seriously on a world stage to where both countries are coming together trying to agree to peace deals, but Putin wasn't quite fulfilling his end of the promise. There's not much we can do about that.
Oh.
But now it seems like he's actually coming around and
Really? Because just
wanting
today
to
Putin said no. Putin said no to ceasefires. So, like, I don't know where you're getting that. Because Trump just today said it's not our problem. Because yesterday, Putin said, I'm not going to engage in these ceasefire talks because we're winning. So I don't know where you're getting your information from. But, like, Putin had a call with Trump and said, nah, I'm not really into this whole ceasefire thing.
Yep. Putin literally was just playing Donald
that
Trump.
tweet again. Yeah, the president tweeted about this yesterday, and he said that he was willing to negotiate. He has like his terms, but he's at least willing to negotiate. Whereas Biden wasn't even able to talk to this guy. I mean, he was basically invisible.
Because it is the case that Putin wasn't going to accept anything. So what you have to do is you have to prop up the response to Russia in order to contain Russia into a specific circumstance where you then force them to talk about it. And that's not what Donald Trump
didn't. But all he did was just continuously fund the war machine, and Ukraine was still losing the war. I mean, he wasn't.
Ukraine was holding up. They were going to hold
our funds. He was draining. I mean, he was throwing like millions of dollars at them, and the taxpayers were losing money for it, and Ukraine was still losing territory. So I mean, what good does that do?
You're talking about a small portion of our overall military budget, like just a few percentage points, right? And that specifically has led to like the ability of Ukraine defending against Russia, which contains Russia, right? So I don't know why you wouldn't do that, given that we have a Budapest Memorandum, an agreement signed with Ukraine that if they give up their nuclear weapons, that we would defend them.
Also, all you're doing is making the case that Joe Biden and his administration shouldn't have slow walked the aid. Like, people have been saying from the beginning that if you want them to win this battle, you have to give them a lot of stuff very quickly, and Joe Biden didn't do that. So on that critique, I agree with you. Joe Biden should have gave them a lot more very quickly in order to stop them from advancing. But the issue wasn't giving them anything at all. It was the fact that we didn't do it fast enough and with more stuff.
So what you're saying is we should have been fully involved instead of kind of like this thing where we trickled in and out of it.
Outside of boots on the ground, no, I don't want boots on the ground. But Joe Biden, throughout the months, slow walked everything. At first, it was some missiles, then it was all missiles, then it was some tanks, then it was all tanks. Like, it was very, very slow based on the current scene. Whereas most military people say, well, if you actually want to do anything, send it all at once, give them everything, so that they can actually push back. Joe Biden didn't want to do that. I disagree with that. I thought that if you actually wanted to push them back, give them everything that you had, because Joe Biden eventually did that anyway. So if he did it anyway, go ahead and just give it to him all at the very beginning.
So why not have Ukraine in NATO at that point? Because Clinton played with the idea of them joining in NATO. He kind of toyed with them, and then they forgot about the whole thing.
Can we get back onto the point? Can we get back onto like the point that we were addressing originally?
I just don't see the point in defending Ukraine if they're not even a NATO ally. I don't.
Do you know what the Budapest Memorandum is?
I do. Yes.
Yeah, so that's the
And-
agreement. That's what we signed with. And like, if you're saying we shouldn't uphold the agreement we signed to, why not?
I just know initially we told them that they were going to be able to be in NATO as an ally, and then that whole issue got kind of scraped under the rug. We're kind of playing this game with Ukraine where we're kind of halfway in, halfway out with them, and I think we should be fully out. I don't agree with being involved in that.
What is that? What is
whatsoever
the
at all. I think
conclusion of
President
that?
Trump
The
is doing
conclusion
right
of
thing.
that is that Donald Trump, right, would then lead to Russia taking the entirety of Ukraine. That's what it leads to.
But again, we're not the world's police for every single problem that goes on. Like, we can't get involved into every single foreign affair. We have to defend our
not. We have
country
an
first.
agreement.
We have to worry about our.
And then also, why do you
Okay,
agree with
again,
the
I
$900
don't.
$900 billion military budget then?
Well, we have to fund our military. We have to take care of our own needs. I mean, I don't see
You
what
think
that's
you
kind of
need
obvious.
$900 billion to do that?
Look, I don't know exactly how they're going to disperse all the federal funds, but if we have a military budget, we should use it for our military. We shouldn't
See
use
that
it for.
Donald Trump just today proposed his Golden Dome system for the United States, and the price tag came to $562 billion.
Okay, I mean,
where's that money
we have a
coming from?
military budget.
No. That's
Well, I mean, for one,
no. That's $562 million on top of the nearly $1 trillion that we already paid to the military. So he wants
I don't know directly where the funds are coming from, but I know that the tariffs are helping us
Not that
eliminate some of our debt.
not that much. No. You
A
can actually
bit,
go and
yeah.
do the
I mean, we're putting high percentages on a country like China. They're one of our biggest trade partners. So it makes logical sense that we're accumulating a lot more
until
money.
you
from these
understand how much
tariffs.
debt we're in, and then you realize that it makes not even a dent. Like, that's the problem. And by the way, we have paused the tariffs. So Trump isn't interested in making money off it because Trump says that it's just a tool for negotiation. So he doesn't really care about making the money.
Isn't the figure something like we've accumulated $16 million or like $16 billion through just the tariffs alone? I could be wrong about that, but it's a pretty big figure that we're accumulating.
I don't think that figure is what you think it is, because 16 billion wouldn't even pay for the interest that we owe on our debt.
It's still a lot better than under Biden when we were just putting money out the floodgates towards things that we had no business doing. I mean, that's why Doge
that's just totally
was a
not true.
thing.
Totally not true. So if you actually cared about waste,
It
fraud, and
is.
abuse, well, then you would address the fact that Donald Trump signed off on more debt-related spending, 8.4
Did
trillion.
you look at the list of what our funding was going towards?
Yes, I did.
Going towards like these third world countries' elections in Africa. I mean, just influencing random elections.
Can I
It was
address the point?
nonsensical spending?
Yeah, like do you want me to address the point? Donald Trump signed off on more debt-related spending overall, 8.4 trillion overall, 4.8 trillion non-COVID related for the Biden-Harris administration, 4.3 trillion overall, 2.2 trillion non-COVID related. So this idea here that Donald Trump is going to be better for spending and waste is ridiculous.
Wait, you're saying he put funding towards COVID as well?
What?
How much did you say? No, you said something about you're speaking really fast. You said Biden put like $1 trillion or $1 billion towards COVID, and Trump put a figure towards COVID as well.
Donald Trump did 4.8 trillion non-COVID related spending, right? Overall, right? He did 8.4 trillion debt related spending comparative to the Biden-Harris
Okay, but you
administration.
look at where the money is. You look at where the money is going. That's what matters. I mean, you look at the list of things that the Biden administration was spending money on. It just had no bit. It didn't make any sense whatsoever.
Yeah,
on top of the
what are you
$200 million
referencing?
we sent to Ukraine. So like the what was it? The influencing elections in Lesotho, like just sending condoms to Middle Eastern countries, just like the sex education stuff in
Yeah,
Middle
you know what
Eastern
soft
countries.
power is?
Just the really random, obscure
No. Do you know what soft power is?
expenditures.
So again, he would prefer that we do massive tax breaks for millionaires and billionaires, and we give money to Trump's rich buddies, right? Than do like humanitarian efforts around the world.
Well,
but how is that humanitarian?
because
I don't understand.
Because if you're
the last
referencing
20
for example, if you're referencing condoms, right, that could be impactful in terms of global STD prevention, right, which is going to impact the United States.
By the way, we have a name for this, okay? In political science, this is called soft power. It's the idea that by spending money and doing things in other countries, you will persuade them to hold to your values and be your allies without the use of force.
But that
and yes, this has
that's an issue. See, I disagree with that. I do agree with leading by example, but this is where this is where I massively have disagreed with the major Republican, George Bush, is, you know, he had this idea that we needed to implement our system of beliefs.
No, that's not
in the
soft
Middle
power.
East,
No.
and it
I agree
completely
with
collapsed because they are not used to that way of living. We need to let the world, let cultures be cultures and let America be America. This idea that we have to have everybody exactly like us is just completely asinine.
Philip, the way that George Bush did it was by force, though. He went in order to change a whole regime by force. We are not saying that. Soft power involves persuasion. You do actions that are very much humanitarian in their way in order to persuade people that we are the good guys. That's why we give condoms to people that need them, because we say, hey, guess what? You need health care because you have this deadly...
why do we need them to think we're the good guys? Like, why do we need everybody to be
because if we don't...
in the same system?
Hold on. Because if we don't, our enemies will fill that void. China is already filling the void right now in the very places that we have pulled out from in terms of our aid. China is filling that void, and I guarantee you that those people who are now getting food, who are getting water, who are getting housing, who are getting all the protections that we used to give, they're going to be looking at the Chinese with much more of a glass half full type of like looking, right? And I don't think China has our best interest at heart. And so therefore, the whole point is that we should try to persuade them, because if we don't, other countries will do it for us. And that will always lead to a negative outcome for the United States.
I don't disagree with humanitarian efforts. I'm just saying with this whole like liberal mentality of we need to virtue signal to the world that we are just, the absolute, to me, that doesn't matter as much. The people that are going to hate us are going to hate us no matter what. We've pretty much established that. And trying to uproot an entire system in the Middle East and to replace it with our system, with the quote unquote democracy,
Philip,
it's not
dude,
going to work.
I like
for
how
them.
he
They're
just,
not
like,
used to.
I'm going to go insane because I've made the same point in response to this how many times? Can you tell me what my point is? If you can't, I'm going to go insane. Please tell me what my point was. He doesn't fucking know. Go ahead.
On the expenditures, we were talking about the expenditures and the different quote unquote humanitarian efforts around the world.
What about the expenditures?
About how they're, I mean, my point is they're a waste of money.
I asked you what my point was.
I mean, we've talked about a lot of different things. I mean, what specifically?
This is what I mean, dude. This is what I mean. I have to go over the same point like 15 times in order for people.
Well, yeah, we talked about different things. We're talking about.
Be quiet. Listen to what I am speaking to you right now. You're supposed to be listening. Is that fair?
But you're going in like these weird circles. I don't know what you're trying to like.
What do you mean weird circles? I'm asking. What do you mean I'm going in weird circles? I've talked to you for like what, 30 seconds? Like,
yeah,
since
but
Matt
just
was speaking?
because the conversation went into a slightly different avenue, you're mad that it's not staying.
Hey, Philip, I'm going to make the point. If you don't get it after this, I'm going to kick you from the live because this is a waste of my time. Okay. Donald Trump signs off on more debt-related spending, 8.4 trillion overall, 4.8 trillion non-COVID related, comparative to the Biden-Harris administration, 4.3 trillion overall, 2.2 trillion non-COVID related.
Okay. I mean, where are you getting those figures?
The Committee for Responsible Federal Budget. That means Donald Trump is worse for waste. All of the money that you're referencing is a very small portion of all of the waste that Donald Trump is perpetuating.
Then how has he cut the national debt?
Wait,
He
say,
has.
say that one more time. Sorry.
Said, how has he cut the national debt then?
He hasn't.
He didn't. I said he signed off on more debt-related spending.
Definitely gonna look into that more because I disagree. But
For example, no, we didn't have to go to the past. His current bills, the one in the House right now that's being debated, add to the deficit. It adds to the debt by hundreds of billions of dollars, right? These bills and the things that he's doing are not taking away from the deficit. Like, nobody disagrees with it, by the way. Like, no one... There's one of the reasons why the bill is not passing in the House at the very moment is because Republicans are pissed that it actually adds to the deficit. But
don't you also care like where the funding is going? Because I mean that's pretty important too. Even if he is signing off on some temporary short-term debt, it could be working out in the long term.
Short-term debt?
Because I mean the tariff is helping eliminate.
No. His debt-related spending is better.
Well, for more short.
Because he gives more
short-term
tax
issues.
breaks. He gives more money to rich people. Right? You know what I
How
mean?
so?
Like, like fuck humanitarian efforts around the world. We need more money for billionaires and millionaires so they can buy more yachts.
What about all the small businesses?
Yo,
that are
J-Mo,
going to
thank you so
benefit?
much for the Leon and Lily. Thank you so much, J-Mo. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Good W's for J-Mo in the comment section. Thank you. You were saying?
Okay, but like, what about the people like closer to the bottom that are going to benefit from the no tax on tips? And that went through the Senate unanimously.
That's not no tax on all tips. That's no tax on a portion of tips.
Yeah. At 25,000.
Where are you getting? Like, what are you talking about?
I actually am doing my newsletter right now, and I have the bill pulled up, so I can read you from the bill. So, under the bill, the new tax deduction for tips is limited to cash tips received by an employee during the course of their employment in an occupation that is customarily receiving tips, and the amount shall not exceed up to 25,000 for those tips.
So no tax on tips up to 25,000. Not anything more than that.
Yeah.
Okay. So I mean that's still beneficial. That's better than nothing. I mean, a lot of small businesses, $25,000 in a single day is pretty good.
Once again, I'm not opposed to having no tax on tips. I'm not opposed to it. I'm just saying.
Hold on. Let me make sure. Freedom over feelings. Did you vote for Donald Trump? Freedom over feelings. Did you vote for Donald Trump? Oh, they left. Okay. Go ahead.
No.
You were saying?
No, nothing. I don't disagree with that policy. Like, what do you want us to argue? I think it could be better.
Oh,
like,
wait. Hold on. Also, yeah, this is another point
Well,
that I wanted
my
to bring
point
up.
is- my point is like-
why do you? I'm just gonna mute him. This is another point I wanted to bring up. This is only related to cash tips. Who the fuck already claims them? No one's claiming them. They're not claiming them already.
I think you have to claim $20 if it's more than a $20.
No, Matt. I get they have to do that. They're not.
Oh, you mean they're not.
People in typical are
I
not
get you.
claiming the cash tips they get like that, right?
Okay.
Especially if we're referencing around $25,000.
Yeah, I get you.
Hey guys, well, I think a lot of this is agree to disagree. I gotta hop off, but it was good chat. I'm gonna hop off.
Okay. Yeah. All right. Let me say thank you to some people real quick. Martin, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you, Martin. Thank you for the $1. Frog, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. Clauzel, thank you so much. Appreciate the $2. Keys, thank you for the $2. Emily with the $5. Thank you. Howard, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $40 on YouTube Super Chat. Thank you so much. I'm a little bit behind on all these. Thank you so much, Howard. I really appreciate it. Thank you. And Jocelyn, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. That's nice. That's nice. W's on that.
W.
Why don't you just thank Donald Trump for possibly averting nuclear war?
Really? Come on, man.
I mean, you're laughing at that, but you can't disprove it. He did it. He did do that. The prime minister.
You
even
don't.
said it
You don't have
himself.
good evidence. We already had this conversation.
He is really
I
like
do.
Pakistan, India.
It's on video.
He's very adamant about this.
You just look at the video, man. I'm telling you, just look at.
Wait. Do you think that Joe Biden subverted nuclear war?
No, I can't think of any examples. No.
Ukraine.
He stopped a nuclear war in Ukraine.
Mm-hmm.
Does Ukraine have nuclear weapons?
I'm talking about with Russia dropping a nuke on Ukraine.
So what did he do?
right? They got people to respond immediately to Russia to be like to hold their ground, right? And Russia ended up not actually doing it. So
So
they
he
subverted
helped
it because they
Ukraine.
held their ground.
He held Ukraine,
Yes.
putting pressure on Russia,
Yes.
a country with nuclear weapons.
You understand that was in response
Fantastic,
to them
bud.
because they were claiming that they were going to drop a nuke.
Yeah, they claim a lot, right? Make a lot of claims.
Yeah. What do you think would have happened if Trump was president?
I'm not sure. I can't speculate on what's going to happen then. I can't just
The nuke
make it.
could have been dropped.
Really?
And how do you think the international community would respond to that?
To a nuke being dropped?
Yeah.
Not good. But that wouldn't happen.
That wouldn't happen.
Listen,
What would have happened
the
if
way
Trump was
Donald
president?
Trump stopped the way Donald Trump stopped the nuclear war is drastically different from how Joe Biden somehow did it, because the Ukraine war is still happening. It hasn't stopped. The Pakistani war, India war is gone. It's done.
It's not gone.
It's done.
Ask
No,
any
That's so
Pakistani or
delusional.
Indian, and they'll be like, "Oh hell no."
Can you prove it's still happening?
Yes, by their state. No, wait, hold on. You mean conflict?
Talia, thank you so much. Appreciate the $5. Thank you.
I mean the
No,
war
like,
itself.
saying- hold
Ash,
on.
thank you for the
There's no-
$5. Madison,
Them
10.
shooting rockets at each other. Them unaliving citizens. Can you prove that's still happening?
Okay. There's no ongoing battles as far as I'm concerned. Or as
There
far-
we go, man.
But it doesn't mean that the conflict is over. The conflict has been raging for decades. The conflict is not over.
But
That's
he
like
stopped. He stopped potential
Oh my
nuclear
God.
war.
you are ridiculous.
Joe Biden didn't do it to the same level because
The reason why this is ridiculous is because this has not been sustained ceasefire. So the claim that you're making there, right, one, isn't true. Secondly, you're not actually referencing both sides, saying that there was like some sort of like influence from Trump. Therefore, that would make it more likely that there'd be likely conflict, as the U.S. is actually siding against their own allies.
The U.S. and Pakistan said it. They both said it. You're claiming they're both
Of
lying?
course, Donald Trump is, yes, actually.
Why would Pakistan lie?
Well, I would claim Trump is lying.
Why would
Why would
why would-
Pakistan lie?
man? Like, why would they lie?
Why would they lie about Trump helping them? Wouldn't it make them look stronger?
Because Trump likes that. That's Trump's kink, right? And because Trump has that kink, he specifically like
But if
will
Trump didn't help them-
will like benefit them more.
If Trump didn't help them, then why would they care?
Well, yeah, that'd be Trump helping one side but not the other, right?
Then why didn't India say it as well? Because it wouldn't help India.
Yeah, because it is the case that he didn't make a deal with India. He didn't work with both sides. That's not mitigating and mediating, right? A deal between both
Well,
sides.
couldn't they lie?
That's picking one side.
Couldn't they lie like Pakistan did? India?
Oh my God.
If it were to help them, but like since there was no deal, it didn't.
It would help them. Trump would like that.
This is the first.
Not if they didn't have a deal.
We've had Russia.
Yeah, and
apologists.
you're claiming Pakistan didn't help him
Oh, yeah,
help Trump, right? So like,
hold up, let Matt speak real quick. I want to hear that.
No, it's all right. It's all right. He wasn't listening.
No, go ahead, Matt.
I was just saying, I find this hilarious that we've had Russia apologists, we've had Israeli apologists, now we got Pakistani apologists. Like we're just getting the whole gambit here.
well, what is Pakistan doing wrong exactly?
Oh my good lord! I don't have an opinion on the conflict. Okay, I don't have an opinion on who's it is correct and who actually owns Kashmir. I don't have an opinion on it. All I want is the conflict to be over, right? But what I'm saying,
thank Trump for that, bud.
Dude, you think that Trump is the one that caused that? Again, you don't have good reason to believe
Who
that.
stopped it? Who stopped it? How did it get stopped?
Not Trump.
Then who did?
Not Trump.
Listen, if you haven't read into the story, then like I don't think I have a right to tell me that I'm wrong, right? Yeah, because it doesn't seem like you don't come across as a guy who's actually read into this, right? Have you?
I've read into it more than you have.
You have?
Mm-hmm.
What was the battle fought over?
I just
told you.
I want to see if this guy knows. Matt, be quiet.
Wait, dude.
Yeah.
He just told you.
the one guy knows what the fuck I'm
Who
talking
did you just learn this from?
No, I knew it. I want to know if you know.
Who did you just learn this from?
Starts with a K, ends with an R. I want to see if you know it.
You're talking about Kashmir.
There you go. Now, what kind of religion lives in Kashmir?
I'm not going to answer. This isn't a
It's
Q&A.
predominantly Muslim.
This isn't a Q&A. This is a
See, because
specific.
you're scared to answer. You don't know
Ask
exactly
me a
what the
question.
topic.
I'm trying to get you to
Yeah.
engage with the conversation, right? I would love for you to do that. Is that okay?
I'm engaging.
You aren't.
You're just speculating that apparently Pakistan's lying. That's what you're doing.
No,
There's no-
what
there's
we're
no
saying is that
scientific answer
we're,
at that.
dude, what I'm saying specifically that it is the case that we have best reason to not believe what Donald Trump is saying, right?
What about
that's what that's
Pakistan's
what I would
saying?
probably indicate, right? And if we indicate that India was not a part of these negotiations, that's not working with both sides to subvert a nuclear war. Like, you have got to get your head out of your ass. Are you
Wait.
telling me? Are you telling me if Joe Biden or Kamala Harris were president currently that there would be a nuclear war?
I'm claiming that because you're saying that the ceasefire wasn't on both sides, right? Like they both didn't want that.
No, that's not what we
Or
said.
India doesn't want
Please
that.
open your ears and listen. That's not what we
Or
said.
India,
All we
India
said-
doesn't want that. How can you have a ceasefire
Oh
with
my-
only one party agreeing to it?
Dude, there's something. Okay, just listen for
If
like.
that works, then why doesn't Israel just do a
Do you have like
ceasefire with
a
Palestine?
like? Can you not listen? Like it's not that hard. It's an active
You
skill.
guys have different views, man.
No,
Different
let me
arguments.
explain to you. We do not believe. We never said that India does not want peace. Okay, all we said is that in the circumstance that you described, Trump did not consult India. So India is very angry at Donald Trump. Therefore, Pakistan saying anything that is praising Donald Trump should be looked at with some skepticism because India was not consulted. Why? Because I have no opinion on this whole conflict. It's a bad conflict. I want it to end, but I don't really have an opinion on like who wins it.
What makes you say Trump didn't help Pakistan cooperate with India?
Because India said that. Like, dude, you claim that I'm not read in, but like that's what India said. Sadness comes over me. Hey, Kenny, I am chill. I'm chill as fuck. Chat knows I'm chill.
All right. Give it a second, everyone. Do tap that screen. If you're on TikTok, do tap that screen. Let's get to 500,000 likes. If you're on YouTube, do make sure to like the stream. I think currently we have just over 1,000 likes, maybe. Let me check. Or are we just hitting 1,000 likes? We're at 933 right now. Let's try to get to 1,500 likes. I would really appreciate that, everyone. Seriously. And if you're on TikTok, I'd recommend to go over to YouTube. YouTube is a significantly better platform for the live stream. It's way better quality. So I'd recommend doing that. Yo, what's up? How old are you? How old are you?
Parker, don't unadd me. I've got questions for you.
Did you vote for
I'm
Donald Trump?
19. Right. No, but if you unadd me, I will say you're a racist. I have questions and I need you to answer them. You are a racist if you unadd me. Do not unadd me from this live, Parker.
What makes you
Thank
think
you.
that?
All right, now. I have come from a video claiming that Elizabeth C. Cohen Sanchez is a racist, right? I have watched this video. I have been following the account P. Vanny Payton Van said. If I've said that wrong, I apologize. I know for a fact that you have been involved with these people. Do you support the actions of these people?
No.
All right. Okay, that's good. Dean Withers, he has been also accused of being a racist and being involved with these people. Do you support those people?
Dean isn't involved with them either. We've both publicly addressed this and responded to this. We're not involved with them. We do not support that behavior. We think that's very bad.
All right, because it has been said that Dean has been actively supporting Elizabeth and what's her name?
No,
Elizabeth.
we've disassociated ourselves.
Oh, good lord. Okay.
Like
Don't
distance
say
ourselves.
good lord. I'm just making sure that I can still follow a creator that I thoroughly enjoy.
That's
I'm not
totally
saying
fine.
Because yeah, okay, yeah, that's fine.
Don't worry.
Anyway,
Don't worry.
Parker, I appreciate your time. I just wanted to make sure that you are not involved with these people because what they have done is horrific.
Absolutely. Yeah.
And it absolutely just dishonors exactly what you stand for.
Absolutely. I would make sure to go look at my YouTube channel. I address this and you can watch the video specifically at the beginning of my live stream if you'd like to go look at my whole thoughts on the matter more in depth than what I've currently addressed right now. But yeah, that'd be important if you want to go look into that information.
Same with Thank you very much.
Dean has multiple videos up too.
Thank you so much.
Anyway, bye-bye.
You're good. You're good. Don't worry. Don't worry. They just wanted to clarify. It's
Yeah.
okay. Don't worry. Don't worry, Evan.
I get that.
Alrighty. Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. Alrighty, let's get this next person up here. Alrighty, only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. Alrighty. Let me get this next person.
Hello.
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 18, so this is my first year voting.
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
Yep, and I regret it.
Hey, base. Appreciate you. Thank you so much. We are just looking for people who did vote for Donald Trump who still support him. Maybe I should say it that way. If you're on YouTube, to make sure to like the stream, everyone, to help get it out to more people. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
23.
Have a good night, Lita. Have a good night. Did you vote for Donald Trump?
Yep.
Why so?
It was many reasons.
And what was one of them?
But one I could think on top of my head was that I wasn't on the issue of abortion. The one thing I don't agree with.
Oh, I know you're trolling.
No, stop in the chat.
You're the longest running troll like ever.
That's funny. I don't know why I find that so funny, but I did.
I always find it funny when he comes on the live. Honestly, I'm not gonna lie. Like I always do. Like
chill.
I think it's just because that one, we can tell it's him, and then two, it's that like it's just such a long standing like joke that like we always, the chat always, like tells me is just really funny. Everyone, do make sure to like the stream. It should help get out to more people. I would really appreciate it on YouTube, especially everyone. Colleen, thank you for the $2. Thank you. Yo, what's up? How old are you? One thing I do know now is that I just shouldn't have hit a restart.
Yeah, that was kind of bad moves. Yeah. I should, whenever you say that, I'm gonna just say no. I'm gonna just say no, Parker. Don't you do it.
Yeah, unless it's really bad.
It's like really bad, but like, yeah.
Because I can definitely say that now. And we got some extra people on the YouTube. That's what matters,
Hello, YouTube people.
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 18.
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
Yep.
Why so?
Because back in his first presidency, the economy was much better than it was today.
Under Trump's presidency?
Who's president right now?
What,
I mean,
dude?
I agree. Like, yeah, Trump's fucking it up. So
yeah, it's worse than it was previously. Yeah,
it is pretty bad.
All right, let's get this next person up here.
That was funny.
All right, yo, what's up? How old are you? All right, let's get this next person up here. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates.
Debates only.
All right, let's get the next person up here. Yeah, what's up? How old are you?
Hey, what's up? How old are you?
Yeah, what's up? How old are you?
At some point, that's going to just become like one long run-in phrase, and it's going to become one word. Just, hey, what's up? How old are you? Hey, what's up? How old are you? Hey, what's up? How old are you?
Yeah.
It's going to be like, you'll be 70, be like, hey, what's up? How old are you? What's up? How old are you?
Yep, it's one word. Yo, what's up? How old are you? It's just one word. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 30. How old are you?
I'm 23. Did you vote for Donald Trump?
I sure did.
Why'd you do that?
Honestly, because I know you're going to go against this, but the way he protected women, I have 3 nieces, and I found that really important.
And
I mean,
how do you protect women?
How do you protect women? By signing a bill to not let men in women's sports and not let men in women's bathrooms.
Oh,
so I found that.
So to clarify, right?
And I know that's a talking point for you that you probably have 3 dots under that essential question. But honestly, like, though that's my only reason I voted for him. You can say this and that, but that is my main reason.
For sure. I've a perfect point for you to address. Right? Would you ever vote for a candidate that like walked into the changing rooms of like girls or women without their consent?
See, that's not on my mind. I'm talking about right now. I'm not talking about
what's not on your mind.
Not on my mind at all. I'm talking about this current. I didn't have 3. I wasn't thinking about that then. In fact, I was.
No. I'm saying in retrospect.
Thinking about that, right? I'm thinking about the current laws right now. Maybe that wasn't okay back then, and I agree, it's not okay. But right now, I agree with the fact that should not be allowed. And I don't think he should have been able to do that back then. So what's your point?
So then you wouldn't support a candidate that specifically walked into the changing rooms of girls or women without their consent?
If he was running, and what year was that, Parker?
And what year did he walk into the changing rooms of girls in Miss USA without their consent?
Yeah.
It was either the early 2000s or late 90s.
If he was running for president then, I would not have voted for him.
Well, wait, he did that in the past. Is that he was like an adult man? Like, I'm confused why you say that like you don't apply this.
I mean, I'm confused as to why. I mean, this is a very conflicting argument considering you want men in women's rooms. So like, what is your point?
So when it comes to change rooms, I actually believe in individual changing spaces for everyone. Like I think like the idea of like having to change in front of.
I'm sorry to interrupt you, but that's insane. You expect individual stalls for 25 high school athletes or 50 college athletes? Like, I'm very confused.
Yeah. I think you can set up like 15 different change rooms or something like that, and then you can take turns on the change rooms. Why not?
That makes absolutely no sense.
I think the idea of having to change in front of everyone is kind of like a strange concept in the first place, regardless of gender. Like I just when I
they have individual stalls in locker rooms, right?
Like for example,
so if you feel uncomfortable, but at the same time, a woman shouldn't be forced to change with a man with a penis.
They have two individual. Like say for example, in my gym in high school.
But Leah Thomas, aka
I love to respond.
William Thomas,
I love to speak.
Am
I allowed to respond?
We're not going to do that here. I'm sorry. No, hold on. We're not going to do that here. Okay, we will discuss these topics, these very intricate topics with you, but you're not going to dead name somebody. Like, I'm sorry, but like Parker, I will.
Absolutely agree. I absolutely agree with you calling her out.
Because
I was happy you're calling her out.
Because I will, and I think Parker has this idea too. I will talk about these issues. I am not afraid to talk about these things. I will have these difficult conversations as long as you're respectful and you don't actually like go into like crazy territory. But the minute that you do it, I'm sorry, either you change your behavior or I'm going to shut it down, because there's no point in engaging with that. If you want to have a respectful conversation, then we'll do so.
W Matt. Alrighty. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Parker, this is the father with the crying child.
Oh, welcome back.
Yeah, man. I just wanted to quickly finish what I was already. He's already good. Apologies for earlier.
You're totally fine. Don't worry.
Don't
all right.
For basic functions of a baby.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah. It's just
I will acknowledge that, but I'm always just like, the one that wants to like make sure the kids are taken care of.
Yeah. No, you kind of made me feel like a bad parent. So
I'm not trying to make you feel like a bad parent. I apologize.
Okay. So no, what I was trying to get at was how do you think Kamala would have handled Kamala, my bad. How do you think Kamala would have handled Putin differently than Trump?
I think she would have been in more support of like keeping NATO organized and together insofar as they can contain Russia. So a lot more on containment of Russia.
In terms of like, you think she would have put sanctions on them, or
we already have sanctions? I think that she would have continued funding Ukraine, which would have allowed for us to contain like Russia from invading into the rest of
probably wouldn't try to legitimize them. Because what Trump is doing is he's trying to legitimize Putin by saying, for example, that Russia should be introduced back into the G7, that Putin should be at the table. No, I'm sorry. When you're the aggressor against a burgeoning democracy, we should ostracize you because you have violated norms of the entire world, and so they shouldn't be brought back in just because you want a ceasefire. Yes, you should try to work towards a ceasefire, but it should be done not on their playing field. And right now, it's being done on their playing field.
Okay, gotcha. And then another thing why I support Trump is just the women's sports. I think it's crazy how a man could just box a woman and just completely just annihilate her.
Can you give me like one example?
Well, I mean, I'm pretty sure there's matches out there where it's already occurred.
Can you give me a specific example like yourself? Have you looked into any of them?
No, but didn't Trump publicly state that there was
So to clarify, if you haven't looked into any of them, why are you making this claim that there's such a huge issue that's existing all over? Because like, I just want to let you know, there are more allegations of sexual misconduct against Donald Trump than there is like trans athletes within the NCAA.
Yeah, but do you know that Trump publicly said this? That he saw a boxing match between two athletes. One was a man, and then the other was a woman, and he saw the man literally piece her up. You didn't see.
So if you're gonna source Donald Trump to me, I'm going to laugh at you.
So
do you want me to do that?
Okay, so he's lying.
I'm serious. Yeah, of course.
Okay. So
of fucking course he's lying. He's a pathological liar. He has 30,000 confirmed lies in his first administration. I would not take a damn thing from that fucking guy's mouth.
So you support women or men being in women's sports?
I don't. I think that you saying that is kind of fucked up. I think trans women are women. I think
how?
I think
How?
trans women through multiple years of HRT and or not going through male puberty should absolutely be allowed to play in women's sports, as there's no good evidence indicating that like there's unfair, right, advantages, right, given that there's multiple years of HRT and or a male puberty.
And that's our baseline. Because for me, for example, I would even go above and beyond and say that for very specific sports, you could have even more criteria, as long as it's fair and not being exclusionary on like some broad characteristics. So what was laid out is a good one, but I think it is very much very specific on the sport. Boxing is a very unique one that like should be looked at very carefully.
Of course.
Okay, and then my last question. You were talking about Joe Rogan earlier about you would convince him to not be a Christian. So you're an atheist, right?
Yeah, I'm an agnostic atheist. Yeah.
Okay, so you do believe in there's a higher power, but you just don't know exactly what the God is, like which God.
No, it means I don't know what the explanation is for existence in of itself, right? And I don't believe it's a God.
And you're okay with living your entire life knowing what's real, what's not?
We don't claim that.
No, but I'm saying you're on your deathbed, right? You're okay with dying on your deathbed, not knowing if God's real.
Yeah.
No one knows if God's real.
That's just the reality of things. I'm sorry, bro.
No one can claim knowledge. Like, I'm sorry, but you can say that you believe it and that you have a true belief or something. But like absolute knowledge, like I know, like God is real. No, it's just not possible.
Okay, so I could tell you guys are very intelligent people. So you believe in the Big Bang?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so you believe that something came from nothing?
No. That's not the Big
Bang. That's
Bang.
not the Big Bang. Big Bang is just expansion of the universe.
Yeah, but where did that expansion occur in the first place?
We don't know.
Yeah, that's what we
So
don't know.
exactly. So you don't know. So why do you believe?
That doesn't mean nothing.
So Jim.
It does. What do you mean?
No,
Jim,
it doesn't. It just means we don't know.
Jim, hold on. So what you're misunderstanding is that there's a difference between belief and acceptance. Parker and I and all the scientists and everybody who accept the Big Bang Theory say that it is the best current explanation for the universe and its expansion from a T equals 0 type of thing, right? Before that, we have no fucking idea. I say I don't know. There are many hypotheses, right, that have not been proven, or that have no weight of evidence. So I say I don't know because I'm not afraid to say I don't know. It does not harm me in any way to say I don't know. And because I don't know, that does not mean that I'm going to invent an explanation that has no evidence for it. That's what Joe Rogan did. I watched that whole interview that like you're talking about. Joe Rogan basically says, I accept Jesus because I cannot explain what came before the Big Bang, and because I can't explain it, I'm going to accept Jesus. That's just the God of the gaps. It's very old, it's very basic, right? But I just go beyond that and say, look, I don't have the answer. I probably will never have the answer, but just because I don't have the answer does not mean that I'm going to just invent out of whole cloth a God to explain it away.
Okay, hear you. And then real quick, Parker, real quick. Do you believe, because I've seen you debate, man, and you honestly, I think you're better than Destiny. Do you think that, or would you say that you can beat Ben Shapiro in a debate, even though you guys kind of share the same ideals?
Ben Shapiro?
Yes.
I do not share the same ideals as Ben
Yo,
Shapiro.
no.
But yes, I could beat Ben Shapiro in a debate.
You could beat him in a debate.
I think I already did. I just didn't have enough time to expose him further.
Okay, because I would love one day to see that. That would be very
I've
interesting.
technically already debated him, but it was for a very short period of time.
Okay, and then what's your response to Charlie Kirk saying that you are just like clout chasing him, like you are just like
Charlie
stalking him? Yeah, Charlie Kirk.
I was stalking because I showed up to one college.
He said he showed up. You showed up to multiple.
They've showed up to 2 now. Right, that's it.
Okay.
But now the only reason I would show up to events like that is so that I could debate Trump supporters on the sides. I know that he's not going to debate me. The second time I didn't even try to debate him. The first one, the second time was just to support like Dean to be there for everyone and whatnot, and the tour and whatnot. But the first time I caught him off guard because it was a campus near me.
Okay. And then what's your I'm sorry, I'm turning into a Q&A, but real quick, what's your like explanation on why the majority of the vote was towards Trump, and they're saying that not a lot of people.
It wasn't a majority, but why more votes went to Donald Trump than Kamala Harris? Because it's the case that people attributed inflation to the incumbent president, right? And then they attributed that to Kamala Harris without good reason.
So are you saying that Trump left them with a pretty bad economy when Biden came in, and they were trying to pick up the shattered pieces, and they just couldn't do it? Or
what I was saying is that there were like global issues that happened with the economy, and then people attribute that to the president, right? It would have happened regardless of the candidate for president. I don't know what your point is.
No, I'm just trying to figure out, how do you think Kamala's gonna, if she would have, my bad, Kamala. How do you think if she would have won, how do you think she would have fixed the economy right now?
I never said she would have fixed the economy, but she would do better than Donald Trump because she wasn't advocating for disastrous tariffs. She was advocating for a child tax credit, a tax credit for first-time home buyers for new homes. She was advocating to cut the cost of pharmaceutical goods, like actually had a plan to do that. Donald Trump just said, please.
What were you going to say, Matt?
I said there would be nothing to need fixing because she wouldn't be trying to destroy it.
Yes.
Okay.
Like yes, like why would she need fixing for something that she wouldn't like she wouldn't have these tariffs. She wouldn't be going like against our allies. Like what?
Okay. Man, you guys are starting to convince me to go a little bit left now, but I'm just trying to figure out, why do you think a lot of Trump supporters, people that voted for Trump, why do you guys think they're mostly all homophobic and just full of hatred?
Because I talk to them every day. Because I talk to them literally every day.
Yeah.
You never came across a Trump supporter that was respectful, and you actually kind of had you thinking like,
but they weren't a Trump supporter for very long.
Okay. So you think the people that are the best people deep down are the ones that support?
I feel like the Trump supporters that are genuinely like good people, given the evidence, will change their minds and will, gain a different perspective, right, over time. Obviously, I don't think it would be immediate, but I think that over time they will be able to take that into account. Oftentimes, it could be the case that they could have decent values and they could just be under a different set of facts, right? And do I know how to get people to accept a legitimate set of facts when they literally don't accept anything? No, I actually don't, and that's what I'm trying to figure out all the time. But I will convince as many people as I possibly can.
And outside of like the people who like Parker speak to like the millions and millions of people, I would say many of them might not be bad people and might not hold bad beliefs, but they're not, and I don't mean this in a bad way. Like I really don't, but they're ignorant to like certain facts, and that's because they have a job, they have family, they have commitments, and that's fine. I'm not saying it's a bad thing, but there are people out there, right, who who genuinely have hateful beliefs and who just want to quote, like own the libs and anything that, the libs stand for, they're like against. And because liberals typically on average believe in things like fairness and equality and overall,
At what point what's their moral guidance? Because like Trump supporters lean towards more of the traditional like Christian values, and God is what guides them to be a decent human being.
Okay.
What guides liberals to?
They say that but
liberals can be religious.
Yeah, but I just want to say, by the way, many Trump supporters, right? And I would say like the average ones. Well, no, even the ones who are in the higher ups, they claim to be Christian and they claim to like be upholding values of Christianity. But I fully disagree with that. As someone who was a Christian for a long time and was very deeply religious, I can tell you that the number one concern of Jesus was for the poor and for migrants, things like that. And these people have no regard for it. So my guess is that if you actually ask them like about the Bible, they would have no fucking idea what they were even talking about, because Jesus wouldn't even recognize them for the way that they talk about people who are poor, people who are migrants, people who are in need, people who actually need help. Like that was Jesus' concern. Jesus didn't like care about people who are trans or who are gay, a GAY or anything. Like he didn't care about that shit, right? But that's what they're focused on.
Okay. So what are your thoughts though by seeing all the all the Satanism that's going on? Like when you watch like music videos, like no. I know I sound goofy right now, but I'm just trying to get to the bottom of it.
It's working.
Okay. Yeah, but
it's a marketing mechanism. They're making money off of it.
Yeah, but can we admit that the music industry is pretty like left wing? Like, let's keep it and even
it has
Disney,
nothing to do with being left wing. It has everything to do with bringing in green. Like,
so you think
it's just money related. It's just because like people know that Christians are gonna see that and they're gonna react to it, and they're gonna be like, "Oh shit, that's crazy," and it's gonna bring more conversation about it. It's a marketing tactic, and you are literally promoting that marketing tactic right now for free.
Yeah, there is a sect of Satanism that actually does believe in Satan and like does worship him, but like most Satanists are like not that way. They do it as kind of like a mockery of what they see as the hypocrisy of like modern Christians, because what they see as like good and everything, most Christians say is bad, but actually most Christians actually end up doing themselves.
Okay. Oh, and Parker, just man, I wanted to ask you this question as well. How do you think Kamala would have? I mean, what's the difference though? Kamala.
That's your name. That's like calling my name.
I'm correcting your pronunciation.
Yeah, like what's your name? I mean, like to like say your name wrong.
My name's Christian, but people call me Christian.
Okay,
it doesn't matter.
Hey, I'm just telling you that's her name and that's how you pronounce it. If you don't want to pronounce it properly, I'll kick you from the stream.
Okay, yeah, my apologies. So, how do you think she would have handled the man? And I'm scared. I'm terrified to talk about this. But how do you think she would have handled the Mexican cartel? Like how how Trump's handling it right now?
I'm actually not quite sure.
You don't know how she would have handled it, or
no?
Okay, you just don't care.
I don't think she talked about it really.
Well, yeah, that's what I'm asking. You seem to be the one to know.
I mean, she probably would have used the age-old method, which is to work with Mexico to try to bolster their forces to basically go after these people. I mean, like that's what we've always done. Like, I mean, Donald Trump is doing kind of the same thing. Like he isn't sending troops into Mexico because that's like illegal and that's like war. So like he's not doing that. He's basically doing the same thing that like everybody else is doing, which is using like power to like move influence and stuff.
Okay, I get you. Well, man, I appreciate you guys for talking to me. Really. Oh, Parker, last question, man. Last question. Man, you seem like your IQ is through the freaking roof. I just want to know, man, are you a stoner? You don't smoke at all?
I am.
Oh, you do smoke?
All the time.
How are you still like, because man, I'm high as hell right now talking to you. How do you still manage to be this sharp and be a stoner at the same time?
Like, do you take like nootropics or?
I don't even know what that is. No, I'm a common elevator. I'm used to elevating. So it just comes naturally. I tell you.
Did you like once a day, or are you casually toke up at night, or what's your routine?
I mean, what's he doing right now?
I mean, he's hitting that right now. Did you just hit it? Did he just? I don't believe you, man. I feel like you're a fake stoner. There's no way you're this.
I have met Parker in person multiple times. And I can tell you that is.
I can tell you it's multiple times a day. I tell you it's too much. I actually genuinely long term, I'm gonna get off of it. I'm serious. But right now,
Why?
Because it's not healthy long run.
Like mentally,
like developmentally.
I think you should stick with it because we've gotten far. Like right now, you're killing it, and I think that's probably your secret.
I could probably get far doing that, but like obviously, like it's about what's gonna get me the furthest. You know what I'm saying?
Okay, so you're you're trying to be up there. Like,
at a certain point, I have to think about those things. I can't just have the worst health ever and not concern myself about it.
What's your like goal though? Are you trying to get an interview with, or are you trying to be like a news anchor? Or what do you guys? Are you trying to be like what's that guy's name?
I'm doing what I love. I'm promoting things that I think are good things, and that's my goal, is to get people to critically think more, to engage themselves more with these topics that matter to me. That's my goal. I don't have any other like long-term goals outside of that context. That's genuinely what I do this for, and I've been doing this for many years.
Okay, and then you were, when we were talking earlier, you were talking down about Myron Gaines. Just what do you disagree about him the most though?
He's insanely misogynistic.
Yeah, but name one point that he says that you just disagree with.
Yeah, he thinks that women shouldn't have the right to vote.
Okay, yeah, I disagree with that. Yeah. But I'm talking about like the whole monogamy, or if
How about this? How he says that his girlfriend should have to be closed off in terms of the relationship, in terms of sexual partners, but he can be open. That's hypocritical to me.
No, but I was necessarily talking about how women monkey branch to the guy with the best resources. Do you believe?
Say that one more time.
Where he says that women tend to naturally monkey branch to the guy that offers the best resources. Do you?
Interesting terminology. But I don't think that's like a realistic thing. No,
that's not a saying, by the way.
That's like I don't think that women like are just like say they see someone who has higher status, higher class, are just gonna go to that right away, right? Just like given that they're in a relationship already.
I mean, so
do people in society in typical care about status and money? Yeah, but that's not unique to women. Like, why are we acting like that's unique to women?
No, but I'm just saying, because do you have a girlfriend?
Yes.
Okay. Do you think, let's say, a very wealthy person comes along and starts talking to her, and he has way more resources than you, and he has a little bit of game? Do you think your girl, even though you are less rich than him, do you think your girl would not, go with the other guy? Like, you think she'll just
my girlfriend would stay with me.
Okay, but this is where
I'm sorry. Do you not understand that women care about how they're treated, like as people, as human beings? That's incredibly important.
Yeah, but
what you do in terms of how you treat someone, right, in a relationship goes a lot further, oftentimes, than like how much money you have. Now, obviously, there's a baseline within the context of relationships where people need to be able to have the bare necessities and stuff. But beyond that, right, it's about how people are treated. Right.
Yeah, but if I'm a guy,
that's probably the most important factor for most. That's at least what you'd be wanting to look for, right? If someone is concerned with other things like that, right, more than like someone's character or how they treat you, right? That's honestly like indicative of like that person might not have matured. Like that's how I used to think about it. Like when I was in like high school, like you don't think about like when you're in high school before you've been in a relationship like that, how important those types of things are until
let me ask you.
Let me ask relationships. What's that?
The girlfriend that you're with right now, did she did she get with you before you've gained all this popularity online? And let's be honest.
I technically already had popularity.
Now let's be honest. When you were in high school, like, when did you meet your girlfriend?
We've been together for over a year and a half now.
Yeah, and you've been popular for more than that, almost a year longer than that.
Okay.
I'm going to admit, just to say, these questions are kind of invasive, and I don't think.
Yeah, why are you asking these questions, bro?
Because we're talking about Myron Gaines, and we're talking about
So that means I have to talk. What's your point? You think
my point is,
you think my girlfriend is with me because I have attention on the internet? Is that your view?
No, I just want you to admit that.
That's not how we met.
The girl that you have, right? Let's say what you're saying is the truth. The girl that you have, can you at least admit that those girls are rare to find?
Girl that I don't think I have. I think this is really weird terminology. My girlfriend, right, is a really unique person. I'm incredibly lucky to have her, right, as a partner, right, and I want to be with her like for the rest of my life, and I am incredibly grateful for that. Is that good enough?
Yes, but I'm saying that she is not like the majority of women that exist today, is what I'm trying to say, and that's why I kind of agree with Myron's take.
I don't think I could make a claim of whether or not my girlfriend is quote unquote like a majority of women. Within certain respects, obviously my girlfriend has characteristics that are like a majority of women, and then in other characteristics doesn't. But she's a unique human being, like any other human being, any other person, right?
Okay. Well, that's all I was trying to figure out, like why you disagree with Myron and all those red pill guys.
Yeah, because he's a horrible misogynistic pig that thinks that women should not have the right to vote, and that women, right, are held to higher standards, ethically speaking, than men are, right, in the context of relationships, right? It's insane. It's like he
has a way bigger message than that. His message is.
What are you talking about? What do you mean?
No, his message. No, I hear what you're saying. He has his message. His message to all the men out there is, in order for you to get find a woman nowadays, is you have to have resources. You have to be above average, because average women right now don't want to be with average men. They want to be with a guy that's insanely rich. It's the reality.
How about you listen to a woman's thoughts on this?
Oh yeah, hi. I'm hello everybody. I'm woman. Jim, how do you have like any source on that? How does Myron know what a majority of women want and or desire?
Because he's been in the dating market in Miami, and he's friends with a lot of people that have dated a bunch of women, and
So Miami is like a very like special type of place, right? Because the type of people who flock to Miami are going to be people who maybe are like on the lookout for like celebrities or sugar daddies or sugar mommies or whatever it is, right? So you can't necessarily base you can't necessarily like see Miami and then think, okay, this is how the dating pool looks like in every other city or in every other country, right? So you can't like base that on like his anecdotal experience or like his own personal experiences. You realize that he doesn't bring up any stats for all the things that he says, right?
Okay, but aside from that, I've experienced, and I don't live in Miami. I don't want to say where I live because your fans are crazy, Parker. But let's just say I live in a place where it's not Miami or Los Angeles or New York. And the women have this mentality nowadays. It's crazy.
What mentality?
Well, you have to pretty much make 6 figures a year.
I'm a bit confused because, like, first of all, there's a difference between somebody saying that they want somebody who's financially stable and they want somebody who is making like 6 figures. Those are two different things. I can tell you, I'm a woman.
So you would
and a lot of the women within my friend group like don't necessarily want a person who's earning 6 figures. So I'm a bit confused as to why you think that you can speak for women when you are not a woman. You haven't conducted any studies or surveys, and you just speak. I'm pretty sure you haven't dated like 50 women or 10 women.
I've been with a lot of women. I've been with a lot of women. I promise you, I have. It's just
And all those women said that they wanted like a guy who earned six figures.
well, no, they didn't just say that.
Okay,
Who
cool.
just say that, but they've demonstrated. They've showed. They
How?
don't respect. Well, I work construction, and I'm making good money where I'm at. What I make is not good enough.
Oh,
What are you on seeking arrangements? I'm confused. What is it not enough for?
They just want me to. They just want more money.
Who's they?
The shorties, Parker.
Why are you
my
referring to women that way?
Oh, I'm sorry. The girls, the ladies, man.
Do you think maybe they just, if you're like the common denominator, they maybe just didn't like you and not necessarily how much you're earning or not earning?
That could be a point. Maybe I'm just.
Or it is the case that dealing with you is so much that in order to be able to deal with you, they need the money.
Yeah, it's a good one. Hey,
that's something maybe you should consider too for a second.
All right. Well, man, I enjoyed this public flaming. It was awesome.
No,
man.
I'm serious. Like if
you
you like, I'm genuinely serious, right? If you just treat women with like respect and dignity as human beings, right, you probably wouldn't have as much of an issue when it comes to those types of things, right? For most of the men that are doing this in the red pill community, right? Like genuinely serious. It is ideology. It is how people are treated. It is the roles that people play. It's the fact that they can't fucking get out of their own head on those types of things, on thinking of whatever is going to benefit them in the highest possible way, or how they view. They're projecting how they view things, right, in the dating place onto like how women view things, right? So you're projecting all you're doing is projecting your intentions onto women, and then saying women are so bad for those types of things, but then not holding yourself accountable. That's such a fucking problem. That is such a problem. And if you don't deal with those problems that affect you, right, it's probably going to be harder for you to find and maintain a relationship.
Okay. And then my question is, this isn't a personal question, but do you support like open relationships, like, or do you think that's the best?
If both people are consenting, absolutely.
Okay, but do you think that's the best way to approach?
I'm in a monogamous relationship.
Okay.
I think you'd have to communicate that, right? Because if you don't communicate that, that's just cheating, right? And so like, there are a lot of people who probably would want an open relationship. I feel like it's much better to just seek those people out instead of like looking for a person who's monogamous and then like forcing them or pushing them into wanting an open relationship. But also I just wanted to kind of like tell you that this particular like talking point is very, thank you for the galaxy, appreciate you.
Yeah, it's very personal.
This talking point is like very reductionist. I think it's very reductionist. It's very generalizing. And I think like red pillars purposefully give impressionable men the worst fucking advice ever, so they could stay single and they could stay like paying their salaries. It's a very smart marketing strategy. Keep like your audience single so they can continue coming back.
No, yeah, you guys pretty much broke down the red pill community. You guys literally tore them up right now. I'm not red pill, but some of Myron's takes, I agree with. So,
what if Myron's takes do you agree with? I'm confused. That guy has just like bad take after bad take after bad take.
It's not just women. It's also like you gotta. In order to be a man, you have to make money. Let's be honest. In order to be valuable, you have to be exceptional in today's day and age. You have to. You just have to, or else you won't stand out. And it'll be very difficult for you to find somebody.
No, but that would just mean that you would be like financially stable. And financially stable doesn't necessarily mean that you're out here being a multi-millionaire, right? The issue that I have here is that this idea that all women want only the top 1% of men, and the math does just not work, right? Relationships still form all around us because people are choosing each other based on more than just wealth and not really like, you know what I mean? So I feel like, I don't know. I feel like men who listen to Myron have probably had like a few bad experiences. or like just watch like 1 or 2 red pill content on like women, and then think that, I don't know, they can hate all women. And that's just like the reality is like the vast majority of women are going to marry or partner up with somebody who is middle or working class. And most relationships still happen within like within their own socioeconomic class, right?
Okay, so let me ask you this: would you be fine dating and I'm sorry if I'm being invasive because you guys love to use that word. Would you be fine, Cove? I'm sorry if I'm pronouncing it wrong.
Athena, you can just call me Athena.
Okay, would you be fine dating a guy that's pushing carts at Walmart, but he's treating you like a princess, he's treating you very good, but you know, he's working at Walmart and that's the best he can do? Would you still be with him? Even
like,
even though you guys are, let's say, financially stable, you're both paying the bills half and half, would you be fine living that life with that guy who pushes carts at Walmart for the rest of your life?
I think like for me, it has to do with financial stability. Like I wouldn't want to stress out to pay the bills and all that stuff. And as long as we can live a financially stable, comfortable life, then yeah. I mean that's the most important thing for me, to be comfortable in life.
Yeah, I find that very hard to believe, but
why?
No, I'm just yeah.
Parker, let's be honest, man. Women, they want to live a very nice life. They want to travel. They want to do things. And in today's economy,
that's why I said
the average man is not going to be able to do those
Jim. Who the fuck are you to say that? Who the fuck are you? Why the fuck are we listening to you on what women want? Did you do a study? Did you do any fucking research?
I'm pretty
sure
you're
referencing women.
Why do you think she literally said there's a flock of women?
No, dude, why are we taking advice on like what women do from communities of men that only want to engage with men that don't want to engage with other women? The reality of Myron Gaines and plenty of other red pillars is that they're weaponizing the pain that men have gone through in relationships, right? To make people bigots. That's literally the point, to bring you back. And then continue the hatred of women, continue the hatred of practically many marginalized communities, right? If you want to acknowledge that as well, right? Within the red pill community, that's the reality of the red pill community. So, I mean, if you can't acknowledge that, right, then you're going to be stuck in the red pill, right?
I'm not red pill. I'm not red pill, by the way.
I mean, you like Myron Gaines. I probably consider that red pill. Like, I think liking Myron Gaines is
liking somebody does not mean you agree with their ideals. That doesn't make sense.
What do you agree with Myron Gaines? Like, I'm confused.
No, you literally just said if I like somebody, I have to agree with everything they're saying.
No, I never said that. I'm just saying, like, what is redeemable about Myron?
I just told you, and you guys broke down the points, and you know I'm just gonna have to disagree with them because she literally said she'll live a happy life with a guy who's pushing carts at Walmart, which I find extremely hard to believe. And
Jim, why is that hard to believe? Why is it hard to believe that, again, anything, as long as you're financially stable, people care way more about how they're treated?
So explain, why did she say there's a flock of women going to Miami, going to these places where there's a bunch of rich men? Explain that.
Listen, the same thing is going to be true in any context. When people have more money, there's going to be some people that go after that money. The fact that you attribute that onto like overall women in general is ridiculous. This also doesn't indicate it's more prevalent with women comparative to men.
Okay. Well, I'm just gonna have to disagree.
You're just saying that there's some women, right, that go towards big cities to find people who are rich. As if there aren't some men that go to areas in big cities to find people that are rich. Like, I'm sorry, like, how the hell can you not acknowledge that this could be true for both men and women?
Okay, if she's saying flock, can we agree that she's saying overall? If a flock of women,
who's saying this?
The woman that's in this, I don't know, I forgot her name.
Wait, so
is she still there?
Wait, what's wrong with that terminology? With Athena?
That you're saying, why do you believe overall? It's overall the woman that think this way, and she's literally a woman telling you herself as a woman that there's a flock of women going to Miami.
Wait.
That?
I'm confused what your point is, right? Flock is not majority. That just means that some people go to that area. That's all. That's completely compatible with everything I just said.
So flock means some, is what you're saying.
Yeah, it would be a group of
Man,
people.
no, that is not true.
What is a flock?
Flock is a big group of something. A flock, like a flock of birds.
Even if it's a small percentage of people, there's still going to be a large, relatively like decent size of people. So saying flock is just going to be like, again, a word meant to describe that people go towards that area, right, to find people who are rich. Of course, that's true. The same thing is true the other way around with men. Men do the same thing.
Okay,
I don't know
well,
why you're making or prescribing a majority. Like,
okay,
that
well,
would
that
obviously be wrong.
Well, that wasn't what I was trying to get at. I was trying to ask her, why does she think that this flock, right, is going to Miami? Why? I just want her to say. I just want her to hear it.
People go to big cities.
Okay, so the woman that, whenever they say, "Oh, we're going to Miami," and they wear their bikinis, they go on the beach, and they're just doing it
it's
for
warm
themselves.
there.
See, so let me ask you this: why do you?
It's a beautiful city. They want to go to the beach.
Just so you're telling me, come on, you're not this naive. Come on. You're telling me women go to Miami just to look at the water, dip their toes in the water, and just go back
and
home?
hang out with friends and vacation and go out at night and dance and drink with their friends and hang out. That's oftentimes what's that's pretty common.
Okay, so these flock of women that go to Miami, they just go with their friends, look at the beach, have fun.
Wait, that's like any vacation spot.
Okay. All right. You got me there. You got me there. You got me there. Am I muted?
No, you're not muted.
Okay, I thought you were muted.
Man, I'm like internally cringing, dude.
No, it's fine. I'm having fun with this. I just hope one day you can hop on Fresh and Fit and just debate these guys. It would be hilarious. No, I feel like you would dissect them and break.
I don't think that they're like engaging in debate.
I
genuinely don't think Fresh and Fit is engaging in debate.
Have you ever DM'd them for a debate?
No, I haven't. I don't think.
Okay. Myron is one of those guys that he likes to, I'm not going to say clout chase, but he likes to feed off other people's fan base. So if you come up to him and you DM him and you say, "Hey, Myron, I want to debate with you."
Why would I want Myron to feed off of a fan base? Like, I'm sorry, genuinely think about that for a second. Also, like, if there's not going to be a debate, what's the productivity in that?
I'm saying that's the only reason why he'll probably debate you, is what I'm saying. And I'm saying it's easy. It'll be easy for you to just slide in his DMs. He probably already knows who you are. He's just maybe ducking the fade. He's probably, you know what that means? Ducking the fade. It means he's probably avoiding you, right? You just need to slide in his DMs. "Hey, Myron, I want to debate you." I'm going to be sending this to him because I talked to him a little bit. And I hope you...
Wait, can y'all hear me?
I hope you guys can debate each other. Please.
Oh, God, I was aware my internet was, like, fucked up. Sorry. Can I address one thing about Myron Gaines, though, specifically? He's hella anti-black women. Like, he reproduces so much misogynoir.
Oh, yeah,
so I don't know why he would be okay with... What did he say?
He's racist. Yeah, he's a terrible human being.
No, I wouldn't say he's racist because he's black, right? But I would say that he reproduces a lot of misogynoir. And he, like, dehumanizes black women on a regular basis. So I don't know why you would even, like, bother listening to a person who on a regular basis uses his platform to dehumanize black women. And women in general, yeah, but, like, black women even more.
No, I agree with some of his points, but that doesn't mean I fully, like, support everything he said.
Points?
I already told you, Parker. Like, I agree with some of your points as well. I just don't agree with, like...
I want what specific points of mine?
Yeah.
I already told you.
You think that women are gonna, regardless of the scenario, just go for someone who's, like, better off?
Well, not regardless of the scenario. I'm saying there's unique women out there, like, very rare, that don't care about that. But I'm saying the majority.
Rare?
I believe so. Yes, I believe so. And
so you think in typical, women are just going to, like, as soon as they, like, meet someone in their life that makes more money than the partner that they're with, to just leave their partner and go with that and be with that person?
Well, it all depends. It all depends. If she's with this guy and he's just not bringing in, he's not putting food on the table, then
Yeah,
as
if,
much.
if there is people leave relationships if that relationship is limiting their ability to live.
Okay.
Wait, why are we shaming people for caring about money in a volatile economy? I'm a bit confused with that one. Like, I'm sick and tired of men who listen to Red Pillars shaming women for wanting, like, not to struggle.
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
literally.
Like, few women are demanding, like yachts or like luxury lifestyles. Like, simply saying that you want food on the table, a roof over your head, is not something that like
That's
makes
not
a
a
woman a
crazy
gold digger
concept.
or
Like,
something like that. Like, I'm sorry, saying that you want to be comfortable, that you want to live like have like a stable life, and not necessarily have to stress, is not a bad thing. And I think like men like you need to stop shaming women for that.
Yeah, when I said put food on the table, I didn't literally mean like put food so you guys don't starve. I meant like, provide a couple of, money, just be a little bit above middle class. That's what I meant. I didn't mean literally put food on the table. But you guys get my point.
No, I don't.
No, you guys don't. Okay.
I don't, because I can tell you now that me, myself, and all the women that I mean, this is anecdotal, I know, but me, myself, and all the women that I know, like, we simply want like people who are financially stable, because we don't want to have to stress over whether we can like pay the bill or whatever it is, right? And there's nothing wrong with that. It doesn't mean that I'm a gold digger. It doesn't mean that the women I know are gold diggers. It doesn't mean that we want to go to Dubai or or have like luxurious trips. By the way, F Dubai for what they're doing in Sudan. I just wanted to say that. But anyways, like, I feel like, I don't know. I feel like men like you want women not to have any standards, and a woman having some standards for some reason is a bad thing. If you can't meet those standards, you should be working on bettering yourself instead of shaming the woman and bullying her into lowering her standards.
Right. I agree. I like how we took this from Trump to what we're talking about right now. It's hilarious. I appreciate you, Parker, for just talking to the fans, man, talking to everybody about whatever topic. I appreciate it. I really appreciate you, man.
For sure.
Hello?
Yeah. Hello?
You hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, man. And, man, keep doing what you're doing, man. Like, I would love one day, like, you debate Charlie Kirk. Yeah, he likes to avoid you, at what it seems. Like, Charlie Kirk is kind of afraid of you. But I would love to see you, debate Myron, debate, if you can, Andrew Tate. I would love to see that, because it would just go viral, man. I feel like you would bury these guys.
Then why'd you even like them? If you think that I would bury them, why would you like them?
Because what? I'm a 24-year-old male.
I'm
a little
23.
Bit, well, you're probably more mature than me. Not afraid to admit that.
So
I'm just saying.
You're saying that your support for people like Myron is because of your lack of maturity. Well, then wouldn't you want to grow beyond that?
Yeah, and that's exactly why I'm tuning into your live.
That's good to hear. Okay, at least you're willing to try to acknowledge that.
Yeah, I'm very open-minded. I used to be very, I used to be very red pill, and right now you're starting to make me lean a little to the left. So, I love being open-minded, listening to you guys talk, man. You and Destiny, man. You guys are kind of like I look up to you guys.
No, F Destiny. Sorry, I'll say it. Whatever I say.
Somebody clip this and send it to Destiny.
Does not represent Parker. I just wanted to say that. Whatever I say does not represent Parker. It only represents me, but like F Destiny.
Yeah, I would prefer you watch me, man.
Wait, what don't you agree about Destiny?
Well, I mean, there's gonna be plenty of things. I don't think that we need to go into that right now. But
he's pro G side.
Okay, well, man, I'm gonna let you get back to the Trump topic. I don't want to take up all the time. Yeah. I appreciate you, man. I appreciate you guys.
All right, appreciate you.
Yeah. Before I drop, can I say one more thing? By the way,
Absolutely.
I just wanted to say, The other day I had a live with a guy called Khalid. I think I told you about it. He's a Sudanese doctor who experienced the Sudanese genocide. And he said that, well, I was talking to him and he was very like atrocious, the stuff that he experienced. And I don't understand why we don't give the UAE as much energy as we give Israel. Because Sudanese people are being genocided by the RSF, which is a militia group that is receiving its weapons and fundings from the UAE, and the United Arab Emirates is receiving its weapons from America and from China. Donald Trump actually signed like an arms deal very recently for like I don't know how much with like the UAE. It was like a historic arms deal, like over $1 billion or whatever it is. Really crazy that more money is going to the United Arab Emirates and people continue romanticizing Dubai and say, oh, come to Dubai, Habibi, let's go to Dubai, yada, yada, yada. But they're actively genociding Sudanese people for gold. 80% of Sudanese gold is getting stolen by the UAE. So just wanted to tell people that there are 3K people here. Anyways, thank you very much. I appreciate you.
Athena. Appreciate you. All right. Let's get on to the next person real quick. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. I think we got another maybe hour or so left on the live.
I'll stay on to for another maybe 5 or 10 minutes.
Alrighty.
Head off.
Alrighty. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? All right, let's get this next person up here. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald. I can't even speak. Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates. Let's get everyone on YouTube to make sure to like the stream. We got 2,000 people in there. Let's try to get to a few 1.5 thousand likes. Everyone, I'd really appreciate it. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
25.
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
No, I'm Australian, so.
All right, E. Santana, I appreciate it. Yeah, I just got the haircut recently. I think it was yesterday. All right, let's try to get this next person up here. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates, everyone. You, what's up? How old are you?
Old enough to debate you.
What's your birth year?
I won't shed.
Okay, well then I won't have you on my live. I do need to go shut my door. I do need to do that. Matt, do you have the ability to add people up? You, what's up? How old are you?
Yeah. 27.
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
Yeah.
Why so? Hello?
Are you there?
Here, kick him.
Yeah.
Kick him if he doesn't come back. Give me 1 second.
Hey, Ryan, you there? Ryan, hello. 3, 2, 1. Okay, too late. All right, type mag in chat.
All right. Let's get someone up here. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates. Please, everyone. Again, only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. All right, let's get someone up here real quick. If you're on YouTube, do make sure to like this stream. We got 2,000 people in here. Let's try to get to, again, 1.5 thousand likes. Yo, what's up? How old are you? I actually do need to say thank you to some people. I literally am behind. I'm so behind. By the way, Sid with the fucking $100 on YouTube super chat. Thank you so much, Sid. Can we get some W's for Sid in the comment section right now? Thank you for the fucking $100. That was literally from a bit ago. It's like 20 minutes ago. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much, Sid. Or Coral, thank you so much. I appreciate the $20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you, Coral. Ask yourself, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. That's very true. Hello, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you. Oh, these are all about the last guest. Misha, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you. Ask yourself, thank you for the $5. Thank you. And then Patton, thank you so much for the $2. Thank you. It is absolutely diabolical. But yeah, all right, let me get someone up here real quick. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates. Why is Trinity saying, why is he still live? Trinity, why are you still in my live? Blocked. Make another account. Can you imagine the amount of
yeah, like hundreds,
like emails that Trinity has? Like 1 million emails. All right. Oh my gosh, Joy is here. Joy, I swear she had like some crazy beliefs, like I'm paid by the DNC or something.
Oh, that's interesting.
All right. Joy, join. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
20.
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
Yes.
Why so?
Well, I think that
Is there a way
Donald
you
Trump
can
made a
fix the
very
echo?
good. Oh, it's that again?
Yeah. Oh wait, you been on my live again?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. All right, let's get this next person up here. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. Yo, what's up? How old are you? 25. Did you vote for Donald Trump? I can barely hear you. Is there a way you can fix your mic?
Yeah, I voted for Donald Trump.
Why so?
Because you're so annoying, dude. I voted to spite you.
Okay. All right. Interesting. I genuinely don't understand why he thought that was like fun to do. Like I'm really confused, to be totally fair. To be totally fair, I tell you. All right. See if we can get someone up here. Only send a guest request if we did vote for Donald Trump. I need to find out places to debate people in person. That's what we need to do, chat. That's what I need to do.
I mean, aren't there places near you? I mean,
I probably could. I mean, I'll have to like look into it more.
yeah. Take a road trip.
Yeah, road trip. Can you imagine? I might try StreamYard here pretty soon.
Oh, man.
Hello.
It's been a while. That's so funny. It's been I feel like it's been so long.
It has been a while.
I caught Parker off guard. Honestly, I was.
Yeah, I know.
It's been a minute. It's been a minute. Yeah, I might do StreamYard here in a second, honestly.
That's a good idea.
Nicola, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $2. Thank you. On TikTok. And also I'll share her YouTube here very soon because I think she was gonna send it to me. Because there was a live that we did together. All right. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
19.
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
Yes, Parker.
What's your birth year?
2006, Parker.
Why do you keep saying Parker?
Why do I not keep saying Parker? Why is it a problem, Parker?
Have I debated you before?
I don't know. Have you, Parker? I don't think so.
I feel like we have. Cool.
Well, that is clearly my name, isn't it, Parker? You can see it right there, Parker.
I don't know if it is Cole.
Well, you can see it right there. So thank you for pointing out the obvious, Parker.
I actually don't see it, Cole.
You don't?
No. Did you know that?
Well, I don't see Kamala's face, Parker. Did you know that? Did I say her name right, Parker?
He was just annoying me. I don't know what it was. Like, I'm just like definitely very annoyed. I was just like knew that wasn't going to be a conversation. What's up?
Hello. Oh,
How old are you?
hello. I'm 18.
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
No, but I do have a question. I do have like a few questions, if that's all right.
I'm sorry. I am just looking for some debates right now. I appreciate you.
That's okay.
Thank you. Thank you. All right. I might do StreamYard. That might be the move. I think that might be the move.
Do it.
I think I'll try like 2 or 3 more guests, and then I'll probably try to move people over there. All right. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates. All right. Oh, is it lagging? Yo, what's up? How old are you?
27.
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
Absolutely.
Why so?
Well, obviously, due to the overwhelming nature of what was Biden's 4 years, it was probably the biggest shitstorm I've ever witnessed.
Oh, okay. What was so bad under your view?
Obviously, we've lost our American identity, honestly.
How have we lost our American identity?
Well, due to the fact that there's no such thing as an American identity anymore.
What happened?
It always used to be patriotism, and honestly, there's none of that anymore. Sorry, I'm out walking. That's why my voice is a bit raspy.
Do you think that's maybe because the current president of the United States undermined the integrity of our democracy, our rule of law, our Constitution, and our core American values?
In what way did he undermine American democracy?
What did you say?
In what way did he undermine American democracy?
He sent false slates of electors to electoral college, cast Trump votes, and we didn't win to try to explicitly stay in office, along with the fact that he undermined the integrity of the election by saying that he won the election with no evidence supporting his position, and it literally got like a huge portion of his party, like I'm pretty sure it was 70% of Republicans.
Yeah, but you know, Hillary back in 2016, when she lost, she didn't like right then and there approve of the entire election. So I don't get it.
She didn't get like 70% of the Democratic
I'm pretty sure
Party
you
to
probably
believe
voted
that the
for it,
election
or
was
you
stolen
would
with
have
no
voted.
evidence to be able to continue to keep herself in power. She didn't call for the termination of the Constitution, and also we didn't get her as a candidate again.
Oh, well, there's a good fucking reason why. No one believes in fucking Democratic horseshit anymore.
You voted for Donald Trump, someone held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman, who bragged about walking the changing rooms of girls in Miss Teen USA because he quote unquote owns the place to inspect them without their consent.
Hold
Who
liable,
said he
but
would
not
date a 10-year-old
convicted.
girl
Yeah, I
in
think
10
I know.
years. You're not listening.
Okay, go for it. Continue. I'm sorry.
Again, held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman, bragged about walking the changing rooms of girls in Miss Teen USA because he quote unquote owns the place to inspect them without their consent. Said he would date a 10-year-old girl in 10 years. Said he had sex in common with his daughter. Said he had a Howard Stern calling his daughter a piece of ass. Like that's the guy you decided to vote for. That's the guy that you're accepting.
Oh yeah. Honestly though, but like not even just American identity I voted for him, but the fact that he aligned with my beliefs, which is no abortion and what was the other one? It was no abortion. Oh, and the whole transgender thing. Honestly.
Okay, so one, he didn't advocate for no abortion. His position specifically left it up to the states. And even in that context, I have a question. Do you think that like women who have been assaulted should have access to abortion?
That is a very, very minute percentage, but
I'm asking you, do you think they should have access to abortion?
Under the most rarest of occasions, which is almost slim to none, sure.
Okay. What do you mean there's like slim to none sexual assaults? What are you talking about?
Okay, so if you go ahead and base it off a percentage or a ratio, please go ahead and ratio that out. What is it looking like?
Ratio? What do you mean ratio? That I'm really confused what you're asking.
Okay, put it in a percentage in terms of why people are getting abortions. If you're going to go ahead and just put everything in a percentage bracket, what
I'm
is
just asking
the whole
you.
percentage?
Hey, bro, I'm just asking you. In those instances, should they be able to get access to an abortion? That's it.
Yeah, I just agree with you. In those very minute cases, which is slim to none, sure.
Okay. But saying it's slim to none is kind of ridiculous. But like when it comes to
Well, no, it's not
when it comes
because
to when it
it's
hold
slim
up,
to none.
hold
What
up,
can I tell
hold
you?
up, hold up. When it comes to the policies like about abortion,
Yeah.
do you think that like say my girlfriend got pregnant and she wants to get an abortion in the first trimester, do you think she should be able to get access to it legally?
Well, honestly, the fact that she didn't want to get pregnant in the first place, I feel like that's a problem between you two. I don't know why a baby has to go ahead and suffer the consequences
How is
of
that a
your guys'
problem between us two?
idiocy. Well, because it takes two to tango, why does the baby have to go ahead and suffer the consequences if you guys can keep it in your pants?
It wouldn't suffer. And wait, you don't want to have sex with people? You don't think it's okay for me to have sex with my girlfriend and not
I didn't.
our
First off,
relationship?
I didn't go ahead and said that. I didn't go ahead and say that.
That's what you're saying. You're saying if you don't want to have
No.
children yet, don't have sex. That's essentially
No,
what
of course you can go ahead and have sex. That's not what I'm saying. But for you to go ahead and just terminate, for
a
you to go ahead
non-sentient
and
embryo.
terminate the result of your guys' idiocy is
It's
ridiculous.
a non-sentient embryo. Who gives a fuck?
What do you mean non-sentient?
It means it doesn't have any subjective experiences. It will never have any subjective experiences given that it was aborted.
Okay, so the fact that, let's say someone was in a coma and they're not having any subjective experiences because they can't experience
they have
anything
past or
anymore.
present and future subjective experience. They meet the set of criteria. They have past and future.
So you go ahead and just count only basis off experience?
Yes, subjective experience, past or present and future subjective experience. If they don't meet that set of criteria, I don't consider it to be valuable in the same context. Like, for example, do you think that it's murder for people within the context of a family to pull the plug on an individual in their family that's brain dead?
Well, that's not up for me to say, but honestly, for them to go ahead and just make that decision for them, I mean, that's kind of selfish, but you know, if they have to,
You think it should be illegal to pull the plug on an individual in their family that's brain dead? Are you okay?
Well, that's why they have these release forms. That's why they have forms for you to sign for you to go ahead and legally terminate. But you're equating to what you're saying something that has no experience and has not quote unquote existed to someone who is basically still alive. I mean, that's a false equivalency.
So when you're talking about an embryo, it's never been sentient before, and if you had an abortion, would never be sentient.
Okay, but how do you measure someone being sentient?
Like neuroscientists have done that.
Oh, really? So neuroscientists have went ahead and dissected into a fucking embryo and saw no brain activity.
You don't have to dissect into it, but yes, we've identified no active parts of the brain necessary to be able to produce a subjective experience.
Okay, but there is a heartbeat.
What do you mean? A heartbeat?
There is a heartbeat.
Heartbeat doesn't mean anything. Do you think a heartbeat is indicative of anything? And also, you're probably
Yes,
thinking that
it proves life.
Life begins at conception. Heartbeat is not indicative of life.
Yes.
Okay, so then what were you arguing? Heartbeat doesn't determine life.
What do you mean? As soon as you hear a heartbeat, which is like what, within 2-3 weeks?
No, you don't get heartbeat at 2 to 3 weeks. Are you okay?
Honestly, I'm kind of fuzzy on that end, but still, at the end
You're
of the
like
day,
about probably like near 10 weeks off almost.
okay, even so, but still, why should that embryo or whatever you call it have to go ahead and suffer the consequence of you guys?
It won't
keep it in
suffer.
your pants?
I'm just gonna be totally fair. It won't suffer.
Well, how do you know that?
Because it does not have subjective experience.
But what is a subjective experience?
Okay, I'm sorry.
You can go ahead.
Let me give you an example. Do you think microorganisms suffer?
Well, do you think plants suffer? It doesn't matter.
What'd you say?
It doesn't matter. It's still somewhat sentient. It's still alive. It's an organism. It's replicating cells. Like what are you talking about?
So, Mike, I'm confused.
There's nothing to be confused about. You just don't want to understand.
What was your answer? Sorry, repeat that.
I didn't have an answer for it. I was refuting whatever you were saying.
What was I saying?
I was telling you it doesn't matter. Anything can go ahead and have a subjective experience. A tree could have a subjective experience. It doesn't matter.
A tree cannot have a subjective experience.
Oh, really? Me going ahead and kicking it or chopping it, that's not a subjective experience?
No.
Okay, I guess.
Are you laughing at me because I don't believe
Objective
that
or
trees
subjective, it doesn't
have
matter.
a
At the
subjective
end of the day.
experience? I'm sorry. I did not think that on the live today someone was going to laugh at me because they think that I don't believe that trees can have subjective experience.
But you're
Jesus
kind of
Christ, dude.
You're kind of diving away from the topic. So stick on topic.
Dude, you think this is like Harry Potter or something?
No. Okay. Can you not go ahead and try to ad hom? Just go ahead and stick
I'm
with
not
the topic.
ad homing. What is an ad hom?
Dude, engage with the topic of conversation.
I did. You said that trees can be sentient?
Yes. By definition, they are sentient. They are alive.
No, sentient doesn't just mean cellular life. Sentient is referred to like a subjective experience. Do you think trees have subjective experiences?
If I go ahead and kick it, probably. If I go
Trees
ahead
are
and chop
sentient.
it, sure.
Trees are sentient. He thinks
Yeah, no,
that
obviously not
he
in the
thinks
way
a
that you're
tree
thinking,
is
but
having an experience.
yes.
Dude, I just can't believe these people exist. Dude, he votes, dude. He literally votes, dude. Your vote is equivalent to mine. And you think trees are sentient?
Yes. But can you not divulge from the topic of conversation? Why does experience only have to dictate life?
What? I think cellular life begins at conception. I don't think it's determinant of life. I think it's determinant of sentient life.
Okay, but from what you're saying, in order for it to be alive, it has to have subjective
Wait,
experience.
I have a question. Are you against cutting trees down?
No, not at all. I'm not going to go ahead and say, "Oh, fuck you, don't cut that tree." No.
Well, but it's sentient. It's gonna feel that shit, dude. You think it's
That's
okay?
fine.
You think it's okay to cut it up when it's gonna feel it?
Sure, but that ensures some way that it will be used. You're not just going ahead and cutting it down just for shits and giggles. It will be used some way or another. But what are you going to use a dead baby for?
I have another question. Do you think broccoli is sentient?
No.
So why are trees
Because
sentient?
I fucking love broccoli.
Why are trees sentient but not broccoli?
Dude, I just came on here to fuck with you, man. You're a fucking retard.
Oh my god, bro.
What? God, that's insane. Okay, with that nonsense, I'm gonna log out.
Yeah, maybe I should just go to like YouTube.
I think that'd be a good idea.
Oh my god, dude.
Just migrate to YouTube.
Maybe, yeah. I'll try one more person. Or two more people, maybe. Yo, what's up? How old are you? How old are
Wait
you?
a minute. Am I on? You're live right now?
Yeah, what's up?
Hi.
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
Not much. Sorry?
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
I would have.
So do you support him right now?
I'm Canadian. I'm sorry.
Okay. Well, why would you support Donald Trump if you're Canadian? That's kind of weird.
I liked. I guess I liked a lot of his policies.
Can you name one?
Give me a moment, please. I apologize. Sorry, not even most of his policies. Just more or less his mindset around how he wanted to do things. He was more strict about how he wanted to set up America, how he wanted to strengthen.
So he doesn't have a policy. Okay. All right.
All right, well, Parker, I'm gonna log out. So thanks for having me up, and I hope you have a good night. Okay.
Yeah.
Bye, dude. Take care of yourself.
Appreciate you, man. Appreciate you, man. Always
Yep.
good seeing you, man.
Bye, dude. Bye, chat.
Yeah,
How we
Maggie
doing,
Dave,
Parker?
did you vote for Donald Trump?
No, I'm just up here to say debate destiny, you coward. You coward. Debate.
All right. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 29.
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
I actually just came up here to tell you that you're lagging. So
I know it's TikTok. It's TikTok issues. All right. Let's get this next person up here. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello?
Is that me now?
Yeah, did you vote for Donald Trump?
Does it matter?
Yeah,
Why?
because I'm debating people who did vote for Donald Trump.
Okay. And if I voted against?
You know what? I'm just gonna kick you out because like I think it's pretty obvious that I'm just looking for some debates, you know? All right. I'm gonna try like one more person. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
32.
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
Yes, I did.
Why so?
For a few reasons, but I'm curious as to the cover up of Joe Biden and his health. Since you were a part of it,
How was I a part of it?
I remember watching you. You supported him while he was in a cognitive decline.
I still, yeah, I would prefer him over Donald Trump currently.
A mentally disabled old man. You okay with that?
I don't know if I would refer to him as mentally disabled.
He's not all there, Parker.
With age, obviously cognitive decline has taken place, but that's true for Trump as well.
Not just age, but it's a very significant mental decline. It's not just age.
Oh, I think it's just age.
So do you
I
think
think
he
it's
was fit
how
to be
age is
president?
affecting him. No, neither is Trump.
And you still voted for him?
Yeah, because neither is Trump.
So you don't give a shit about the United States of America.
I do, and that's why I said that Donald Trump was worse.
You voted for an impaired old man
You voted for an impaired old man.
with the nuclear codes.
You voted for an impaired old man held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman that bragged about walking in the changing rooms.
He's
of
very
Miss
much
and
capable.
Miss USA because he quote unquote owns the place to inspect them without their consent over a qualified woman.
I'm not worried about that
Yeah, because you don't care about women.
because I care about my country.
Really? You're trolling. I
My
feel like-
my country is safe with Trump.
Charles, can you just tell me if you're trolling or not?
I'm deadly serious.
I don't believe you almost.
What's trolling about it? It's the truth.
It's just like the way you're talking to me right now. If you're
I'm
not
telling
if you're not trolling, that's sad.
Jake, it's what's sad is you haven't came up with a logical reason you voted for the man. Jake Tapper just came out and apologized to Republicans today. You saw that, yes? You're very quiet.
Joe Biden wasn't the candidate for 2024, but I did vote for him in 2020, and he was a better candidate than Donald Trump in 2020. As
Wow,
Donald
he was
Trump,
making-
after he lost that election, tried to fucking steal it.
You didn't answer my question. You voted for a man who was significantly impaired with the nuclear codes and our country's border, foreign affairs, and other things at stake.
None of
And
that.
you're okay with that?
Wait, that doesn't
You
like
are-
risk anything.
It risks our country. You owe us all an apology.
No, I don't.
Jake Tapper did it today.
You understand that Donald Trump specifically is a significantly greater threat to the
No.
country than Joe Biden.
A
is.
senile old man?
Donald Trump is a senile old man.
No, he's not. He's fully capable.
You think he's fully capable? Really?
Absolutely. Whether you like him or not, it's irrelevant.
You know what? That's just as legitimate as me saying that like Joe Biden's fully capable.
No, it's absolutely not. And you were part of the cover up. People like you.
What cover up? I've acknowledged that Joe Biden is cognitive.
You never
decline.
acknowledged he was mentally impaired while he was running.
Yes, I did.
No, you did not. I watched
Yes, I
you.
did. I actually was I called for him to drop out before he dropped out. I acknowledge he had cognitive decline well before. I just said that
No.
even though he had cognitive decline, he was obviously still better.
So you think an elderly man with probably prostate problems that they didn't release to the public. Besides that,
Yeah,
he
what's
was
wrong with that?
There's nothing wrong with it. It's wrong that they made him run.
I don't think someone like made him run. I would agree that he shouldn't have run. But like,
You agree that-
but like, although I agree he shouldn't have run, he was still a better candidate than Donald Trump. So I can like think multiple things.
Well,
Like,
here's
my
here's
brain
what I
works
ask.
properly.
Here's what I ask you: do you think he was really running the show?
Yes.
Behind closed doors? Absolutely not. He was mentally impaired. I don't think that's my problem.
Then you
People-
don't think Donald Trump is.
People voted for Joe Biden. He wasn't even running the show.
Okay. So again, Donald Trump wasn't running the show in that same context.
Donald Trump's always running the show. It's his country.
Wait.
You think Donald Trump will let others make decisions for him?
Wait, say that one more time.
Why would you say Donald Trump's not running the show? You think anyone would make decisions for him and he'd be okay with that?
Decisions for restart that. I'm so
What I'm saying is I don't believe Joe Biden was running the show. I believe people were making decisions on his behalf. You can't say the same for Donald Trump.
for every president.
No, it's not.
You think Donald Trump has made every decision?
I think he might counsel to others, but at the end of the day, he makes the final decisions.
No,
I
he
don't
does
think
not
Biden
make- he
even
does
knew what
not
was
make-
going on.
He does not make every final decision.
I don't think Biden even knew where he was half the time. George Clooney
I don't
said
think
he didn't
you
even
know where you
recognize
are
him.
currently.
I don't. George Clooney said he didn't even recognize him when he visited him.
That's ridiculous.
You saw that, right?
No, I didn't.
Oh, ironic.
What, you think I follow George Clooney or something?
I think you follow CNN because they let
I
it out.
don't
CNN.
follow CNN.
Really?
I actually don't.
Where do you get your news source?
AP News, Reuters, NPR, PBS.
That's ironic. So you don't
Actually,
watch
thank you for the
CNN.
description. Thank you so much. What's up?
I just find it funny. You suddenly don't know any of this. You're real up to date with what's going on in politics.
I never followed George Clooney.
I don't follow George Clooney either. I saw it on the
Then-
news.
Okay, I didn't watch that news.
What
I
I'm
don't
saying
watch
is,
CNN.
if you really care about the American people, why would you cover up a man who's mentally impaired?
I didn't cover it up. And if you cared about America, why'd you vote for a guy who undermines our Constitution, our
Because
rule
he's a
of
strong
law,
force to be
our
reckoned with.
democracy? Right? You say because he's a strong force to be reckoned with.
That means, in other words, countries respect us more now.
That's
They're
wrong.
not playing around. They're not slapping around to see
Can you give me any evidence that countries respect us more?
Of course. Actually, Trump was on the phone with Putin today, and I guess we're going to get a peace deal done.
Okay, so there's no evidence. Actually, Putin said we're not getting a peace deal.
No. Trump talked to him today on the phone. They are going to get a peace deal done. Mark my words. And if they don't, I'll be the first one to apologize. What I'm saying is, when Biden was in office, they were slapping around an old, impaired man. It was a joke. I mean, no one was going to listen to us. But now that Trump's in office, they have a reason to fear us or to respect us.
So I just want to let you know, Donald Trump had a person in his administration that acknowledged that he's a laughing fool to foreign leaders around the world. Someone that he appointed into the position in his first administration that acknowledged that. We also had other people that he appointed acknowledge that he's a fascist. He's a threat to our democracy, right? That he had no clue what he was doing. He was unfit to be president of the United States, right? That was
I don't
the
care what they
people
have to
that
say.
he appointed into the positions of political office, right? That put their entire careers on the line to speak out about Donald Trump.
You do realize, first of all, you just stated a bunch of opinions. Second of all,
Of people that Donald Trump put on his own
if
administration.
people said Biden was perfectly well and good to serve our country,
If people
look what
from,
happened.
if people from Biden's admin came
Okay.
out and they talked specifically about things, right, and that was vastly documented, I would acknowledge those things.
You would acknowledge that there was a cover up?
Yes.
Okay, well done. I'm glad you admitted it, because when we were calling it out months and months and months ago, we were called conspiracy theorist and crazy. That's all I'm
Certain
saying.
things you believe are conspiracy theorists, but secondly,
How
it
would
is the
you know?
case. How do we know? Because it is the case that we didn't have any evidence to justify those
It was
positions.
pretty obvious.
What do you mean?
It was pretty obvious that he was mentally impaired.
Obviously, I didn't dispute that. What's your point?
My
You
point
guys
is,
made certain claims about it that weren't accurate.
I speak for myself, not
Like for example, people who made the claim that he has dementia. There wasn't
Uh,
sufficient evidence to justify that. That was a conspiracy theory.
I believe. What do you think he has?
Age and cancer.
Yes, that's true to both, but you don't. Obviously,
And
he's
also,
got.
you guys treat like them like lying about Joe Biden's mental health to the same as Donald Trump undermining the integrity of our democracy, having
Because they tried to
30,000
cover
confirmed
it up.
lies, right? Lying to every single one of his wives, lying to the country about his policy, about what was going to happen with Russia, Ukraine, right? All of those things. Donald Trump has lied over and over and over again. You guys seriously could care less.
By the way,
But like they lie specifically about the cognitive health of Joe Biden, and you guys are like, that's the worst thing to have ever.
yeah,
fucking
because he's got the
occurred.
nuke codes and he's in control of our
Donald
country.
Trump had the nuclear codes, and he was held
And he's
civilly
right in the
liable
head.
of sexually abusing a woman. No, he's not. He was held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman.
Another thing on top of that too is we
Wait,
talk about.
can you address that? Do you think someone
I've
held
heard you say it all
civilly
the time.
liable
I don't
of
care.
sexually abusing a woman is mentally okay in the head insofar as that they should be president of the United States?
I
I
think
think that means that they mentally aren't going to treat women with the respect and dignity that I think that they deserve.
I think he's fully capable to run our country to the best of his ability.
No, he's not, because he was held civilly liable of sexually
That's an
abusing a
opinion.
woman. That's an immediate disqualifier.
And
But
by
why
the
is that a
way-
disqualifier? Because it means that you're more likely to treat women negatively because you think it's okay to literally violate them.
Okay, so Trump's a misogynist.
Absolutely.
Great, no problem. Well,
And he doesn't
obviously-
acknowledge his behavior. He doesn't address it. He doesn't do better. He continues to perpetuate marginalization, right, of women, right, of people who are black and anti-black racism, right, against indigenous people, right, LGBTQ community, right, like, and no problem from you.
If he's a misogynist and he, he's done some things I don't agree with, I'm willing to admit that, but I think he's capable of running this country way better than Biden. And that
You're not going to say like anything like specific. Can you name 2 Trump policies he influenced to get passed that you like?
Well, the most recent one, what was it called? The beautiful, the beautiful bill or something, whatever he called it. I don't know if that's passed yet. Well, I just saw recently they got no tax on tips, 100 to 0. They passed it, right?
That's not no tax on tips.
What?
It's only on cash up to $25,000, but no one's claiming cash anyway. And
No,
this
I-
hasn't even passed yet.
Maybe you even see. I saw today they passed 100 to nothing. No tax on tips.
That hasn't fully passed into law. One.
I
Also,
think-
secondly, like what you're talking about in terms of the big beautiful bill.
The big
I don't
beautiful
know what you're
bill,
talking about
thank you.
100 to 0. I don't see what you said about that.
No, that was on no tax on tips. They passed.
That. Can you show me?
I was on actually just an hour ago. I was on Twitter, and I saw a bunch of it was trending on Twitter. I saw a bunch on it. Correct me if I'm wrong. I mean, I just saw it an hour ago. Is that wrong?
Can you just do more research than it was on Twitter? Because if you said 100 to 0, I don't believe something passed 100
In
to
Senate.
0. Would I believe that maybe there was a budget resolution or like a bill that was passed, the big beautiful bill that Trump's referencing? I'd have to look. Let's say it did. That doesn't include no tax on tips. That specifically is up to 25,000 and it's cash.
Yes, 100 today in Senate.
In a unanimous
maybe-
vote. I do see this. Someone sent me from NBC. It's a tax deduction worth up to 25,000 of tips, limited to cash tips. Yeah.
Are you cool with
It
that?
actually was unanimous. I didn't even
Cool.
think that was unanimous. But
I
yeah,
was surprised myself,
yeah, but that means all Democrats voted for it, right?
and I agree with it. What's the point? It was a great thing to get done. I believe. I don't care who voted on it as long as it got done.
These are for cash tips though. No one even says that for cash tips anyway. No one was reporting that anyway. That's purely a deduction of cash tips that people
Yeah, so like
didn't
if I go
claim
to
anyway.
if I go to a restaurant and I tip cash, they're not getting taxed.
Huh?
If you go and give someone a tip with cash, you're not getting taxed on it.
You weren't anyway. No one was
I
claiming
mean,
it.
well, that's a different story. But in all seriousness,
You know people aren't claiming that.
in all seriousness, I do believe he is not only more capable, but he has the American people first, meaning he puts America first in every facet, the economy, border safety, security, whatever. Where I believe that Biden was, whether he was making the decisions or not is debatable, but he was selling out our country.
How was Joe Biden selling out the country compared
Well,
to Donald Trump?
Come on, Parker.
And wait, why are you so obsessed with Joe Biden instead of addressing that Kamala Harris was the candidate?
Well, because I didn't like the cover up, is what I'm saying.
Yeah, I understand. But if you cared about lying, you wouldn't have voted for Donald Trump, who's a pathological liar.
I don't care about that.
Oh my gosh. You gotta be trolling. You're like, dude, I care about lying when Democrats do it, but when Republicans do it, I don't give a shit. I don't care for nothing. When Democrats do it, it's the worst thing on the planet. I tell you, it's horrible. But when Republicans do it, I applaud them.
I don't care about his character. I'm not saying I voted for Trump because I think he's a great guy. I'm saying it's because he's fully capable. Do you understand that?
Donald Trump is not fully capable by no means.
Parker, let's not play stupid here. We both know that Joe Biden was not capable, and he was.
Why when acknowledging that Donald Trump is not capable, do you have to bring up that Joe Biden is not capable?
Because we're comparing why I voted for Trump instead of him.
I understand.
And by the way,
I understand, but he wasn't the candidate this time around.
Kamala was worse.
He wasn't. You think Kamala Harris was less qualified than Joe Biden?
Absolutely. She wasn't mentally impaired, but I think she's very stupid. Oh?
You would rather have Joe Biden than Kamala Harris?
I think Joe Biden's not as far left as she is. So yes.
Far left? What is she?
I think she's radical.
What is she far left on? You said she's stupid. Now she's far left. Okay, how is she far left?
If she was in office, I think it'd be a free for all at the border. First,
wait, what far left view? Because I think the far leftists would love to hear this one.
Oh well, here's one. She locked up a bunch of African Americans for smoking weed.
One, you can't say that on the live. Two, it is the case that you're advocating for Donald Trump, who wants it federally to be illegal. Three, she didn't put anyone in prison for possession. You're talking about people who specifically broke probation, and she just followed through with her job on.
Oh, and by the way, our borders are. She was a joke. I mean,
I like how he just completely didn't address what I just said.
What was the question?
He didn't listen, did he?
Well, I'm trying to make a few points here, but yeah, go ahead. I'll answer your question.
I was speaking, and did you hear anything I said?
You said about her. It was her job to do it.
Wow, this guy's very intelligent. This guy's really engaging.
I mean, I just cooked you. I've been cooking you about Biden.
Charles, I have a question. How many branches of government are there?
3.
What are they?
Judicial. Truthfully, I've cooked you this debate on the cover up, and you have no answer.
You called Kamala Harris stupid, but then you named judicial as the only branch of government.
I know how to shut down a border.
Apparently, you don't even know how to name the 3 fucking branches of government, so I doubt
See,
you know
I
how to shut
cooked
down a
you.
border. I doubt you'd be able to take a 4th grade exam.
Well, you voted for a guy who can't take a 4th grade exam because he's so mentally impaired.
I would trust Joe Biden
Well,
taking any exam over you, dude. Are you kidding me?
Well, clearly you voted for the guy, and then we find out that he didn't even know who George Clooney was.
Dude,
He's
you
like,
said
"I'm down
you said that Joe Biden is preferable to Kamala Harris because you're a fucking misogynist, racist piece of shit. That's what it is. It's not because of any of the policies. It's not because of anything specific.
Of course it is.
It's because you're a fucking weirdo. That's literally what
And
it
you-
is. There's no way you can give me anything else other than that. I'm serious. You're
Just like-
genuinely that is genuinely the most obscene, fucking insane position I've ever heard. Right? If you genuinely believe that, you are unhinged as fuck.
I'm down.
I'm serious. Don't tell me to calm down when I had a genuine response to you having one of the most fucking
No,
unhinged positions I have
I
ever
think-
heard.
I think you're upset because I caught you in a lie.
No, I think I'm upset because you have an insane position, right?
Just
You
like
literally
Jake Papp.
claiming that Joe Biden is a better candidate than Kamala Harris after literally claiming that Joe Biden isn't capable to be president of the United States is laughably insane.
Well, just so you know, I picked Joe Biden because he wasn't running the show. And I guarantee you Kamala wasn't running the show because nobody respects her enough
Okay,
to
if
allow
they're
it.
both not running the show, why would you pick Joe Biden over Kamala Harris? Please explain that to me.
Because she's radically left.
What is she radically left on? Wait, and even if she is radically left, she's not
Border
changing any of
policy,
she's not
foreign
changing any of the
policy.
policies.
Say that again?
Even if she is radically left, if other people are determining what's going to happen because she's not determining it, well, then how is that going to influence the policy? You're just contradicting yourself.
No, I'm not. I'm
Okay,
saying
so then what
Biden.
far left policy?
Well, I think she was for open borders.
No,
and
she
that
wasn't. That's all.
Yes, she was. She was the border czar, and she did a terrible job
She wasn't a border czar.
letting criminals into this country.
She wasn't a border czar, and the only criminal that you're
Yes, she
allowing
was.
to. The only criminals that were let in the country were the ones that Donald Trump pardoned, who were violent, who assaulted police
Oh,
officers
here
on
we
January
go.
6th.
No,
Donald
no.
Trump is a criminal that you voted for.
Are you denying we didn't have criminals coming across the border?
Not because of Kamala Harris.
Absolutely, they were weak on the border. You know it. Look at you. You sit there and you smirk. It's true. It's a fact. Tom Homan was saying it. He was trying to get them out of here, and they wouldn't allow it.
By the way, everyone, I have like 14 minutes left on the live, just letting everyone know. Wait, what
Just
were you
like
saying?
Jake Tapper, you've been
Charles, can you
exposed.
finish what you're saying? I didn't listen to what you just said. Sorry.
I said Tom Homan even said, he goes, we were trying to, his job's to get them out of here. They wouldn't allow it. They were all for open borders. They weren't enforcing the law.
She didn't support open borders. I don't know what you're talking about. She also
Really?
isn't the one to enforce the law.
She was the border czar.
No, she wasn't.
Absolutely, she was.
That was made up.
She was appointed to take care of the border. When they asked her why she hadn't been down
the
there
specific
yet,
authority.
she said when they asked her why she hadn't
Wrong,
been down there
wrong,
yet,
Wrong.
she said I
wrong,
also haven't been
You're just
to
totally
a certain
wrong.
country.
Wait, listen. So
I saw the interview.
I understand, but she was never given the designation of quote unquote border czar. Right, the authority that she was given at the border was to go to Central American countries to raise private funds to reduce the likelihood of people coming to the country. That is the authority that she was given by Joe Biden, right at the border. She was not
How'd she do?
border czar. She did great. She raised $5 billion, over $5 billion in private funds to reduce the likelihood of people coming here. That is totally good.
You know, it's great. It's a great thing that this is all coming to light because just like you, Jake Tapper was just exposed on CNN.
Why do you keep saying Jake Tapper? If you say Jake Tapper one more time, I'm gonna kick you from my live.
Why? Because you don't like the truth?
I know. I just don't know. I don't even care. I don't.
I'm using him as an example.
I
'cause
don't
it's
care. I
people
don't
like
care. I
you
just
and
don't want to
him
hear. I
that
don't want to
covered
hear
it
the name.
up.
I don't want to hear the name again. I think I've
You've
heard
been
it.
exposed
I think for what?
for the cover up on and lying to the American people.
I didn't cover up or lie.
You absolutely did.
No, I didn't.
Yes, you did. And
No,
you
I
know.
didn't.
And we were all called conspiracy theorists and crazy for it. And now you've been exposed.
You are a conspiracy theorist, and you are crazy. And
I'm a
I
truth
never.
seeker.
No, you're not. You think that who won the 2020 election?
Joe Biden won.
Okay, so Donald Trump doesn't
Oh,
speak the truth.
see, I know how to tell the truth. You don't, my friend.
Name one.
That's the difference.
Name one thing I lied about.
Joe Biden was mentally impaired, and you would never say a word about it.
I did. I said it all the time. I have videos on.
Not only that, you voted for him.
Do you want me to show you a video right now of me acknowledging that?
Go ahead. I want the people to see it, who you voted for.
Wait, no, I want you to acknowledge the reality that I literally did acknowledge that Joe Biden had cognitive decline.
You seem very nervous.
How is that nervous?
You seem very nervous that I've caught you in a lie, and 3,000 people are watching it.
Me
right now.
looking and showing you evidence that I believed this like a long time ago
For the
is
people at
not me
home,
being nervous.
the old guy who was clearly impaired with prostate cancer, this guy voted for.
Do you see this right here? Biden cognitive decline.
Press it.
I click on it here. It is from February 9th, 2024.
Joe Biden responds to him claiming his poor memory. Play the clip.
Wait, that was just part of the video. I'm not gonna play the whole video for you, but
No, I want to hear what you said.
dude, I have Biden cognitive decline in the fucking
Yeah, and I
title.
want to hear what you said in it.
Go back and watch the video yourself.
I want the people to see it right now.
Then go
You
back
getting
and
caught in a lie.
go back and watch it.
You were caught because I guarantee you did not expose it.
You want to bet?
Yes, play the video right now.
How much do you want to bet?
$100. I'll donate to your Venmo. Play it right now.
You'll pay me $100?
Absolutely.
In his report is that
Show the video.
you were not charged is because in his description you are a well-meaning elderly man with a poor memory.
I'm well-meaning, and I'm an elderly man, and I know what the hell I'm doing. I'm the president of the country back on its feet. I don't need his recommendation.
How bad is your memory, and can you continue as president?
My memory is so bad, I let you speak.
Biden kind of went off with that one, I'm not going to lie. But it is the case that there's real cognitive decline with Biden. I'm not going to lie. I think everyone sees that, obviously more than we see with Trump. But there still is cognitive decline with Trump. But the reason why specifically charging this isn't just because of cognitive decline and the jury questioning whether or not this is willful, but it's also the case that he currently has presidential immunity. And the same thing happened with Trump in the context of the Mueller report, where he didn't get charged with obstruction of justice because he currently had presidential immunity, right? So there was no charge from Mueller there.
You just lied.
To acknowledge that this is not a double standard applied to Democrats here, and is also applied to Republicans. Although both Biden and Trump right here are doing things that are considerably bad. And as it relates to the charges with Trump specifically, a lot of these charges are similar to what we've seen Biden do. Either we can hold both of them accountable, or if none of them are held accountable for this, there would still be a charge targeted towards Trump, as it is the case that he withheld this when they asked for it when Biden didn't.
So you just said that Biden wasn't charged not because of cognitive decline, because of presidential immunity, and then you passed the blame to Trump. You lied.
That's not a lie, but like, can you address the fact that
He wasn't
Charles,
charged because he was cognitively impaired, not because of presidential immunity.
We can debate that point in a second, but just acknowledge the point that you owe me $100 because I did acknowledge that there was cognitive decline in February of 2024. Right? I acknowledged it prior to that too, but this is just a video I have. So
You
now
passed the blame to Trump and then said he had presidential immunity.
Charles, I'm serious.
That doesn't count.
Charles, I would love to have that conversation, right? But can you please acknowledge the reality that like you owe me $100?
You did not explicitly state if you said on there that he was charged. He wasn't charged because he was public.
That wasn't the question. We talked about cognitive decline.
Exactly, and you said
Listen.
that he wasn't
Listen.
My memory is so bad, I let you speak.
Biden kind of went off with that one, I'm not going to lie. But it is the case that there's real cognitive decline with Biden. I'm not going to lie. I think everyone.
Do you want me to play that again, Charles?
Yes, play the part where you said
he wasn't. That there's real cognitive decline with Biden. I'm not going to lie. I think everyone.
You want to pay
play
me
the
$100?
part where you play the part where you said he wasn't charged not because of cognitive decline, but because of presidential immunity. You lied.
Yeah, we're talking about in terms of the case specifically.
You skip right over it.
Charles,
I know your game.
Charles, the bet we made was not related to that point in the video. I shouldn't even have played that point in the video because you're just going to talk about that instead of addressing the fact that you owe me $100 because you said specifically that I did not acknowledge that Joe Biden had cognitive decline during the point in which prior to the election. This is way before the election.
You just glossed right over it. You placed the blame to Trump and then accused him of having presidential immunity.
I just acknowledge.
You're one of those who gives a half truth, the headline.
That's
and you,
not a
you
half
completely,
truth.
you completely you completely disregard the whole point.
We can talk about that and we can talk about that and we can have a conversation about that. But can you acknowledge the fact that you owe me $100?
Absolutely not. You told a half truth.
Wait, what was our bet?
You have to admit that he was he was cognitively impaired, and he should have been charged there.
That wasn't our bet. Our bet specifically was about whether or not I acknowledged prior to the election that Joe Biden was cognitively declined. And I played a video of me acknowledging this from February 2nd of 2024, in which now, right, you're not addressing to acknowledge the fact that you have to pay me $100. Actually, the only one engaging in a half truth right now is you, Charles.
I told you. You did not. You glossed right over it. Joe Biden showing. Joe Biden
I just
showing
told
some
you,
cognitive
Charles.
decline.
I just told you. I will address this after you acknowledge the reality that I did address the fact that he had cognitive decline.
You glossed right over it.
What do you? Oh, now I'm glossing over it. I did
You're
acknowledge.
just
it.
like Jake Tapper.
Can you just address that you not only are lying to me right now, but you like literally, right?
You lied to the
wrong?
American people. I don't reward turncoats.
I wasn't lying.
Absolutely.
How was I lying?
You passed the blame to Trump and then said he wasn't charged because of presidential immunity. That's not admitting he's got cognitive decline. You completely passed it off.
No, it's because there was news and I was responding to the news. I wasn't saying that he doesn't have cognitive decline. I was saying he does have cognitive decline, but that wasn't the reason why he wasn't tried in the case about the classified documents. That it was specifically about the fact that he responded to the government when they asked for it back, and that like he cooperated with the government, whereas Donald Trump didn't cooperate with the government. That's just in a descriptive sense what happened with the court system, right? That's not even necessarily describing my view. That's just me describing what happened.
Trump didn't cooperate because he was politically persecuted. There's a difference.
You can say that if you'd like to, but like, can you acknowledge the reality that you owe me $100? Like seriously, like
Absolutely.
Charles, I think that's incredibly disingenuous for you not to acknowledge this.
So is voting for a man who was cognitively in decline, and he wasn't capable of being president, and you lied to the American people.
In 2020, he was totally capable.
And you told people to vote for him. Thousands of people who watch you.
I didn't have a platform in 2020.
You weren't telling people to vote him in the 2024 election, knowing he had cognitive decline?
But we never ended up voting for him.
You didn't end up voting for him, but you were telling people to vote for him before he dropped out.
I told him, I said for him to drop out before he dropped out.
You were still telling people before he dropped out. I watched you.
Yeah,
you told people to vote for him.
I told him to. I told
knowing
people
he was a senile old man.
Over Donald Trump, absolutely. But he didn't actually end up being the candidate in 2024.
So that just shows your interest in the country. You don't have any interest. You just don't like Trump. So you don't care what happens to the country as long as Trump suffers. That's your point.
No,
you would rather this country be burned to the ground as long as Trump doesn't run it. That's you.
That's an insane thing to say. No.
A fact.
No, it's not, because I just acknowledge that Joe Biden is better than Donald Trump. Doesn't mean I want the country to burn down. That's a ridiculous statement to make. And you're just saying that because you're mad that you owe me $100 and you don't want to acknowledge it. Seriously, like I'm genuinely serious. I'm engaging with you so
Or
genuinely.
mad you broke my wallet.
You're angry at me for no reason.
No, I'm angry that you were part of the cover-up. That's what
I
I'm
didn't
angry.
do any cover up. I just showed you a video of
Yeah.
me acknowledging that he had cognitive decline in literally February.
You would rather America lose as long as it meant Trump didn't win.
No,
Understand?
I want America to win, and that's why I'm against Donald Trump.
If Trump cured cancer, you wouldn't vote for him.
I wouldn't vote for him, but I would acknowledge that curing cancer is a good thing.
Exactly. You just admitted it. So you just admitted it that no matter what he does, you wouldn't vote for him just because you don't like him. You don't have to like him.
What is the
If he's good for the country, what's it matter?
No, I think he's overall still worse for the country, even if he ended up curing cancer, right? Because the cure of cancer would be separate from what he's going to do as president of the United States.
Why is he worse for the country?
Because he was held civilly liable of sexual abuse.
No. Why is he worse for the country? Not your talking points. Why is he worse for the country?
I'm explaining. He was held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman. That impacts his policy that he's going to advocate for that's going to negatively impact women, right? He specifically is also bragged about walking the changing rooms of girls in Miss USA because he quote unquote owns the place to inspect them without their consent. His policy, right, is horrible. We can look at his tax policy that disproportionately helps very wealthy people at
Lowered my
at
taxes.
the and negatively disenfranchises lower and middle income individuals because tariffs are regressive, whereas income tax is progressive. So if you replace a progressive tax with a regressive tax, it shifts the burden from disproportionately people who are higher income to disproportionately people who are lower income because people spend a higher percentage of their income on basic needs when they're lower income.
So you realize you do realize you're up to date that he made a deal with China. They lowered the tariffs, right? That's why the market's booming right now. Yes.
Sorry, restate your question.
Wow.
I was responding to my girlfriend. I apologize.
You do realize that the tariffs he's lowered, China and the United States agreed to lower tariffs, which is why the market's booming right now. The higher the tariffs was a strategy so that the other countries start paying their fair share, and we weren't getting robbed on trade.
Okay, so trade deficits aren't indicative of them not paying their fair share. Trade deficits are just indicative of the role that our economies play in the context of trade, whether that be that we are the ones exporting the products or that we're importing the products more.
Right, but we shouldn't be taxed at a higher rate than other people importing their stuff in our country.
That's not what was happening.
Absolutely. That's why he raised them on China. Actually, Kevin O'Leary did a nice piece on it on CNN.
That's just wrong.
He explained it perfectly.
So the point that he had on retaliatory tariffs is ridiculous because what he calculated as a retaliatory tariff had nothing to do with the percentage tax that they have on imported goods, and it had everything to do with like trade deficit and random shit. Like it didn't even.
It wasn't
really-
random.
It was.
Come
It was
on.
random. It
Be
was two
honest.
random things in the equation. It was not the percentage tax on imported goods.
It's because they were not playing at an even level as we were. They kill us.
I don't know what you mean by playing on an even level.
China.
So what do you mean by playing on an even level?
For example, I'll give you a dumbed down example. They want to bring stuff into our country. We pretty much give it to them on a silver platter. We want to import stuff into their country, and they charge us such a tax. It's ridiculous. And then they want to say that they don't want to pay. They don't want to pay the same as we pay them. It's not right. It's not fair. It's tough to do business because we're paying at a disproportionate rate.
Okay. So I don't know what you mean by we're playing a disproportionate rate. Are you talking in terms of cost of living?
I'm talking in terms of just any product. They're charging us more to import products into their country, and then we don't charge them shit.
Wait, the retaliatory tariffs that Donald Trump
No. Before
tariffs
that,
off of was not relating to the percentage tax that they have on our imported goods. Secondly, I just want. Can you tell me? Actually, I just genuinely want you to acknowledge this. If you don't, I'm gonna kick you and get off for the night. You owe me $100. You acknowledged that you wanted to bet on saying that I did not acknowledge, right, that Joe Biden had cognitive decline prior to the election. I showed you a video, and you're like, "Oh, I guarantee in the video you didn't say that. Play it. I'll bet you $100." Right? We did that, and now you owe me $100. I can play it. It's live. I'm live on YouTube. Right?
you want to hear my answer?
Yeah, go for it.
Take that $100, and you and Joe Biden and Kamala Harris could show it up your ass.
Kamala.
Screwing us over for 4 years of shit policy and ruining this country.
Charles, I just asked you, can you acknowledge that you at least made the bet?
No, you completely tiptoed. Well, I made the bet, but you completely tiptoed around.
What bet did you make?
You did not acknowledge that he was a cognitive decline and should not have been president of the United States. You passed the blame to Trump.
Wait. Now you're adding a
said
second.
presidential
You're adding a secondary qualifier. All we addressed.
I told you what you said in the video.
All we addressed prior is that I
those
said.
liberal
All we
pussies in the
addressed. All we addressed prior is that I said that they're what's it called? You're just being so annoying. That Joe Biden had cognitive decline.
You got exposed
prior to the election. I didn't get exposed on anything.
You got exposed tonight. It's on video.
Charles, you're delusional. You owe me $100.
I want everyone to see what happened tonight. All 3,000 people, even the liberals in the comments. You all saw what happened. You got another
Yo,
Jake
Louis, thank you
Tapper.
so much for the $10. And
You got
Gerard,
another
thank you so
Jake
much for the
Tapper on
$100. Thank you
Twitter.
so much for Here You Go, Parker. Thank you so much, Gerard, for the $100. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Can
You
thank,
have your liberal sugar daddies on there.
Can you thank Gerard for the $100?
Thank your liberal sugar daddy on there.
Can you thank Gerard for $100?
Paying your bills. Paying your bills to live in your mother's basement.
You think I live in my mom's basement?
Yeah, and I think your sugar daddy's paying for it.
So
Go pay up.
Yeah, so you're very intellectual. You think
You
that
got a girlfriend.
what's
What's
the
a grown
by
man
the way,
paying your bills for?
dude, do you think that people who wait, actually I have a question. Do you have a boss?
I'm my own boss.
You're your own boss? Do people buy your products?
People buy my products? Of course. How do you think I make money?
Okay.
You don't have a
so
product.
why do you have men?
You're a fast talking car sales.
So why do you have men and women paying your bills? Why don't you take care of yourself?
I create a product that people buy.
There you go. Same.
You create delusion that liberals buy.
Okay,
into.
I create a service.
CNN.
I create a
CNN's the same way.
I create a service, and people choose to pay me if they would like.
You call
to.
what you do a service? You're disservicing the people. You lie to them.
This is a service. This is it's called education and entertainment.
You create propaganda. False propaganda.
It's not propaganda.
Absolutely. You lie to the people, and you hope the liberals are stupid
there's
enough
no
to eat
lie.
it up.
I've been giving you an entire debate with me. You've been able to identify 0 lies.
I've cooked you.
On what point?
I think everyone here saw it. You were scared to talk about Biden because you know you were part of the cover-up.
I showed you a video.
Your half-ass response is pretty much.
Charles, you literally owe me $100 because I played you a video of me from February 2nd, 2024, of me describing that Joe Biden had a cognitive decline. I could also literally give you a video of me from fucking 2020 saying that I used to believe that Joe Biden had dementia, like the same conspiracy theories that you.
And you still voted for him.
Actually, back then, yes, I literally did. I'm not trolling. Wait, I didn't have a platform back then. Back then, I voted for him, and I literally believed he had dementia. I'm not trolling. I have a video on my phone of me acknowledging that he had saying that he had dementia, right, and saying that he's still better than Donald Trump because of how horrible he is for the country.
On screen recordings. I hope everyone's screen recorded.
It's not even
liberal propagandist just admitted he had dementia.
When I was in 2020, like 5 years ago, like I have different positions over time.
And you've been proven right on that. You would be right.
He doesn't have dementia.
Oh yes, he does, Parker.
There's no evidence of that.
Why'd your opinion change then? What changed it?
Because I rely on evidence now.
Evidence? He had to drop out of the election. His own party booted him out.
That doesn't mean he has dementia. That just means he wasn't cognitively fit enough to be president of the United States.
What would you call it?
What do you mean?
You say he doesn't have dementia, but they booted him out. So why would they boot him out if he didn't have a cognitive problem?
Yo, Beth, thank you for the $100 for Charles is a liar and an uneducated mess. Thank you so much, Beth, for the $100. Give me some W's for Beth in the comment section right now. Thank you so much, Beth. Can you say thank you to Beth, Charles? Can you say thank you to Beth?
Thanks, Beth.
Thank you, Beth. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Into propaganda. Congratulations.
Wait,
Real winner. Probably a single cat lady, too.
Oh, okay. So all you're just gonna do is anyone who sends me money, you're just gonna insult them? Is that does it make you feel better because you're jealous?
I state the facts, my friend.
You're jealous, so you have to make
I'm a
fun
single
of people
cat
who sends
lady.
me money. So you make fun of people that send me money because you're
Well,
jealous.
you're ripping them off, to tell you the truth.
How am I
They're just
ripping them
stupid
off?
enough to pay.
Wait, Charles. If someone is choosing to donate to me,
They're pretty
how am
stupid
I ripping
to do
them
it,
off?
but yeah.
How am I
You're
ripping
right.
them off?
They're stupid to do it. It's a ripoff. I'm not.
How is it? How are they stupid to do it?
Because they believe your lies. Just like when you said Biden was the best candidate. Just when you said
I never said he was the best candidate. I just said that he's better than Donald Trump.
Absolutely, and he was running against Trump until he wasn't.
Charles, you are totally insufferable. You're literally just mad at people
No,
who donate to me
you got
because
exposed.
because you're a lonely old man that has no people that he engages with, right? That disagree with him at all,
people every
right?
day.
And immediately when you see people that you disagree with and you're engaging in a conversation with people you disagree with, you have to denigrate them. You have to be rude to them.
I speak the
can't
truth. I'm a
engage-
patriot.
You can't engage in any actual meaningful dialogue, right? Because you're not trying
think
to
I
actually
exposed
engage
you
with the
tonight.
truth.
I think I exposed you, and I think you were pretty nervous.
You've exposed that I'm smarter than you. That's all you've exposed.
I'm surprised.
Austin,
actually.
thank you for the $10 for Charles is a propagandist clown.
I thought
Propagandized clown.
actually says the one who voted for a senile old man. Anyway, and didn't listen to us when we told you he was cognitively impaired. Anyway,
I literally acknowledged, and you owe me $100 because it is the case that Joe Biden is cognitively declined. I acknowledge that, and the only thing you've exposed again is that I'm smarter than you. That's it.
you would rather vote for a senile old man than the better candidate just because you don't like him. I exposed you.
But you said he was the better candidate. You're assuming that he's not the better candidate. He was held civil
Trump is
libel
obviously the
recently.
more capable candidate, and then there's
he's
no
not.
debate about it. There's no debate.
He's not more capable.
And you
for-
still deny it.
he's
That's
not-
the problem.
He's not more capable for protecting women's rights.
And I'm surprised because
He's not more
I've-
capable for protecting the environment. He's not more capable
Really?
in addressing economically related issues. He's not more
he wants
capable.
he wants to keep illegal aliens out of the country who are
Well,
assaulting
why do you
women.
call people illegal aliens?
They're here illegally. What would you like me to call them? Criminals?
Undocumented immigrants. No, how about you refer to your own presidential candidate as a criminal?
Oh, how about
that you
how about
voted
that
for?
guy? How about that guy who's a part of MS-13 and you guys want to invite him for drinks and have him back in the country to have
Oh.
his due process? He's a legal citizen.
Oh, he's not an MS-13, you fucking liar.
Actually, yes, he
Give me-
is.
give me
He
a
beats
source.
his wife. And he beats his wife.
Give me a source that he's MS-13.
Go listen to
his
Marco
wife- and his
Rubio
wife said
talk
that's
about
false.
him today. Go listen to Marco Rubio. It's not false. He beat his wife.
His wife said that's false.
Oh, really?
Yes.
No, she didn't. She wouldn't
Yes, she
answer the
did.
question.
She did say that's
He-
false.
she-
Connor,
she-
thank you so
she
much for
called
the
the police
$20. Thank
against
you
him.
so much, Connor. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Can we have W's for
You
Connor in the
guys
comment section?
defend
For it's
illegal
because
immigrants before
we
your
know
own
he's telling the
citizens.
truth.
Really? Was he telling the
he
truth
said he
about
donated
Joe?
me. Wait, hold up. Listen, Charles. He said he donated me
$100.
He said he donated me.
Here's your pimp.
he said-
Donate to your pimp.
He said he donated me $20 because he knows that I'm telling the truth.
Really?
Yeah.
You believe him like you believe CNN?
I don't listen to CNN.
Yeah.
Where do you get your media from?
Where do I get my media from? We the people.
Who?
The best news source in the world, X. Unbiased, uncensored.
Dude, I
Great
can't. You
truth.
can't do it. He said the best news you could ever get. I'm telling you. I go to Twitter. Twitter. I tell you, there's Nazis on it all over the platform because they don't
Wow.
ban Nazis.
Is that what you call? Is that what you
They
call
don't ban them.
successful
They
white
don't ban them. They
businessmen?
let people on X just spam positive
is that-
comments of literally Adolf Hitler. Have you gone on X before and literally seen Twitter? By the way, go and you
I've
literally
been there for
seen.
years.
I've seen literally just people being happy, right? That people like Hitler. Okay, literally entire comment sections of people being pro Hitler. Okay,
Well, you have freedom of
that's
speech. I'm
that's
not saying it's
Twitter.
right.
That's Twitter. That's Twitter for you.
You have full freedom of speech. I'm not saying everything I agree with.
Yeah, and that's your news source, bro. Your news source
It's
is full with fucking
uncensored.
white supremacists and racists and bigoted idiots. Amber,
It's
thanks for the
uncensored.
$5.
It's uncensored.
Uncensored. Jesus, no.
Unbiased.
Actually, it is censored. It is censored. You know that Dean got like 150 million views and
Fuck
got
him.
like
Fuck.
and didn't get like any money from it. And then at the
Good,
same
fuck him.
time,
He's a
it is the
traitor.
case that they pay right conservative creators right like tens of thousands
Good.
of dollars for no fucking for like way less views. Secondly, we can also address the fact that he unverifies accounts that literally speak badly about him. Elon, by the way,
Fantastic. Well, they were blowing up
fantastic is crazy.
They were blowing up his.
You're a joke, Charles. Charles, do you think?
And by the way,
well, I have a question,
by the-
Charles. Do you think I'm
and
paid
by
by
the
the DNC?
way-
Charles, do you think I'm paid by the DNC?
I have no idea. Why would you ask me that? Like I know.
Next question. Do you think I have a real job?
I think this is your job, if you want to call it that.
Oh, okay.
Well, you're trying to get you a gotcha moment. I'm
Even
not a fucking idiot.
even this guy believes I have a real job and that I'm not paid by the DNC. Dude, that's diabolical for other people. bro.
Well, I'm not saying it's a. it's if you want to call it a job, fair play to you. You get paid.
Wait, you don't consider it a job?
I think it's a waste of life.
Then why are you debating me right now? If it's a waste of life, currently, are you wasting your life right now? Jamie, think of the $10.
Well, because after a hard day's work, I like to
Waste
whoop
your
up on
life? You like to
talk
waste
liberty.
your life on my life? You like to watch
After
me?
a
Like
hard
you were
day?
talking earlier about how much you watch me. You're a fan, bro.
I watch it at night after a hard day's work. I like to get a laugh in.
You're a
like
fan.
when I cook.
Oh wait,
I like
so
to,
Charles, you're a fan? Oh,
I like
cute.
to cook you in front of 3,000 people and
that's
expose the
cute.
truth.
That's cute.
I'm a
This
patriot.
is the first time we've talked though.
I'm a patriot, though. And to tell you the truth, I mean, yeah, I don't associate with myself with womanizers like you do. Harry Sisson,
I'm not
Charles
friends. I'm not
Morley
friends with Harry anymore.
anymore.
Yeah. So what are you talking about? You voted for a womanizer. You voted for a serial abuser. You voted for a serial cheater. What are you talking about? A misogynistic, racist
Oh,
piece of shit.
so I voted for him, but you were best friends with him.
What? I wasn't best friends with Harry ever. What are you talking about?
You guys were very close friends.
And also,
I saw
you comparing Harry to Donald Trump is diabolical.
Yeah, you were best friends with the guy. I'm not friends with
I was
Trump. I
not
just
best
voted for
friends
the
with
better candidate.
you. Saying I was best friends with Harry is diabolical. I was never best friends with
You
Harry.
seem nervous. You were very close friends with him.
We were work acquaintances, generally speaking.
Really?
I was friends with him within that context, but like we
So
were
I
not
see-
like
I-
we didn't like hang out and talk all the time or anything like that. Like I wasn't
You know,
like, super close with him.
I see how it is. You know, something goes south and you throw your friends under the bus because you're a coward.
Dude, Dean and I have been through things, and if you take accountability, if you address things.
Well, Dean's a
right?
racist.
Okay, I don't think Dean's racist. I think that if you would
This
address
DM
things, you
beg
take
to differ.
accountability, and you legitimately are open to criticism, right? That is redeemable qualities, and I just don't think those are exercised.
Oh, so when Dean's in private direct messages dropping racist terms, it's all good because he admitted to it.
I think that he has become not racist over time, as throughout many years, because this happened when he was 14 years old. He has changed his behavior and he's educated himself. He's deconstructed and
because it
become a better
pays.
person. And I think that you can become a better person. I think that you can change over time, right? And I think that you saying specifically that you can't change over time is only to push people towards your side, where like you're just it's okay to be a horrible person. That's essentially what you're trying to say. Right, you're trying
Well,
to
it's
say that
funny
like
because-
everyone's the same, everyone's a horrible person. No, we can address things, we can take accountability, and we can become better people over time.
What I'm saying is,
Charles, I used to be a Trump supporter. I grew up in a conservative Christian household,
well,
right?
you were a
And
smart
over
kid
time,
back then.
I have become a better person. I've deconstructed.
You become
I've
brainwashed.
changed.
You were a smarter kid back then. It's unfortunate. Maybe the liberal school system indoctrinated you. I don't know. I'm just saying that it's funny.
I got an economics degree. If anything, that's right.
I've changed over the years myself, but I never recall dropping the words in direct messages that he was.
Listen,
That's
thank
a
you so
core
much. I
value.
appreciate the $10. Thank you so much, Jamie. Thank you for the $10. Thank you so much.
And I like actually someone in the comments just mentioned it. I like that fence, Parker. That's a good comment because that's exactly what you do. You sit on the fence and you go to whatever suits you at the moment. You don't have a real moral stance on anything. You just flip flop over the fence to whatever suits you in the time being. That's what I don't like.
That's a ridiculous standpoint. When I
That's
literally
a turncoat.
I'm doing a live right now about my moral stances. Right?
That's a
What are you
great comment.
talking about, dude? I do lives all the time about my moral stances. What are you talking about? What do you mean I'm on the fence? I have specific opinions. I am very loud about.
flip-flop.
I go and I debate. There's 5,000 people listening to live right now.
It says 3,000. Is mine
I know.
wrong?
There's 2,000 on YouTube.
Oh, congratulations. You must be doing well for yourself. Now, are you comfortable with making money off people who you lied to for all those years?
I didn't lie, and yes, I'm totally comfortable with making the money the way that I do.
Of course. People, true people who have a moral compass, they don't lie to their followers to make money.
No one that's here is forced to pay me money. People only get, if they want to, choose to give me money.
No, they're the idiots. But
you're just being fucking rude. Kelly, thank you so much for the $50. Thank you so much for Magazine Movement. It's a museum exhibit clinging to the 1950s ideals, like lead paint and cigarettes are still good for you. He rejects science, evolution, and vaccines. Seriously, though, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Make ignorance a policy again. This is for real. Jeanette, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you. Kiki, thank you so much. I appreciate the $10. Thank you. Single cat person here. Very happy. Thank you so much. Embers, thank you for the $20. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Ask yourself, thank you for the $2. Mallory, thank you for the $3. Canadian, thank you. Ask yourself again, thank you for the $2. And Infernal, thank you so much for the $2. Thank you.
So what I'm getting at with you is I could tell you have a pattern of holding one view, and then as soon as it suits you, you flip-flop to the other side.
What?
And
What are you talking about?
And I could give examples if you let me.
Give me an
real quick.
example, yeah.
Besides what you do with your
Cool,
friends,
$10.
with your friends, well, whatever you call them, your business associates, whatever. You flip-flopped as soon as that didn't suit you anymore. You didn't want to lose followers.
Ruben,
And then
thank
you were
$2,
a former
thank
Trump
you.
supporter, and when it wasn't paying years ago, you flipped to the liberal side, and now it's paying pretty well.
Dude, you understand that when I first got on TikTok, I was a communist, okay? and
Wow.
I've changed my
Wow.
views before I came on TikTok. What are you talking
Absolutely.
about? Well, I didn't change my views because I made money. For multiple years, I did TikTok lives. I didn't make a single damn dollar, right? Or I made $1 a live, maybe. Like I didn't make anything. I did not make a living doing this, right? I do this because I genuinely love doing this because I think it's better for the world. It gets people to critically think, right? It educates people. It's very important
Well,
work.
you're not
And
educating.
over time, I've been able to make money off of it.
You're spreading propaganda.
Not
You're not
spreading
educating.
propaganda. You're just ridiculous.
And you have a wide audience, so you have
Bonnie,
an
thank you so
impact.
much for the $15. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I know he's literally just rage baiting. Thank
And
you so much, though. I
actually,
really appreciate it,
I
Bonnie.
think
Thank you.
I should
He
thank
does.
you.
He
I
does
should,
owe me $100 too.
I should thank you. Actually, I should actually thank you, Dean, and the rest of you, because I think you flipped a lot of
you.
young
I think
voters
you
to the
got
other
it. This
side.
is what every person who's a Republican who's mad at me, right? Because I've destroyed them
I'm
in
not mad at
debate.
you. You
right?
won us the election. I should
Because
thank
I've
you.
destroyed you in a debate. You have to talk about how you
What
think that
dog
I
walked you
brought
up,
people to the right, which is ridiculous. That I brought thousands of people to vote for Kamala Harris and to vote for
Not
the better
enough.
side, and I've educated tens of thousands of people, hundreds of thousands of people, if not millions of people, right, on the positions that I hold to. Right,
You know the
that's
young votes
absolutely
actually
impactful
swayed
in a
towards the.
positive direction.
Do you know that the young vote is actually now swayed to the Republican side?
So that doesn't mean that I haven't had a positive impact. That just
It means
that,
either you have a negative one or because
that
before.
that just means that there's been an issue that I have to respond to, and that's what I'm doing right now.
Do you believe you've been doing a good job of that?
Yes.
Really? So for the first time in how long the Republican won the popular vote, and you have all these influencers out there like you, Dean, Chris, and Harry, so either you have less of an impact than you thought, or you've swayed voters to the other side. Because how is he all of a sudden more
That's
popular than ever?
ridiculous. That's ridiculous. Saying that it is the case that because Donald Trump won, that means that I didn't have an impact
The
is
popular
ridiculous.
vote.
Because the amount that I pulled over to my direction, right, doesn't mean that like I'm able to pull like hundreds of thousands, millions of votes. Like that's not my poll. My poll did pull people towards my side, but it doesn't determine hundreds of thousands, to millions of people's votes directly.
Why do you think
I did impact, lots of people's votes in a positive direction? You making a claim that just because the Democrats lost, that means that I don't have any power is ridiculous.
Why do you think Trump's become more popular?
Because people like you are insane and decide to support him regardless.
Answer with a fact, not an opinion. Why do you think he's more popular than ever? Answer the question. There's 3,000 people watching. Why is he more popular than ever? Are you scared to answer? Is it because the Democrats did a shitty job or because you did a shitty job?
I'm just gonna kick him off and get off for tonight. All right. Hannah, thank you for the greeting. I appreciate it. I'm getting off for tonight. I'm annoyed. All right, everyone. I'll send people over to. Is there anyone live? I can raid someone. Alrighty. Let me see. Let me see. All right, I do see Jaden live. We can send everyone over to Jaden's live. Everyone look up Mr. Jaden LeBron, and you can go to his live, right? And you can go watch his lives. He's doing some debates tonight. If you want to go over and watch, go send over Parker Raid. Love from Parker. If you're on YouTube, you can always like the stream. I'd really appreciate that. I think we are right now at 1,300 likes. If we can get to 1,500 likes, I'd really appreciate that. And also, you can like the stream, and also go check out some of my videos. I'd really appreciate that on YouTube. But seriously, make sure to like the stream on YouTube. I would really appreciate that because right now I could think we have 1,300 likes. I would really appreciate if we get it 1,500. Thank you everyone so much. I will see everyone tomorrow. I love y'all so much. Make sure to go over to Mr. Jaden LeBron. It's MrJaydenLibran. Go spam Parker Raid, spam Love from Parker. Love y'all so much. Have a great night, everyone. I will see everyone later. Peace out, y'all. All right.